Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 12 GT 526. Falling to the bottom of the sea, unwilling. At this time, Wukong was gradually becoming familiar with his body, so after attacking continuously for a long time, he found that he was always gently blocked by the opponent's hand. Bai Ye smiled evilly and suddenly appeared in front of Wukong in a flash. A fist hit Wukong directly in the stomach. Wukong's face instantly showed intense pain, and his eyes widened. Bai Ye took advantage of the victory to pursue and hit Wukong on the right cheek with a fist, and finally hit the opponent on the left cheek. Wukong quickly retreated back in an instant, and then began to move quickly, as if he wanted to escape the scene quickly. Bai Ye was stunned. Oh, you actually want to escape? How could I let you get what you want? Since you want to fight, you should fight to the end. Bai Ye didn't waste any time and quickly chased after Wukong. Wukong frowned and wiped his lips with his hand. A look of contemplation appeared in his eyes. It feels very difficult to deal with. What should I do next? Advertisement. Just when he thought of this, Bai Ye had already appeared above Wukong's head, punched Wukong on the head with a fist, and punched him downwards. One punch caused Wukong to fall violently from the sky into the sea. Bai Ye smiled evilly. Since we can't sense God's breath, we can only use our eyes to confirm it slowly. If we use breath, we can't tell whether Wukong is alive or not at all. If the strength could be stronger, it might be good enough, but the current strength is a bit too sloppy. As for everyone present, seeing that there was no movement after Wukong was knocked to the bottom of the sea, everyone's eyes were full of worry. Kulin. Wukong. He should be fine. No matter how big the difficulties were before, he was able to solve them easily. Now he should be able to solve them more easily. Yes, my father is the strongest, and there will definitely be no problem with him. I have always believed in my father. Goku smiled awkwardly. He rushed into the sky at the first moment, and when he saw Bai Ye turning his back, he smiled in amusement and punched the opponent in the back. Advertisement. Wukong quickly kept blowing his right hand. Brother Bai Ye, you are really strong. I have seen powerful people, but I have never seen anyone as powerful as you, Zhao Qian. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. If it were you before, I could kill you with just one finger, but now you can at least give me a few touches. Gohan nodded. Huh, I don't have the power to control it at all now, so overall it's still a little too young. About 3 seconds later, Wukong rushed out of the water. However, just as his fist was about to attack the opponent, he suddenly saw Bai Ye turn around and directly avoided Wukong's attack, and at the same time hit Wukong's wrist guard with his fist. Goku, your strength is not weak, at least compared to the previous Super Saiyan 3, you are different from the past. Bai Ye smiled and put his hand on his chest, his face filled with calmness and purity. It hurts. It hurts me so much. 527. The spirit of not admitting defeat. Let's have a good discussion. In the past, I was always defeated by you. In fact, I also have a very low self-esteem, but now I finally have the opportunity to have a good discussion with you. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now that I have this opportunity, I don't want to miss it. Bai Ye nodded, raised his right hand very slowly, and hooked his fingers. If that's the case, then go ahead and take action. I also want to see how much strength you can exude. Wukong smiled confidently, raised his head and looked up at the sky, and his whole body continued to fly high in the sky. Bai Ye followed behind calmly, not in any hurry. Below, Vegeta raised his head and looked deeply at everything in the sky. Beerus walked over slowly, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. What? Do you think based on your strength, is it possible that you can beat him? Advertisement. In fact, generally speaking, your strength is much weaker. If you really fight against the opponent, you may not be able to defeat him. I think you should also be aware of this. Even now, even if you are constantly watching the battle, it is difficult to see traces of the two people. Vegeta gritted his teeth, with a look of reluctance on his face. Even if what the other party said is right, he still has a spirit of refusing to admit defeat, because he feels that his strength is not weak at all compared to the other party. I can see it, and I can see through their traces very clearly. Bai Ye didn't give the opponent any chance, and punched Wukong one after another. If that's the case, then try this again. It was very difficult to see through the trajectory of your fist before, but now I can see through it easily. Wukong smiled very confidently and easily blocked these attacks with his arms. Bai Ye nodded happily, and quickly opened the distance between the two parties in a flash. This is a good phenomenon because I have always been worried about not being able to see through it, but now that I can see through it, the result is different. Advertisement. However, he saw Wukong quickly blocking his head with his arm to prevent himself from being directly attacked. This yellow ball of light hit Wukong directly. Really? Are you sure I didn't mean to let you see clearly just now? If that's the case, then take a punch from me. After the two people arrived above, however, after the fight passed, he saw Wukong smiling very confidently, catching Bai Ye's attack with his fist with great difficulty, and then he smiled very confidently. Hey, you should know how powerful I am now, right? Bai Ye smiled. However, what he said sounded like he was being tough, because if it were really that easy to see clearly, then he wouldn't be staring straight at the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, another wolfish punch hit the opponent's head. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly stretched out his right hand, and an electric-sized yellow ball of light appeared in his right hand. It seems that you have really made a splash this time. After becoming the Super Saiyan God, you really got me a little interested. Advertisement 528. Shocked, an even more magical arrival. But what Bai Ye didn't expect was, my own tricks disappeared in an instant. And Sun Wukong was frozen in place, unable to move. At the same time, when the power is transmitted, the surrounding space is instantly stopped. The methods used by this power are very extreme. It's the kind of breath that makes everyone stop. Who is it? Don't hide behind the scenes. I can feel your breath and detect all your actions. Byakuya's power reaches ultimate instantly. There was a crazy collision with the opponent, and the opponent's power disappeared without a trace in an instant. In an instant, the static force field was completely lifted. Instead, their plan to train Goku and the others started again. Bai Ye had a greater sense of crisis, which was equivalent to a pause in time. But your strength is just enough to resist this power of time suspension. Wait a minute, everyone, listen to me and don't move. When Bai Ye spoke like this, many people were surprised. Why was there such a sudden reaction? There is a very powerful superpower who is beyond our control. He is lurking nearby. Advertisement. Bai Ye finished his words. Everyone looked at Bai Ye entering into a very crazy fighting state alone, and they were very confused. Bai Ye, are you kidding me? We didn't feel anything? Vegeta calmly walked to Bai Ye's side and said a little teasingly. Did you not sleep well last night? If that's the case, then we'll have something delicious to eat today. Vegeta is very considerate of others, but the happy ones were Whis and Beerus. Both of them are big foodies and their mouths water when they talk about eating. No kidding. Did you really not feel that evil power? Bai Ye felt that using evil to describe him was really inappropriate. Although he acted very innocently, it filled my heart with worry. Bai Ye shared what he had just seen and heard with everyone present. Everyone's initial happiness turned into solemnity and fear at this time. Being able to pause time makes them not feel any changes at all. With such great strength, the other party must be so crazy. They also know very, very well that it is almost impossible to win if they resist. Beerus was in disbelief. Advertisement. Although Bai Ye's words were spoken easily, it stopped all the creatures in the universe, and then crushed them all into powder in an instant. This power cannot last long, but there can be no delay. 0.00 at the moment when everyone had just set up the energy barrier. This is a very dangerous and troublesome thing. Otherwise, everyone will suffer along with it. Strong power must exceed the aura of the entire world and even the strength of the planet. 0. Please give me flowers, Bai Ye. You have to be careful with him. He might just want to have fun with us. That kind of aura was revealed again, a supreme yet shocking existence. We can only place all our hopes on Bai Ye? But actually, when it comes to actually taking action, Beerus had the honor of seeing King Quan use this kind of breath. Only he can show this kind of strength, when he destroyed the second universe a long time ago. Everyone, quickly gather together, combine your strength to raise a barrier, and create an internal world alone. 529. Terrifying power that cannot be inferred. There was no real intention to hurt us. But his strength has exceeded your and my control. You must be more careful and don't launch attacks at will. Beerus transmitted all the information about the king to Byakuya. At the same time, he also fell into melancholy. This feeling of neither advancing nor retreating made him very scared. So that's it. It seems that there is a reason for you to be so afraid of King Quan's Chi-san-san. Beerus didn't dare to say any more words, because he knows what low-dimensional creatures like himself think. As long as Quan Wong thinks clearly, he can understand it. Even if he blocks his heart, Quan Wong can find it. But Bai Ye is different. King Quan will definitely not be able to investigate all the information. Because Quan Wang's restriction is of no use to Bai Ye, this is outrageous. Bai Ye is thinking about something now. That's how you should play higher-end impacts. Just pull that guy out. Bai Ye also looked at Weiss again. Advertisement. The latter immediately realized how fiery Bai Ye's eyes were. There must be something he needs to do, and he immediately waved his hand to express that he couldn't do it. I don't want to go forward and do anything, I just don't want to die, that's all. Bai Ye, you are so powerful, you can definitely rely on your strength to deal with him. I can't, he is a real strong man and our boss. When Wiz spoke like this, he was telling the pain in his and Beerus's hearts. That's right. Who dares to attack his boss? Who dares to play with those dark things now? My boss can see all the instruments so clearly. If you do it casually, the result will be nothing but death. Seeing that everyone was so timid, they didn't dare to take action directly. This actually made Bai Ye laugh. At the same time, Bai Ye also amplified his aura. Let the whole king know clearly what Weiss thought just now. Have you seen this, kid? How scared your men are. When you talked to me, you were so scared that you didn't know what to think. Bai Ye is just looking for trouble to make Quan Wong so angry that he explodes. Advertisement. But I'm actually quite interested in you. Come out and let's chat. This kind of statement does not sound problematic to ordinary people. But after hearing this, Whis and Beerus immediately knelt on the ground. He kept kowtowing to the surrounding area. They were very afraid of King Quan, and Gohan and others were even more confused. For a moment, they didn't know how to react to this kind of behavior. At this moment, Bai Ye waved his hand to them not to do anything and just stay in peace. They shouldn't dare to recruit me like this, and I can clearly feel the entanglement in their hearts. As their boss, I have been staring at them for a long time. During this time, they have not been destroyed. I am really angry. 4.1. Weiss was so frightened that she couldn't even speak. Not just crying, but an expression of despair. Now he really wants to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. As for Bai Ye, at this time, he was also prepared to make some people even more angry. It doesn't mean anything to hear the sound now. He has to come out. If he doesn't come out, nothing will be solved. 530. Both good and evil. All King's spy. King Quan stopped talking at this moment. And the power of suspension also disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never been to this world before. And Bai Ye took advantage of every opportunity to continue threatening him. Hope he can come out directly, it seems. Little kids can be scared sometimes. I thought you could be considered a ruthless and strong man. It seems like that's it now. Don't show such resentment in front of me anymore. Come out and play. Bai Ye's words obviously made Quan Wang completely fall into anger. The current king is like a completely torn beast. He was even more irritable, and the powerful Emperor of Power was about to cause negative consequences to the entire universe where Bai Ye was located in an instant. But 08 is Bai Ye who shows no fear easily. It's as if this negativity is just a game to him. Beerus saw this and hurriedly used all his power. Although compared with Quan Wang, he is just a drop in the bucket. Advertisement, but something has to be done at the critical moment, right? Why are you still dazed at this time? Show your power quickly. It's really difficult for Beerus. If Quan Wang doesn't reduce his breath output now, he really won't be able to hold on. We have to use our breath together to stop this threat, otherwise we won't be able to leave today and we will all die here. Beerus has already entered a very irritable state. He was completely crazy when he spoke, but in Bai Ye's opinion, there was no need for it. It's not like they don't know their own strength. Look at your friends, they are so pitiful. I always thought they were so powerful, but that's it. King Quan has always thought that he would just continue to use this dangerous method to destroy them all. Then you will be considered a victory, but he has already issued an order to exterminate this universe. Why can this universe still be so strong? Quan Wang felt that this was just a matter of time. Beerus and Whis also simply closed their eyes, no longer caring about their own lives. Advertisement: the best way to fight against Quan Wang is to use breath quickly. Continue to calm down in this place, otherwise everything will not be solved. And Bai Ye still has that playful smile. Oh, King Quan, I just felt the power of a catastrophic disaster, but now there is nothing. Can you tell me what's going on? Or are you too scared to use this kind of aura to attack us again? This time, Rie's words obviously angered the young man in a real sense. A guy who looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye. His 713 face was also full of anger, and he actually felt at a loss. Are you cheating? Because you have never resisted my attack in this way before? King Quan speaks in a coquettish voice, but he is indeed a destructor with great power. For me, this universe can be destroyed in just a blink of an eye. Just like Bai Ye thought, he was the king. When this kid spoke, he was really willful enough to destroy an entire universe. Such a vast universe. How many innocent creatures are about to be destroyed directly by him? This guy is really a madman. Advertisement: 531. Team selection is easy, choosing is the hardest. Beerus and Whis didn't know what to do. Now they only dared to close their eyes and keep outputting power. Facing King Quan, their only thought was to hope that King Quan would stop looking at them. They want to live and not be killed. You're a little too much, kid, even though you're powerful enough to destroy the universe. But have you ever thought that these tens of thousands of creatures will one day resist you? What will happen to you then? Bai Ye who said this must be hinting to Quan Wang that the outcome of doing so would be tragic. And King Quan is also very aware that armies have already risen to resist him in other universes. It's just that he hasn't taken the other party seriously now. Although the other party's strength is not much different from his own. But if you want to kill yourself, you have to practice for at least several thousand 10,000 years. So what? I can destroy whoever I want. The responsibility God has given me is to manage these universes. Why am I not allowed to destroy them? This is no longer just simple madness. Advertisement. In Bai Ye's perception, this is the inherent evil of evil. Hey, it seems like you're quite enjoying it. You take this total destruction as a big deal, right? Boy, if you talk to me like this again, don't blame me for being rude. I will teach you a lesson. After Weiss heard Bai Ye's disdainful words, I suddenly felt that this time I might not be able to put away my original friendly mood. He also wanted to help Quan Wang. After all, he knew Quan Wang better than Bai Ye. But Beerus next to him signaled him not to take action. What are you doing now? Do you really think King Quan can kill Bai Ye directly? Beerus's words left Whis a little confused. Are you kidding? That guy is just showing off. He wants to optimize the king's power. Then we have a hearty fight with the king of Quan to watch the excitement. Isn't it too big a deal for us? Weiss, you are going too far. Beerus's words instantly silenced Whis' heart. Looking at the other people waiting, they looked even more at a loss. Advertisement: they are also using their own strength to support and maintain the entire defensive position. No one knows what will happen next, but day and night are still irritating him. Although King Quan's anger reached the top, he was like a little fool and quickly took the bait. I'm still waiting for you to continue to say things that provoke me. Say as much as you want. Then I'll settle the old and new accounts for you. It seems like you won't live much longer. King Quan's expression became even more excited as he spoke. He was already ready to kill Bai Ye directly. Even in his heart, he was already fantasizing about what kind of methods he would use to torture Bai Ye for a while. But everyone knows that he and Bai Ye are not at the same level as Kun, Qian Zhao. Bai Ye is a true strongman who belongs to the Dimension Travelers. And he was just born to rely on his tribe. It's just the innate advantages in managing these universes, there is no comparison. If the little brat is disobedient, he must be beaten hard. But there is one requirement. You must not impose threats or pressure on these mortals. This is a duel between the two of us. Do you mind if I say that? Advertisement 532, playing, starting from now on. King Quan originally wanted to agree to Bai Ye, but he suddenly calmed down. He frowned and thought about it. A very evil smile suddenly appeared on that young face. If it were really a fight between the two of us, it would be meaningless. I really want to see them become our pawns. The seemingly innocent words hide an evil that is difficult to see directly. Bai Ye had completely understood this guy's thoughts. It's not an exaggeration to kill someone with grass. Then, join in and be tortured by us. Wouldn't it be better for us to play together? After King Quan said it, he laughed happily. Wei's whole body went numb after hearing this. What's going on here? They are the most pitiful and ordinary people. Why did 653 suddenly become the so-called chess piece in Quan Wang's mouth? On the surface, Weiss now treats the king with respect. But he actually has some thoughts in his heart. He wants to live instead of becoming a chess piece. Because he became a chess piece, Tian Yubaju was completely doomed. Beerus thinks this is good, at least he has joined in the crazy battle. Advertisement, but what will the ending look like? It's hard to say. The fun has just begun, we absolutely cannot give up. Beerus's words made Whis completely numb inside. I really like this, BFEA, feeling. It's so interesting. Beerus wanted to speak, but he was surprised to find that all the atmosphere around him had been isolated for a long time. Only Bai Ye and Quan Wang were left, standing in the small space looking at each other. For a moment, Beerus didn't know whether he should be happy or regretful. All in all, it seems that they no longer have to face this threat of death. But Beerus has put all his focus on Byakuya. The rest of the people have the same heart, and everyone has good intentions. But in the end, they all gathered together, and I hope Bai Ye can win. Bai Ye, have you thought about what chess piece you want to trade with next, or do you already want to kill me? King Quan saw Bai Ye looking thoughtful. He felt that as a strong man, he should behave like a gentleman. He would first see what Bai Ye had planned and then make another conclusion. The king's heart was filled with uncontrollable anger. Advertisement, and he said the words that made Quan Wang the most angry. At the same time, he burst out with a powerful and crazy aura in the shortest possible time. When this kind of aura is displayed directly, Bai Ye's words made Quan Wang feel extremely extreme. At this juncture, everything was hard to say. He suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. It just felt like the air around him had become thicker. Indeed, Quan Wang expressed his thoughts and attitudes without hiding anything. Bai Ye's naturally proud words. Come on, little brat, let me see if you have any power. If you are going to lose, I will not only punish you, but I will also spank you. This is just an easy snap of the fingers. No strong person will refuse it, and I think you are the same. This was the case again, and King Quan became even more angry after hearing this. Don't think I'm joking, Higiri is telling the truth. Come on, let me see if you can withstand my basic tricks first. It's not too late, but Bai Ye would have looked at Quan Wang with disdain. King Quan's pride left Bai Ye unfazed because he was not affected in any way. There is nothing left to do but fight. 533, the breath of earth shattering. He also felt that it was impossible for Bai Ye to resist him. Many powerful men and the so-called god of darkness have once provoked themselves in such a way. However, none of them could hold up even a snap of their fingers. The powerful shock wave and invisible power emitted. King Quan looked leisurely and contented. Looking at the White Knight, it seems as if the next White Knight is about to be completely wiped out. But what he didn't expect was, Bai Ye didn't show any fear. But he still has the attitude of, what are you doing? Hurry up and use your tricks. It's bad, it seems that King Quan is really stimulated by Bai Ye this time. Beerus was sweating coldly, not knowing what Bai Ye was going to do next. But for being able to fight till now, I can't help but admire you. You guys. Hurry up and use a powerful protective shield to cover yourselves. The shockwave is coming soon. Beerus didn't care about social etiquette either. There was nothing but panic and fear in his eyes. There are no emotions that can be described in words. Whis also quickly followed Beerus's words to protect others. Advertisement, then completely isolate others. Make sure they won't see the fight later. The two of them combine into one to use power, reinforced their own defensive force field. Just as the defensive force field had just been reinforced. A shockwave that cannot be described in words hit me hard. The two of them trembled first, and then their legs knelt on the ground and trembled non-stop. Damn it. Too strong. I was just a little bit close to being crushed by this powerful aura, but luckily my aura stopped instantly. Immediately afterwards, there was a force like the explosion of hundreds of billions of nuclear bombs. Not only can it destroy the entire planet, it even wants to tear a gap in the universe. Even Beerus thinks this is a bit too much. This is no longer a so-called duel. This is more like a gentle killing blow, if Bai Ye wasn't a strong man. These tricks would probably tear them all to pieces long ago. Advertisement Weiss also took a breath after the explosion. But the internal injuries still caused him to spit out blood. Please give me flowers. He raised his head and looked at Bai Ye's motionless state. My heart is full of strange thoughts. Have you also noticed why Bai Ye is so powerful? I think Quan will really suffer a loss this time. Whis' words didn't seem to make Beerus have any thoughts of moving. If Bai Ye takes action, I'm afraid Quan Wong will really get spanked this time. Helpless, Beerus could only say some words that he thought were a bit ridiculous. But what he actually respected more was Bai Ye's super strength. This kind of power is almost beyond the reach of ordinary people. Sir, are you saying that Bai Ye's strength has actually surpassed that of the king? Or even the more powerful god of the upper realm? Weiss felt that such a thing was beyond his scope of thinking. He really said that because he was not sure. This feeling fills my heart with fantasy. Could it be that there will be a more powerful person? I can't believe it. Beerus really spoke categorically, making Whis even more certain. This shocking battle, I don't know what to think. 534. The bold play of an expert Weiss didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He just wanted to see how Bai Ye would fight back next. Or did he say that he would give Quan Wong a good beating? At this time, King Quan was also extremely angry. Bai Ye didn't seem to be affected by the snap of his fingers. He was even staring at himself with an indifferent expression. That's it? I thought it could be so powerful, it's such a pity. 313. Bai Ye's understatement. The anger in Quan Wang's heart arose spontaneously again. However, the person in front of me seems to be a harmless being. Isn't it a bit excessive if I use that kind of dangerous method to deal with others over and over again? And Bai Ye also defeated the whole king. This kid's heart is not fully developed, so he has this unique attitude. Children are just children. They don't have much fighting ability. They can talk about the train, but it's okay. Why did you just snap your fingers as a warm-up? Bai Ye looked confident and extremely calm. Advertisement. It's so exciting that both Beerus and Whis really want to kneel down and worship. Is this the real strong man? And what about King Quan? This is even more outrageous. You be **************, D, although I don't know who you are, but you have to think clearly about what happens next. King Quan didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, ordinary swear words are said by god-tier officers. Hey, you have to endure the final torture from me. This is no joke. Quan Wong is really a little confused this time. At the same time, Bai Ye's guess was indeed correct. As a child who is not particularly mentally mature, he is always impatient when facing a battle. Once you get anxious, the problem will be magnified 10,000 times. At the same time, he continued to follow his previous train of thought. But this time he didn't mean to snap his fingers again. Instead, he rushed forward and started attacking Bai Ye at an extremely mysterious speed. Beerus and Whis can't even see anything anymore, but they still did not forget to strengthen the defensive shield and protect everyone tightly. Of course, those inside the shield also wanted to see what was happening outside. Advertisement, but he was directly rejected by Weiss. It's too slow. If your attack speed could be faster, maybe I would be happier. Ridicule. The taunt from Bai Ye. The king is even more angry, but there is nothing he can do. Such a slow attack is like giving me a massage. Is this your true experience? The threat brought by the disdainful words made Quan Wong even more terrified. Did you make a mistake? You shouldn't face this kind of guy who looks a bit powerful. This is something that shouldn't happen at all. King Quan was furious at the moment, but he was not afraid of it. On the contrary, he actually felt a little bit excited. He also used his fastest speed to engage in another tortoise fight with Bai 0.7 Ye. But it's a pity that Bai Ye's strength is still better than his own. Every dodge and every escape makes me feel even more stressed. You guy. Don't you know how to fight other than running away? At your level, you still want to defeat me. King Quan even had some illusion that he would definitely win this battle. 535. Defeated in a practical sense, but Bai Ye was still unscathed, which completely angered the king. I think you can leave here just because of your running speed. Give up your friends, I will kill them all. King Quan was extremely angry at Bai Ye's avoidance of fighting. But Bai Ye is really awesome. He was actually able to use various methods to evade his own attacks with ease. It was as if nothing had happened. This was not the pressure that King Quan should bear now. He is still very proud and absolutely bursting with pride. I'm testing you, testing whether you have real fighting strength. Banter is a necessity these days. Bai Ye knows what a kid like Quan Wong is thinking about. If he grasps it, he will definitely gain something. But in my opinion, there is no difference between you and a reckless man. It is inevitable for children to do so. White Yoruichi has been attacking the king with such sentences. Advertisement. As for Quan Wong, he has been carrying this kind of malicious opposition from day and night in the shortest possible time. He was already completely angry in his heart, if that's possible. He really wanted to kill Bai Ye directly now, but if you think about it carefully, if you really want to do that, wouldn't you lose more for it? The entire dynasty took dozens of steps back, and the pain on their faces was immediately apparent. A very lost and strange emotion enveloped Quan Wang, and this aura was spreading rapidly. Beerus and Whis were both confused. What was going on? King Quan, who had always been so fierce, suddenly so silent now. Could it be that he is holding back some killer move? The two people were immediately frightened and quickly took a few steps back to strengthen their defenses, although the force field had reached its limit. But they felt that it was okay to hold on for a while, and Bai Ye could already see the regret in his heart. The pain seemed to be caused by his own verbal attack, which caused the king to completely fall into sadness. This is indeed something that Bai Ye can't do anything about. Advertisement, because Bai Ye understood all the thoughts in this young man's heart, and also knew why he was in so much pain now. As long as he can handle this pain, he will not dare and will not cause any harm to himself. I feel like you are very pitiful now, but don't worry, there is nothing to be sad about. Because I know that what you are thinking in your heart is the same as mine. You are in pain and despair, right? Bai Ye's direct words made Quan Wang feel even more angry. He raised his head and looked at him with disgust and a look that wanted to engulf Bai Ye completely. Don't come over. I know what you are thinking. Your absolute defense means nothing to me. 473 King Quan actually looked frightened. The arrogant king would humble himself in front of Byakuya, which mainly made Beerus lose his big teeth. But this is normal, he also has a sense of awe towards Bai Ye. Especially after fighting against Quan Wang, the situation has reached this point. It is difficult for him to imagine what Bai Ye can do to this world next, and the multi-line universe may even fall into Bai Ye's hands. For some reason, Beerus felt a desperate killing feeling in his heart. If the situation allowed, he even wanted to kill Bai Ye directly, but he soon swayed over. 536. The first butler under King Quan Bai Ye knew that Quan Wang could no longer hold on anymore. But he is unwilling to give up the opportunity now. Sometimes it is often a mental or even spiritual attack. 10,000 times more powerful than pure physics and energy consumption. Every kid loves to cry, right? Crying won't solve the problem, it will only make you feel more disgusting and rubbish. The words Beerus said to Byakuya really made him break into a cold sweat. The king has reached this point, he can completely destroy the entire universe and then recreate it. At this time, Beerus was filled with depression. He wanted to step forward to help Quan Wangbo, but was held back by Whis. Whis looked at Beerus with questioning eyes, and at the same time there was a lot of anger in it. We can't lie down in muddy water. No matter what happens, this is a battle between supreme beings. It's only right for us to think twice before we act. Beerus really listened to Whis' words. The throb in my heart that had been throbbing for a long time suddenly calmed down. Advertisement. Now we can only hope that the god-tier official will appear quickly and put an end to this problem. We can all get rid of this endless battle. King Quan was still crying with tears streaming down his nose. From the powerful power of death before, he completely transformed into a harmless and seemingly pitiable child. Even Bai Ye moved with compassion. Bai Ye did not completely let down his guard. He walked up and patted the young child on the back and spoke warm words. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. The main purpose of what I said just now is that I hope you understand. Everyone has the right to live in this world without being completely wiped out. I hope you will stop doing such crazy things. After saying these words, Quan Wang cried even louder. Bai Ye was also sure that this young man had truly admitted defeat, that's why he was like this. The disdainful taunt made King Quan cry even more sadly. But I never thought that the god-tier officer would also rush over to kill him after learning about the king's anomaly. Beerus, who was about to continue talking, suddenly stopped. So that's it. I thought some werewolf came again, but it turns out he's here to help King Quan. Advertisement. The fight between Bai Ye and Quan Wang was enough to make him upset. Beerus, what's going on? Do you want to attack me when I'm not paying attention? If that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel. After all, calling him by his first name would be disrespectful to the strong. This strength is definitely no less than that of Quan Wang, and it is also a high-latitude existence. In about half a minute, he will appear directly in the universe where they are now. At the same time, Bai Ye vaguely felt behind him again, as if there were some sharp eyes staring at him. The shock these words brought to Beerus was hundreds of times stronger than that of all kings. It seems. It will be more exciting in a while. Beerus has never been so embarrassed as he is now. It's so difficult, he is caught in the middle. This also made Bai Ye feel a little embarrassed. This young man was really unstoppable when he cried. King Quan. The most powerful person under his command is here, and he is also my elder. Bai Ye has nothing to do with me. Don't even look at who is coming. Okay, crying won't solve the problem. I can help you. 537. The gaze from the god-tier officer Beerus also scratched his head. At the same time, the surrounding forbidden spells were quickly lifted. Everyone showed up within a short period of time. Oh my god, why is King Quan here? Sun Wukong was very surprised. He wanted to step forward but was pulled back by Vegeta. I think you really don't want to live anymore. I know that you are fighting with King Quan all day long. If we step forward at this time, wouldn't we suffer even more disasters? Vegeta understands the current situation very well. He determined it based on the combat power just now and the energy fields scattered around it. Bai Ye and Quan Wang must have had a devastating battle before this. This is not only capable of destroying the entire universe. Even its power can spread to other universes on the line. Fortunately, they were protected by a defensive stance 593 just now. Presumably their protectors are Beerus and Whis. Speaking of which, thank you both for your hard work. Do you know what we can do to help? I feel a little uncomfortable too. Vegeta looked at Beerus with the most respectful expression. Advertisement. The latter was full of disdain. After all, he also knew Vegeta's intentions. Goku, who was next to him, also came over, wanting to ask Beerus if there was anything he could do. You guys, just don't cause trouble at this time. Whis next to him, as Beerus's martial arts master, naturally wanted to help his apprentice get out of the siege. Who knows that Beerus is really not very good at communicating and socializing with others. This is why a lot of ridiculous things happened in the previous things. Okay, then we will stay here and stand by. If we really need to take action, we will definitely take action directly. Originally, Bai Ye wanted to say something, but Sun Wukong beat him to it. Helplessly, he could only continue to frown. Using all his strength as a warning, he turned his attention to the battle between King Quan and Bai Ye. This is actually not a battle anymore, it was just the remaining energy around him that gave Vegeta an illusion. The bigger problem now is that if the God-tier officer comes, something worse will happen. Beerus has been thinking about how to deal with his boss, how to turn the current problem into an early warning. Powerful energy fluctuations were spreading around them. Advertisement. King Quan's sobs also became louder, and then Bai Ye felt that time and space were frozen again. And around Quan Wang, space fluctuations appeared like ripples on the water. A man who was slightly taller than Quan Wang came out. One hand caressed Quan Wang's head, and at the same time he seemed to be saying something quietly. After a while, this very dangerous aura was completely removed. Bai Ye could feel that the guy in front of him was looking at him with a very angry expression. But there is no murderous intention, just pure anger. Bai Ye also sneered inwardly. If the God-tier official really wanted to take action, he would probably end up here today. Beerus communicates through will. He told Bai Ye who the person who came just now was. He is the God-tier officer, Whis' father, and my boss. Beerus hesitated to speak, but finally gave in. Bai Ye, please, try not to have conflicts or fights. Beerus was extremely helpless and expressed his uneasiness. 538. The overwhelming murderous intention. Bai Ye also understood the chaos inside, and bad things could happen at any time. At that time. It depends on how you grasp it. Okay, I didn't see any wounds on your body. Are you afraid that you were attacked mentally? Officer God-tier's comfort did have an effect, and Jiren also stopped crying. Instead, he looked at Bai Ye with a look of resentment, a hint of sarcasm on his expression. At the same time, Bai Ye could vaguely see Quan Wang's excitement. Although I was not injured, the other party's verbal attacks made me really helpless. I could crush such a young man to death with one hand. At this moment, Quan Wang was still extremely arrogant. He knew that his real attack would hardly cause any damage to that guy. It will only make you fall into self-doubt again. There is no way, even if you can't win by scolding the other party, you can't destroy the other party. Then you must be tougher than the other person. This made Bai Ye laugh. Unexpectedly, Quan Wang, a boy like him, could do nothing when fighting with him in front of him. When this God-tier officer came here, he talked better than anyone else. It seemed that he did have something. Advertisement. Okay, when your kid suddenly appeared and wanted to destroy this world and the universe, why didn't you say anything? Bai Ye's rhetorical question completely frightened the God-tier officer. At least he didn't dare to talk to King Quan like this. Once he did this, King Quan would be angry and he might be killed. The person in front of me from another dimension is truly a very talented and bold person. At the same time, you treat all of us as pawns. You are really good at hiding key things. This kind of ridicule made Quan Wang instantly angry again. He turned his attention to Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who had already understood the current situation and took up their defensive stance again. Completely wrapped tightly, Beerus and Whis are also secretly reinforcing the defensive force field. Officer God-tier also noticed the movements of Beerus and Whis, and frowned slightly. Isn't it a bit too much to turn your elbows outward at this time? Beerus and Whis are willing to risk their lives for their friends. If they get scolded, they will be scolded. When the king comes, you don't just kneel down and worship, and you even help outsiders. I really can't tolerate your behavior. The words of the God-tier officer can be regarded as a complete conclusion of Beerus and Whis. However, this is not really the best way to solve the problem. The various actions of the God-tier officer indeed earned Bai Ye's respect. Advertisement. Then he had an encrypted conversation with Quan Wang. Please give me flowers. When Quan Wang reached the key point, he shed tears again and again. The God-tier official assesses the situation. I didn't dare to say anything more after I was truly sure that my defensive stance would not be directly broken. That is the detailed communication between the king and the God-tier officer. The God-tier official comforted him carefully, but obviously, this is not going to happen. It soothed the resentment in his heart and the overwhelming murderous intention just now. He simply knelt down and begged his father for forgiveness. There was something even more exciting that didn't quite happen. The top priority is to appease King Quan, and we will talk about the rest later. Point 0. It seemed that he didn't want this threat to happen completely in front of everyone for a long time. Facing their father, they naturally did not dare to make mistakes. No one can be so subjective when doing things. 539. The consequences of cosmic ray fluctuations. After a long time, King Quan got some kind of assurance similar to that of the God-tier officer, but he smiled proudly. Hey, your name is Bai Ye, right? Okay, I think we can fight again when we have the chance. King Quan looked proud, but he didn't take Bai Ye seriously. Of course, Bai Ye doesn't care about anything. After all, this is a child. Now I have to deal with other things. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist more dangerous existences with your 130. After King Quan said these unexplained words, he immediately disappeared without a trace. The God-tier official stayed behind, showing a very indifferent look. Bai Ye felt relieved after he was sure that the God-tier officer would not attack them. At the same time, Beerus and Whis were relieved. They also sighed secretly. They stood up hurriedly to explain what they had just experienced and seen. God-tier Guanqi waved his hand to show that he already understood. There are many things that cannot be explained at all. Don't think too much about it. It's been such a long time. I think you should also understand very well what kind of existence King Quan is. Advertisement. The God-tier officer's slow words, it really made everyone feel calmer. After making sure that King Quan had completely left, Beerus, who was extremely sad, felt like he wanted to collapse completely. The pressure just now was too much, but fortunately, he suppressed the uneasiness and restlessness in his heart for a moment. Okay, who hasn't experienced pain and discomfort? This kind of thing seems to me completely controllable. I'm just afraid that if I meet someone of equal strength, I won't know how to face him in the future, do you understand? The extremely arrogant but solemn attitude of the God-tier officer was respected by many people. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had just released their defensive stance, were intimidated by it. We were all old acquaintances before, but this time it was the appearance of Bai Ye that led to a crisis that was about to collapse. I don't know when King Quan will show up next. The God-tier officer is glad that King Quan did not erase this timeline. But he also expressed his prediction worriedly. I really question your various behaviors. Now the curve of my hand has fluctuated. Advertisement. The reason why God-tier officials criticize everyone is very simple. It's because Bai Ye's strength is too strong, coupled with all the abnormal energy just now. The stable trajectory of the entire universe has been severely damaged. After Bai Ye and the others understood what the God-tier official said, they all couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, in the competition and practice just now, the strength they used was too strong. After everyone expressed their understanding of what they just said, there is also no way to tell the dangerous outcome of the fluctuations in the universe. If King Quan doesn't come back for a while, or doesn't show up after 3 days, something very dangerous will happen on May 7th. The God-tier official couldn't help but think about things in the worst direction. The fluctuations of cosmic rays will resurrect those ancient evil things. God-tier official's understatement, but it filled Beerus and Whis with a sense of crisis, and they knew what this meant. The resurrection of evil. This means that they will face more violent and powerful enemies in the future. Advertisement. 540. It was just a joke, how could it come true? If this is true, at that time everything will be very dangerous. Beerus knew the consequences if something like this happened. He also reluctantly showed an indifferent smile and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. How is that possible? Bai Ye can use so much power. The fight between him and Wukong and others just now was just to show off each other's strength. At the same time, Beerus was even more certain. The dangerous things the God-tier officer said would never happen, so he didn't need to worry at all. There's no way the ancient super-level 16 Saiyans can be resurrected. But Beerus regretted it the next second. The God-tier officer stared at him with extremely crazy and angry eyes. Be careful what you say, things like this may happen. The God-tier officer looked at Beerus very angrily. The latter felt that it really didn't matter. If cosmic rays really fluctuate, then everyone will die. Besides, if the sky falls, there will still be tall people holding it up. In addition to the God-tier officer, isn't there a king? Okay, I'm just talking casually. How could such a powerful lunatic appear? Beerus is still too naughty. Advertisement. Even Bai Ye couldn't help but shake his head. Sooner or later there will be big trouble. Even if it appears, I think the king can destroy it. Beerus's naughtiness made the God-tier officer extremely angry. At the same time, he cast a questioning look at him. But at this moment, there was an inexplicable power fluctuation in the entire area. The God-tier officer snapped his fingers and enveloped everyone in a defensive force field. Vegeta and Son Goku and a few others, they all felt this violent power at the first time. Oops, the universe's timeline really fluctuated. The God-tier officer recovered from his momentary sluggishness. Ancient times and today merge with each other, darkness and light go hand in hand. The God-tier officer really couldn't believe it. This kind of thing could actually become a reality. This has nothing to do with Beerus. Presumably, King Quan must also have suffered some huge impact. It's true, the twisting speed of this breath is beyond my judgment. Bai Ye could clearly feel that the breath was changing too quickly. Advertisement. When the God-tier officer said this, he was actually gambling. The God-tier officer completely transmitted the information he knew to Bai Ye's brain. 300. But as time passes and power is passed on, I hope you can give some breath to prevent the timeline of this universe from collapsing. The strength is definitely not that bad. Bai Ye was very helpless. I didn't expect these cosmic rays to be so fragile. He is just someone who simply thinks he can compete with the king. It is precisely because other universes have experienced fluctuations after receiving their power. Just like what they said just now, Bai Ye, now only your power can maintain the peace of this universe. It turns out that our fight actually caused so many threats. This fluctuation was not very powerful at first. The only thing I can do next is to protect this universe. I didn't understand until Bai Ye received this information. At the same time, the God-tier officer actually cast a special look at him. He didn't understand Bai Ye. In the end, it turned into a tsunami-like existence. 541. Be alert, everyone must be on alert. Bai Ye just felt more and more excited. After all, after traveling to the Dragon Ball world for so long, there is no one who can fight it. If he could really meet some ancient Saiyan god, as Beerus said. That was so exciting. If it is true, I would like to see it. Bai Ye thought to himself. At the same time, the priest and Bai Ye had a more detailed communication in encrypted language. Weiss also took 2 steps back at this time. His retreat did not mean that he was afraid, but that he quickly checked his defensive position. See if everyone is protected. Assess the strength of everyone at the same time. He turned his attention to Vegeta and Sun Wukong and shook his head. You look down on us, right? Vegeta himself wasn't too happy with Whis. After being looked at like this, the whole person reached the critical point of rage. Weiss, if this is the case, then I can only prove my ferocity with my powerful strength. Advertisement. Vegeta was furious. He looked at Vissels with a very special look and hurriedly waved his hands. Indicates that this is not the case. Don't take things in such a bad direction, okay? Weiss' awkward yet polite smile really made Vegeta realize his gaffe. If I really looked down on you, I would have taken action a long time ago. I was evaluating your combat strength. Weiss' tone became obviously gloomy after saying this. It is very possible that we will face a dark man that we have never seen before. He is truly a legendary fear. Weiss was still holding the pipa and half hiding his face as he talked about his understanding of the future. Of course, he couldn't be too sure, so he just kept mumbling when he spoke. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were made very uncomfortable. If we say that the guy we are going to face in a while is really very powerful. If it exists beyond their cognition, then both of them will die of joy. Weiss, stop scaring us with such dangerous things. If you are really that scared, I'm afraid you won't tell me. Next to him, Sun Wukong felt a little uncomfortable with Vegeta's mysterious confidence. Advertisement, don't worry, with the strength of the two of us, we can deal with that guy with ease. Vegeta looked triumphant. Sun Wukong seemed to have thought of something and said it directly. Isn't it the Saiyan god that Beerus said? Obviously, Sun Wukong doesn't really believe that there is such a powerful existence. I really don't believe it anymore. We are all Saiyans. Is he a very evil existence? Sun Wukong's words made Weiss' hair stand up in fear. He quickly looked at the God-tier officer. The God-tier official didn't seem to pay attention here. He was still communicating with Bai Ye in some way. Weiss hurriedly signaled Sun Wukong and others to shut up and stop mentioning this word. Remember, Chianda. What you just said, remember to follow your words. If the more you think about that guy, drag on. Weiss also thought about it in various ways before speaking the next words. Then that guy will appear at an extremely fast speed, and at the end of the day, all of us will be finished. At the same time, Bai Ye also finished communicating with the God-tier officer. Completely understand the story of Super Saiyan God Yamoshi. Byakuya also set his sights on Beerus. 542. Unfathomable strength. At this time, Beerus was extremely panicked. According to his understanding, this Yamoshi is a very crazy existence in some other timelines. He even served as the god of destruction for 3 universes. But later he was exterminated by Ochaku because he was too evil. Sure enough, no wonder you were so outspoken just now. It turns out you resonated with that guy's soul, right? Byakuya's teasing words made Beerus extremely embarrassed. Indeed, it is precisely because of resonance and understanding that I am so afraid. He immediately waved his hand, indicating that he would not think about it anymore. I just said casually, the situation at that time was indeed very strange, one after another. Beerus gritted his teeth and frowned, as if he really didn't want to recall the painful overpressure. I was dreaming about his magical appearance, but I never imagined that something like this would happen. When Beerus spoke, his previous pride was completely gone. In other words, that kind of complacency was replaced by a kind of real fear. And the God-tier officer can also understand why Beerus is like this. That guy was so powerful that he would have to be afraid of 3 points. Advertisement and King Quan's attempt to stop him this time may not only stop him. There are even crazier and more evil things. It just depends on what happens in the end. Time passed by minute. BGFB, Bai Ye's power also subsequently filled the entire universe under the guidance of the God-tier officer. This universe at least completely protected it under the shelter of his energy. Very good, Bai Ye, I really have to have a higher opinion of your strength. It seems that this is also the reason why you can be on par with the king. The God-tier official spoke in extremely calm words. Hidden was an expression of extreme panic and fear. He never expected that Bai Ye's strength could be so strong. He had known this kind of aura before. Only a powerful being like Quan Wang, who surpasses the entire universe in time, can have this kind of power. What frightened him even more was that this power had not yet been fully developed. This is not to say that it is caused by a lack of strength. I'm sorry, when you were exerting your power just now, I asked you to stay still just to be on the safe side. Advertisement. Bai Ye knew that the God-tier officer was deliberately testing him. Rather, he is the embodiment of true kindness and justice. Now you can act as you like. Let yourself stand here like a normal person, unable to move back and forth. Bai Ye can indeed feel that his own strength is a little uncomfortable when supporting this universe. The God-tier officer really didn't dare to think about it in the future. Then just pretend, they can't see their true level anyway. One can imagine what will happen if it is fully developed. But I just feel simply unhappy. The God-tier officer was truly ashamed of his negligence. Officer God-tier was extremely shocked. It was at this time that the God-tier officer quietly used his strength to test Bai Ye. No matter where I am, I'm just casually showing a little bit of skill. Speaking of which, God-tier officer, when can we stop such actions? This is absolutely impossible. He also knew that Bai Ye was not a malicious being. 543. Is it really a legendary existence? Quietly entering Bai Ye's body, wanting to explore something. Speaking of which, Bai Ye, I envy you very much. What kind of cultivation techniques do you use? How can you make your aura so strong? Faced with the inquiry from the God-tier officer, Bai Ye knew that it might be a bit unjustifiable if he really wanted to make a fool of himself. Then he cleared his throat. It showed an expression of incomparable vicissitudes, as if everything was far away. That was a long time ago, and I was just an ordinary person at that time. Bai Ye seems to miss the past very much. Even the God-tier officer couldn't tell the truth from this expression. But I stood up for justice, got the secret, and became what I am now. Bai Ye's deliberate bragging made the God-tier official feel a little overwhelmed. He also quickly used his breath, wanting to truly explore the consciousness of day and night. Look what happened to this guy. But unfortunately, nothing was found, and even the breath was captured by the White Knight. I believe you are a good person. From your strength, I can feel this strange existence. Advertisement officer God-tier spoke his mind very frankly. This is also in Bai Ye's judgment. He is not an unreasonable person like Quan Wang, but a friend who is absolutely serious about what he says. If you show your heart to him, he will pay you back dozens of times. Such people are simply rare. Don't worry, my mission is to maintain the balance of the entire world and universe. This is the first universe I have ever visited. The understatement of the words passed through the heart of the God-tier officer, and at the same time, the power was returned to the God-tier officer. This shocked the God-tier officer. Yes, Bai Ye is definitely not talking nonsense. Rather, he deliberately hid most of his strength. It's just to stand alone against a powerful being like Quan Wang. Could it be that everything in the legend is true? After thinking of this, Officer God-tier couldn't help but sweat dripping from his forehead. My whole person suddenly felt restless. That is the legend of those so-called gods at the beginning of the real creation of the universe. The God-tier officer was considered a well-informed person. He looked at Bai Ye's innocent and calm look and really didn't dare to look any further. Advertisement, please give me flowers, because that is not an ordinary existence, but a supreme god. A god who is just like an ordinary person. So pure and so peaceful. This man felt so peaceful. That's really good. The God-tier officer even had the idea of kneeling down on the spot. Just as he gave up this idea, King Quan's body suddenly burst out of the dimensional wall. His body was full of wounds, and there was a bit of pain on his cheeks. Lord Quan Wang, what happened? You have been so painfully hurt? Officer God-tier hurriedly stepped forward to help King Quan up. And King Quan's face looked dull. He no longer knows how to reply to other people's words. Bai Ye looked at King Quan and the God-tier officer coldly. After it was determined that there was no enemy he could face within this universe, he hurried forward to explore King Quan's body. This discovery shocked him beyond measure. All the king's power was drained away by some powerful evil creature. 544. What an evil person he is. He is now a being with a little bit of strength. Almost on par with Weiss. How can this be? After the God-tier officer learned about the situation that Bai Ye had just discovered, his face became even more sad. If Bai Ye was lying to him, then he would rather think it was a lie. If this is true, then the entire universe and even the entire world will face a greater crisis. I was attacked by someone called September 13th. The power of those guys is really insidious. King Quan was obviously a little exhausted. They hurt me from behind and I couldn't even run away. The weak King Quan fainted instantly after saying such words. After a while of silence, the God-tier officer immediately released his aura, hoping to quickly restore the king. But he found that his actions were almost zero, doesn't have any special role. How so? The God-tier officer is still desperately trying to use his power to restore the king. Bai Ye immediately stopped the God-tier officer and told him not to do it again. Advertisement, your breath just now. Touch the power of the universe, and the enemy knows where they are. Bai Ye frowned slightly, because the god-tier officer was injecting power just now, inadvertently extracting the breath of the universe from all timelines. The purpose is just to restore King Quan, but this is obviously a drop in the bucket. On a certain level, he fell into the enemy's scheme. I think the person who hurt Quan Wong before should have noticed the changes here. Bai Ye's words made the god-tier officer break into a cold sweat. What will take its place will inevitably be a fierce battle. God-tier officer, be prepared for the storm. Helpless Bai Ye just smiled coldly. The god-tier officer didn't even realize what Bai Ye meant. But Beerus next to him had already figured this out quite clearly. He knew why Bai Ye spoke like that. I also understand why Bai Ye dissuaded the god-tier officer just in time. Oops. Just when Bai Ye was about to say something, the universe began to collapse. Something wants to break in. Advertisement, but fortunately Bai Ye is very strong. God-tier officer, Beerus, do you want to think of a way? My strength can't sustain it for much longer. The sweat on his forehead is enough to prove that Bai Ye is holding on forcefully at this time. Weiss looked at Bai Ye with great anxiety. His sincere words really moved Bai Ye a little. It can inhibit the continued development of that kind of collapse. Please Bai Ye, you must hold on. 4.1. I'm afraid there is no way to really deal with him. But if I can't go on talking like this, my own strength is fully capable of protecting this universe. In fact, it can't last long. How could something like this happen now? Some more powerful creatures are shaking up the rules I just created. If that crazy guy rushes in, with our strength and power. In their understanding, Bai Ye's strength is invincible. Weiss hesitated to speak, but finally told the truth. Officer God-tier and Beerus were immediately confused after seeing Byakuya. Bai Ye frowned, showing a very uncomfortable look. But Bai Ye is very clear. 545. The immortal god, Zamasu. There will be no problems until the end of time, but if that's the case, the whole cycle of cause and effect in the Dragon Ball world will be completely shattered by himself. Villains that have appeared before or have died may make a comeback. They may even become more violent and explosive after resurrection. His strength far exceeds that of all kings. We will also contact madmen from other universes. The best way is to gradually hand over the protection rights and all resistance rights of this universe to god-tier officials and others. You just need to watch the battle. If there is any problem and you need to take action, let's deal with it. The god-tier official thought about it over and over again. 19 decided to let Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the two strongest peaks, also join the battle. The rest of the people couldn't even get enough of it. They must all be protected, through the method of spiritual communication. He told Sun Wukong and Vegeta his thoughts and next actions. Advertisement. They were stunned for a moment, and then entered a certain state of excitement. I know that god-tier officials can really ask for them. This shows that the threat of this battle is very unfathomable. Don't worry, if it's really as crazy as you say, I will take care of this matter. Vegeta gritted his teeth, a strong breath filling his body. Sun Wukong took this opportunity to quickly appease the others. After telling them about the upcoming conflict, John ordered them all to hide. At the same time, he has loaded himself with a more powerful defensive stance. Hidden them in a stone cave in a corner. I'm ready, Vegeta. Sun Wukong said quite calmly. If there is any madman who appears next, I think it will be easy to deal with him with our strength. Bai Ye admired Sun Wukong's determined look, but at the same time, Shibei's power also began to lose control of the universe. God-tier officers Beerus and Whis couldn't help but sweat after listening to it. A dark atmosphere, mixed with some despicable conspirators, began to mix in. Advertisement, God-tier officer, you must be prepared, my power can no longer limit that guy. I think it won't be long before he actually appears here, you must be careful. This powerful force. After Bai Ye said these words, he quickly collected his breath. This is the feeling he wants. His aura seemed to be a strange existence fused together by something. It seems like you are very familiar with me, but you seem so scared when facing me, right? It is not something that ordinary people can truly experience. To be precise, he is called the Immortal God, also known as Zamasu. Zamasu smiled with great satisfaction. Long time no see, Lord Tier Officer, I think you 467s should be able to feel my breath. They have no real way to kill the Immortal God in front of them. 0125104119 Filu 0411905000. Officer God Tier and Beerus were ready to take action at any time. This familiar voice. The God Tier official gritted his teeth and planned to fight this madman together with Beerus and Whis. But they know, it can be delayed a little bit. 546. Just lose your temper. After King Quan wakes up, then this matter will definitely be solved a lot easier. It turns out, it's you, the lunatic, that Quan Wong has to deal with. God Tier officer points directly at Zamasu. The latter was excited when he saw King Quan lying unconscious on the ground. It's really unexpected, that I would be hiding here. God Tier officer knows that this guy must have some trump card. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so arrogant. However, have you ever thought about what the final result will be like after you offend us? The official voice of God Tier just finished. It was replaced by Zamasu's evil smile. Then he completely disappeared without a trace. Thousands of air bombs were flying towards them at the fastest speed. The golden light is wrapped in the aura of darkness. Careful. The god-tier officer pushed Bai Ye aside. And Bai Ye naturally moved forward instantly, pulling Goku and Vegeta over. Are you two okay? It seems that this guy's attack method is indeed a bit excessive. It's a sneak attack. Advertisement. Bai Ye's face pretended to be melancholy after he said these vicious words. It's not that he can't resist this attack, but he knows that if he takes action, that will inevitably destroy the real-time cycle. At that time, everything that should come and shouldn't come will have to be borne by yourself. That's what it means to be a huge threat. The best thing to do is to wait. Waiting for the god-tier officials to take action again if they can't hold themselves back. Such an attack knocked you all down? That's outrageous. Zamasu's sinister voice made people feel uncomfortable all over. The god-tier official did not reply, but looked for opportunities. Just wait for Zamasu to show his weakness, he will give it a fatal blow. I thought you could be so strong, but you didn't know you were all rubbish. Zamasu spoke without any scruples. He has a trump card that no one knows about. I will never use it until the very end. This is why he is so stubborn and arrogant. I really have no regard for your plan to protect those weak humans. Zamasu could sense humans around him, so he deliberately spoke disgustingly. Advertisement. Bai Ye didn't think it mattered. After all, you were so excited, let him be rampant for a while before talking. After hearing these words, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces turned green and red. Wang Qianzhao was very moved, but he was directly pressed down by Bai Ye. He has been impatient for a long time, but neither God Tier nor Vizvirus took action. Vegeta couldn't bear it anymore. No matter how much it is, let's talk about it first. When Vegeta said this, he seemed to remember something that had happened before. Wait a minute. A good man won't suffer the immediate consequences. It's not yet time for you to take action and show off your power indiscriminately. How can they be protected by us? They're just a lowly species, just livestock. Vegeta wanted to shoot his intestines directly. Zamasu looked like he was coming over. Zamasu was really eloquent when he spoke. My thoughts were exactly the same as yours before. What's the point of charging at you with a Vegeta? Vegeta can barely fight for a few rounds, but later I knew and saw how noble they were. Say whatever comes to mind. 547. The real show has just begun. Byakuya instantly pulled Vegeta out of his warlike thoughts. He finally calmed down the anger in his heart. After Bai Ye saw that he had calmed down, he continued to speak out his subsequent request. Impulse will only pull everyone into darkness, do you understand? Bai Ye's words explained all the stakes clearly. Vegeta's originally impulsive heart suddenly calmed down. He was very remorseful. Why didn't he think of this? Damn it, I think things are too simple. This is a battle between gods. Bai Ye was very satisfied that he could realize this. This shows that his role can still be arranged for the subsequent battles. It has nothing to do with us ordinary warriors. Let them beat us later. 530. When Vegeta said these words, he also pulled Sun Wukong back a few steps and stood behind Rie together. Bai Ye, on the other hand, stared at Zamasu as if nothing happened. Originally, Zamasu only targeted the god-tier officers and others. When he also felt the eyes full of destructive power from Bai Ye, the whole person suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. God-tier officer, I really didn't expect that you would be so depraved and hang out with garbage humans. Advertisement. Zamasu had long noticed Byakuya's presence. I just didn't expect that this human being without any power would dare to look at me like this. Let's do the surgery on him now. Now let me use mixed energy bombs to blow it into pieces. Zamasu finished speaking. Moving at high speed, he arrived in front of Byakuya, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The latter two were caught off guard and were ready to fight in an instant. But they felt a little dazed. I didn't expect to be separated from Zamasu by such a long distance again. Zamasu felt nothing, but he also had great doubts. He just appeared in front of Bai Ye. Why is this person so far away from me again? But I didn't feel anything just now. Can you still use blindness? A human with nothing can actually avoid my killing move? Calf? Zamasu knew that this might be some secret method deliberately used by his opponent. He had heard that humans studied such things. I want to see what you are capable of. Advertisement. Zamasu smiled evilly. In his values, human beings only abuse violence to create war. Byakuya's words made Zamasu's heart feel as if he had been ravaged like never before. When I'm with you, I feel like I've lost value. I don't want to have any contact with you. But the god-tier officer started to worry about Zamasu. Because he knew Bai Ye's level very well, an existence that does not belong to this universe at all. Your enemy is me. Do you want to bully even humans? Zamasu doesn't care about that much, now regardless of whether he teleported to Bai Ye again. The words of the god-tier official seemed to be of no use. Despicable, dark taunting monster. Bai Ye, Sun Wukong and Vegeta disappeared without a trace in front of him again. The mixed energy bomb in his hand was already in place and was just thrown out. If Zamasu really D off Byakuya, they must be completely destroyed. It will only be completely destroyed. His heart was also filled with a little uneasiness. It turns out, human nature is to be cowardly and escape. 548. The two of them really can't decide the winner? This makes the god-tier official very worried. It seemed to him that Zamasu was at war with Byakuya. The final outcome is to be ruined, and Whis and Beerus are also constantly taking care of King Quan. They cast their breath. I want to restore the king to his original state. But I found this behavior to be extremely difficult. Don't worry about King Quan for now, its power will recover over time. The god tier officer was completely forced to say this. Their combined power is transmitted to the king of all. It's simply not enough to recover. Beerus and Whis also stopped at this moment, waiting for the next order from the god tier officer. What we need to pay attention to now is the situation in front of us. The god tier officer stared at Byakuya and Zamasu intently. The two are still competing in teleportation. He was completely certain that Zamasu would lose miserably this time. However, the god tier officer still had a great sense of uncertainty in his heart. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. We can only silently pray that Byakuya will take down Zamasu completely. Advertisement. The king can be an equal to Byakuya, but Zamasu cannot. Beerus also saw the way and said this. The god tier officer motioned for him to continue speaking. He can only stand in front of Bai Ye for about half an hour at most. Beerus seemed to have thought of something. He no longer hesitated and spoke directly. Unless he has the power of the Saiyan god in his body or in his hands. This is something that god tier officers simply don't dare to think about. But it's very possible that it will happen, because he vaguely saw some presence in it. Maybe not of course, god tier officials hope this is absolutely impossible. Now, Zamasu was engaged in a fast-moving battle with Byakuya. But no matter what he does, every step of Bai Ye will be slowed down. Every time his killing move is about to hit Bai Ye. Bai Ye flashed to another area. Too slow, do you still want to hurt me with this method? From Zamasu's point of view, Byakuya's taunt could be simply ignored. The latter instantly increased the power output. Advertisement. It seems that you are not that strong as a Kaioshin. Zero, please give me flowers. I thought I could catch up with Bai Ye, but there was still a long way to go. But then came the extreme ridicule from Bai Ye, but Bai Ye is still extremely angry. Zamasu's heart changed slightly at this moment. You little guy. Although your mobility and speed are much stronger than before. Zamasu once again increased his movement speed, only then could he barely keep up with Bai Ye. Zamasu once again overloaded his power. This illusion makes Zamasu feel that he can catch up. Zamasu finally couldn't help it anymore, and he had the urge to curse when he spoke. He is a god, and Bai Ye is just an ordinary person. Zero. But don't forget, I know your method of action very well now. You despicable human being, are you playing games with me here again? He still felt that Bai Ye, a weak human being, was no match for him. When Bai Ye saw this, he speeded up a little bit again. But you want to hurt me in this way? No way. All in all, the two of them are just a little different. Advertisement 549. I can't keep up with my strength, so I can only say harsh words. After Zamasu said these words, he immediately used other methods. He released evil energy bombs again, trying to kill Bai Ye. But this is simply impossible. The speed of those energy bombs is not even as fast as his own speed. It only took a few seconds to track Bai Ye. It started to scatter around. The god tier official wiped his sweat. Beerus and Whis were shocked by this special battle and went, 3-2-0. Is this the real strong man, god tier officer? There was something strange written all over Beerus's face. Whis knew it and wanted to take action. This actually feels a little crazy. Beerus said these words excitedly. It was obvious that he wanted to join the fight. The same goes for Son Goku and Vegeta next to them. In their opinion, Bai Ye has completely left them behind. Sun Wukong, you had a fight with Bai Ye before. Sun Wukong understood the meaning of Vegeta's words very well. But he refused to answer and simply ignored it. Now, you should know his strength, right? Advertisement Vegeta said these words while looking at Byakuya quite proudly. I thought it hit Sun Wukong, but I never thought that Sun Wukong would have been immune for a long time. On the contrary, I am even more excited than before. What's the matter? Bai Ye is really great. Vegeta didn't expect Son Goku to reply like this. Naturally, Vegeta lost some interest. If there is a chance to have a fight with Bai Ye after this, then I think I should be able to improve a lot. After Sun Wukong said these words, his face also became much smoother than before. But this smoothness is actually bitter. He actually envied Bai Ye for having such strength. Look at Zamasu and Byakuya again. Zamasu only spent a few rounds chasing. He clearly felt that his strength could not keep up. At the same time, there was also a look of embarrassment on his face. You piece of trash, if you're at this level, I advise you not to chase me anymore. Bai Ye's attacks began to become more and more harsh. At the same time, Zamasu's patience has indeed reached the critical point. I guess. You will have to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy in the end. After Bai Ye's words were spoken, he suddenly sped up dozens of times. Wandering back and forth next to Zamasu. Advertisement. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Byakuya. There is even no way he can continue to lock Bai Ye. Point 0. This frustration immediately drove Zamasu into an even crazier state. The god-tier officer was indeed restrained. Zamasu's eyes are indeed cannibalistic. But Bai Ye didn't seem to care at all. The power around him also trembled. Bai Ye knew that this guy must be planning to use some tricks. But I never thought that there would be someone as crazy as you here. I never expected such a hassle. Even from a distance, Weiss felt an unprecedented shock. It depends on how he handles it. Originally, the god-tier officer thought that Bai Ye's strength had come to an end. Zamasu simply stopped. Even Zamasu felt that this was no ordinary human being. The White Knight also naturally stopped. No matter what, let's vent our inner anger first. But that's okay, I'll take this opportunity to let you experience my power. What speed is this? It's really interesting. Originally, I thought I would kill the whole king and make the god-tier officer my slave. Let's see what else this guy can say is interesting. 2.5. 550. Black Goku suddenly appears. Zamasu said this while saying this. He instantly opened an energy crack around him. Then he pulled another special existence out of the energy crack. This man looks exactly like Sun Wukong. But there is one characteristic, that is, his clothes and attire are all uniformly black. He also wore earrings. It looks really unique. Who is this? Vegeta was shocked. At the same time, he began to doubt Sun Wukong around him. Sun Wukong? When did you cooperate with this guy, you traitor? Vegeta 23 Tower said these words angrily at the same time. He just wanted to launch a sudden attack on Sun Wukong next to him. But Sun Wukong quickly showed weakness and acted even angrier than Vegeta. You guy, have you really been carried away by the battle? Sun Wukong also made a defensive posture. Vegeta's temper is indeed unstable. I'm right next to you, how can I cooperate with him? Vegeta finally stabilized. Indeed, I went a little too far. Always thinking about fighting. Advertisement, sorry, Vegeta really couldn't say anything else. Son Goku understood what Vegeta meant. He also expressed his understanding. The god-tier officer is aware of this thing. To be precise, Black Goku should come from another time. I didn't expect that a guy from another timeline would also come. Officer God-tier's words left Beerus and Whis silent. Especially Beerus. He was afraid that the ancient Saiyan god would appear as well. To put it bluntly, Black Goku is the clone of Zamasu. His heart is like that of Zamasu. They are all completely distorted and out of human shape. God-tier officer knows that he must step forward at this critical moment. It seems, this is a battle that I can't avoid after all. The god-tier officer's sigh made Beerus realize something instantly. I wanted to intercept it, but stopped anyway. Beerus knew. This was something he couldn't manage. Bai Ye, why don't you step aside for the time being and let me follow the Beatmustay division? The god-tier officer looked impassioned. He turned his attention to Bai Ye. Advertisement, but Bai Ye waved his hand nonchalantly to signal him not to speak at this time. What you guys need to do is defense, leave the rest to me. Bai Ye's casual words. Vegeta and Sun Wukong instantly didn't know how to deal with it. He set his sights on Beerus and the others. I still can't figure out how to communicate with Bai Ye next. Weiss was confused. His power has nothing to do with this universe. What he never expected was, after Weiss said these words excitedly. At the same time, he continued to praise Bai Ye. Sure enough, he is a powerful being. Why are you all so unhappy? To be honest, God-tier officer and Beerus should be happy. Beerus and the God-tier officials both acted extremely dignified. He can handle it on his own. In other words, Bai Ye doesn't need anyone's help in this battle. Weiss couldn't bear it anymore. It should be a good thing to have a strong man come out to protect us from the wind and rain. Both were quite silent. Whis and Beerus, on the other hand, were excited about Ultimate. They knew very well the meaning of Bai's speech. 551. Believe that Yoruichi will win after Weiss said the words. He originally thought that God-tier officer and Beerus would reply to him. But I never thought that the God-tier official sighed sadly. Stated the existence he recognized. Child, don't you know why Bai Ye doesn't want to take action? Officer God-tier's words made Weiss fall into silence. Indeed, he did not understand Bai Ye's behavior, but at the same time he didn't want to know too much. Maybe I really thought too little, but Bai Ye is really awesome. Weiss said quite excitedly. In his opinion, the strong must take action to save the weak in the shortest possible time. But now it's just right for him to take action. I think it's a good thing to take action when it's time to take action. Weiss also completely lowered her figure. Everyone admires the strong. Even gods will feel envious when they encounter super powerful beings. If I were as powerful as Bai Ye, then I would definitely take action to solve this matter. After saying these words, Weiss actually had a shy look on her face. The god-tier officer was concerned about his state. Advertisement, I really don't know what to say. At the same time he set his sights on Beerus. Beerus didn't even want to admit it. You must also state what you understand about the situation. Once Yoruichi Bai takes action, it means that the pattern of our world will be completely changed. Beerus's words instantly restored Whis silence. He has experienced scuffles before. But at that time, the gods gathered together, and the odds of victory were also here. But this time it's different. The king of Quan has collapsed, and no one knows if more dangerous warriors will appear. Chaos will become more violent in the shortest possible time. Beerus was also completely scared. As the god of destruction, the first time I was scared was when I first met the king. Be prepared, Beerus, the next battle will be even more threatening. The god-tier officer said this very sadly, his face also became full of uncertainty. Because he didn't know what the outcome would be. Everyone was in confusion, but Weiss did have something else to say. Even if King Quan can recover after a while, won't the threat disappear? Advertisement. After Weiss said the words, the god-tier officer and Beerus both looked silent. Obviously, they acquiesced to what Wei said, after the god-tier officer noticed the low morale. He immediately began to comfort the two men. You and I should not get involved in this matter. This is the best explanation for you Yi. What the god-tier officer said is based on actual theory. Even if Bai Ye couldn't hold on in the end, at least everyone can still take Quan Wang to avoid it for the time being. Then gather several other gods of destruction to fight together. Beerus and Whis seem to be doing better than before. Seeing this, Yin Shenyi immediately met the two of them again. You must remember that we, Zhao of Zhao, will never take action again. Beerus said it was okay, and so did Whis. At the same time, he also said some interesting words with great interest. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to pray for Zamasu. Weiss did have a lot of trust in Bai Ye, especially when Quan Wang fought against Bai Ye before. That kind of bottom-up temperament is not something ordinary people can compare with. Regarding what Weiss said, Beerus also agreed quite a bit. Advertisement 552. Both of them are quite arrogant. Whis said laughing as he watched the fight between Zamasu and Byakuya. But now, Officer God Tier and Beerus have also put away their hanging hearts. Next. Let's see how Bai Ye performs. How about it, Bai Ye, are you scared? Zamasu continued to moan. The only difference is. Black Goku and Zamasu next to him spoke in unison. As a weak human being, I feel like you don't dare to attack now. Zamasu was very angry and said these words with great pride. He has now figured out what kind of state everyone thinks of him. Maybe. I have gone from doubt to shock now, and I am quite scared. But what Zamasu never expected was, he didn't see Bai Ye being afraid of this. But he could feel that everyone seemed not to care about him at all. This feeling made Zamasu a little angry. It seems like you really have a good friend, but he seems to be very weak. These words instantly reduced Zamasu's momentum by half. The two of them were eager to step forward and kill Bai Ye completely. Advertisement, did you bring someone like this here to make us laugh? Byakuya's teasing made Zamasu feel evil. He quickly directed Black Goku to charge towards Byakuya. It seemed like it would tear the White Knight into pieces in an instant. But at the same time as Black Wukong rushed towards Bai Ye, Bai Ye immediately used his skills, putting the entire area into a state of pause. How is this possible? He can actually suspend the time of the universe. The god-tier officer who was watching the battle noticed Bai Ye's actions. The whole person was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. Zamasu was really shocked by Byakuya's magical skills. A ridiculously strong guy, however, after he thought about it carefully. I also think that maybe Black Goku can fight alongside him. Beat Bai Ye to pieces. I had already predicted what was going to happen next at this time. Although Zamasu was immobilized, he could still speak. This guy gives Bai Ye a feeling. Advertisement like Quan Wang, he only knows how to be happy with his mouth. Bai Ye, let's have a good collision between the two of us. Let me see what the mask is behind you human being. Zamasu uses Goku Black's voice to communicate with Byakuya. His face was full of excitement and arrogance. In his opinion, Bai Ye is very likely to be the true incarnation of King Quan. And the king of the other duel in the Void timeline just now. That is nothing but a hypocritical existence. You have to remember that no matter how hard you mess with garbage, it will always be garbage, especially if you look like this. Cold yet firm words. The current Zamasu was extremely angry. Black Goku next to him also has the same expression as him. Immediately afterwards, Black Goku burst out a powerful Super Force field and merged with Zamasu's aura. I think. You must have never challenged the Super Saiyan God. Black Goku stared at Bai Ye after saying such arrogant words. The decisive battle site of the world's best martial arts club was actually transformed on the ground. It is said that everyone on the human planet likes to play games here? Black Goku's strange words made Bai Ye a little embarrassed. 553. This strength makes people want to laugh. This guy is so self-indulgent that it feels ridiculous. Now I've transformed this into a life and death showdown with you. You don't mind, right? Black Wukong finished his words and ducked behind Bai Ye. The super attack of 50 times Kaioken is activated. Every bit of it hit Bai Ye's body. The extreme power of this explosion made the god-tier officer couldn't help but take more than 10 steps back. He knew that this method of fighting was completely despicable and extreme. It seems that this guy is really just like the legend, not a good thing. After all, he is someone who can even kill his own master. What can he do? Weiss couldn't believe that Bai Ye didn't dodge Black Wukong's fist attack. On the contrary, he stood there coldly. It was like being punched in a daze like a normal person. This scared him. This is too dangerous. I can't hold on for long. If it were me, I would be dead by now. After Weiss said these words helplessly, his expression became extremely numb. Beerus next to him was also secretly happy. Or go ahead and challenge Black Wukong alone. Advertisement. This guy's strength is simply perverted to ultimate. Using this method to bombard others is really extreme. Beerus sighed. Let the god tier officer signal to both of them not to say anything. It's reached its limit, at least I can't really fight him for several moves. But Beerus couldn't help but speak his mind, but the changes on the field immediately exceeded their expectations. Hurry up and work harder. Have you not eaten? How about Goku? Zamasu, is this your little brother or your clone? Zamasu, who was originally carried away, it felt like he was controlling Black Goku's body to give Bai Ye crazy attacks. It can make him reveal his true colors, but what followed after these few punches was an even larger scale of ridicule. This made Zamasu furious instantly, he couldn't help but use all kinds of dirty words. You are such a beast, what kind of strength did I think you could have? Black Goku's words were obviously very frustrating. If you have the guts to kill me, why are you just standing there and getting beaten? Advertisement, are you blocking your own path to the truth? Bai Ye was not hurt by this thing at all. Black Wukong was completely outspoken. I think you still need to practice more, your fists are indeed quite strong. Let me see your real level, okay, do you know how to lie? When he and Zamasu became one just now, the power and breath of the two have been completely integrated. But suddenly dozens more mountains appeared in front of them. The man in front of me clearly didn't look like he was being beaten to death. You still need to improve yourself, why not do this, I will teach you. Even a little lazy, please give me flowers, but unfortunately, he has always been unable to see clearly. Whenever his own power wants to reveal his hypocrisy. What kind of thing is hidden behind this ordinary human being in front of me? Black Wukong has completely fallen into a kind of desperate thinking. For me, there are still a lot of things that can hurt me. Black Wukong was even more shocked. 554. See the true power. As for himself, he is like his disciple. This also reminded him of the time when he was learning power from Kaioshin. At that time, I was being taught a lesson by Kaioshin every day. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** surprise. But the next second it returned to a quiet state. Even a little proud. It's impossible for his soul to be destroyed by me. It's impossible for him to be resurrected. Black Goku's extremely wild words. It really makes people feel that he is a madman who has reached the end of his rope. My saliva was spitting out as I spoke, and Bai Ye was not idle either. He just stood up and moved his shoulders. The next punch hit Black Wukong. The real Son Goku and Vegeta, who were watching the battle, couldn't understand what this meant. This fist is equivalent to ordinary turtle Qigong. I'm going. What's going on? Is this provoking the enemy? Vegeta really doesn't understand. Why is he in this posture? Advertisement, isn't it a bit too much to provoke someone with such a low-level skill? In Vegeta's opinion, if he had to fight with Bai Ye would use this method to provoke him. Then I really have to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. But Sun Wukong next to him waved his hand to signal Vegeta to stop saying a few words. He could clearly feel that there were some other tricks that he had never seen before. Stop talking so much nonsense, okay? Son Goku's education made Vegeta calm down. Bai Ye's attack method is really weird, even though it is an ordinary turtle-style Qigong. After Black Wukong was punched by Bai Ye, he just felt a little numb. At the same time, he continued to look at Bai Ye with that contemptuous look. I even couldn't help but burst out laughing like never before. Is this your level of aggression? Is this how you hurt people? The appearance of Black Wukong's victory is extremely funny. I don't know why they still respect you so much, I don't understand. Bai Ye still looked at Black Wukong like he was looking at a fool. Advertisement, it's as if I have completely lost any interest in this guy. It has actually reached the ultimate aura that can be gathered by hundreds of vitality bombs. This is impossible. Black Wukong took hundreds of steps back and almost fell out of the ring. The same goes for Beerus and Whis. As a result, it now seems that he is even more powerful than Quan Wong. Before Black Wukong finished speaking, he instantly felt that his body was filled with numbness. The God-tier officer no longer knows what to say. I'm in so much pain. Why am I like this? You be asterisk 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 D. What did you do to me? This also made the God-tier official not know what to say. 0.9 Originally, he thought that this guy was not far different from Quan Wong in strength. The amazing changes it brings to myself come one after another. It becomes even more uncomfortable if you move at the same time. He just felt this amazing man in front of him. They don't want to say anything, they just want to see how this matter will develop in the end. An instant burst of power. After saying these words, the painful power exploded in Black Wukong's body in an instant. The God-tier officials were stunned. Bai Ye just punched Black Wukong with one fist. 555. Never admit defeat like this. This arena was planned by him for Bai Ye. He never thought that he would fall. No, I absolutely cannot lose. At the same time, he suddenly used his own power. His feet were inserted directly into the soil of the arena. But the vitality bombs exploded back and forth on his body one after another. His body has already been unable to withstand such a huge and crazy blow. Seeing that the whole person was about to be completely blown off the stage. Suddenly he rammed his hand into the earth again. I will never give in to you 24/7. With my strength, I can kill everyone here in an instant. All the kings can only be stepped on by me and kicked as balls. Being able to speak like this has already proven that this guy is an evil beast. Bai Ye also knows that when a person completely falls into madness, no matter what method you try to save him, it's a waste of time. How about it? I just hit you with this punch and you can't bear it anymore. Bai Ye's mocking laughter made Black Goku even more angry. You want to fight with me just like this? What qualifications do you have to be rubbish? Especially the word garbage. Advertisement. Black Goku sounds like he is completely damaging his own heart. He has always been a proud and extremely powerful being. He had no choice but to separate Zamasu. Now one person becomes two people. If the two attack together, the chance of causing damage to Bai Ye will be greater. Next, I'll let you see real death. After Goku Black and Zamasu said this in unison. Then he rushed forward quickly. Before that, they wanted to keep waving their fists. Release powerful chaos energy bombs to cause damage to Bai Ye. But as everyone knows, their attack seems to be the lowest level and most useless existence in Bai Ye. Only the weak and rubbish would use such tricks to find ways to attack their enemies. Dodge the attack of chaos energy bombs by flashing. At the same time, Bai Ye appeared behind them. He waved his fist again. This time he punched everyone. Not good. After Zamasu and Black Goku shouted two words in unison. Advertisement. But it's too late. It has driven them completely into madness. I want to hide away at this moment. I want to take this opportunity to show some of my strength. But how can he reach such a level? Now that Bai Ye can keep him alive in this way, it's very kind to him. The cool words made the God-tier officer come back to his senses from the shock just now. Within these few meters, the explosion intensity and power of the gas bomb will increase dozens of times. The arrogant Zamas was still so broken by Bai Ye that he couldn't even speak. At your level, there is no need to be too showy in front of me. He looked at Bai Ye's elegant posture and extremely touching words with complicated eyes. He stared at Bai Ye with a resentful expression, the body also twisted. This is not something that ordinary people can understand. Go where it came from. This feeling of vitality bombs exploding on the body. What's even more outrageous is that Bai Ye can actually lock the space within a few meters. Zamasu and Goku Black instantly fell into the pain of being ravaged back and forth by this power. They have shown a complete disregard for everything before. 556. You have to use this method to humiliate him. This is no longer a shame, but outright torture. The power of Goku Black and Zamasu. In an instant, he was so ravaged that he didn't even have the strength to breathe. Although they are still standing here in the martial arts arena. But their hearts are no longer as vibrant as before. What replaced it was despair. This is not going to work, is it? I haven't started with you yet. The real game is here. If you fall, you have to kneel down and beg for mercy. Bai Ye's words were as calm as water. But within this calmness, there is a kind of crazy power that people cannot determine at all. To put it bluntly, Zamasu was fighting Bai Ye just now. He has realized that Bai Ye is not an ordinary person. Rather, it is an existence similar to a super powerful god. This kind of existence is something you cannot touch. As long as there is a slight touch, then destruction will inevitably come to you. No, that's not true. This thought was driving Zamasu crazy. He couldn't accept the truth. In his truth, only he is God. Advertisement. He is the strong one, instead of White Knight. Impossible. I didn't lose. You B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** burst into tears in despair, the pride in his heart. In an instant, Bai Ye was completely shattered in a calm way. This was impossible for him, at the same time, because of anger. The auras of Zamasu and Goku Black began to expand. The God-tier officer was nearby, although he said he was watching the battle. But after realizing that Zamasu and Goku Black were in extremely unstable states, he quickly reminded Bai Ye to handle it with caution. Bai Ye, this is not an option. The strength of these two guys is about 3 times stronger than before. The God-tier officer reminded Bai Ye that he had no intention of replying. He had already seen clearly Zamasu's situation. I'm very afraid, you will lose miserably when you really deal with them. Their strength is getting weirder and weirder. The God-tier official looked very uneasy, but he originally thought Bai Ye would give him some feedback. But I never thought that Bai Ye didn't care about this at all. Advertisement. He just waved his hand to signal the God-tier officer not to speak. Bai Ye strode forward, writing that he had not fully recovered. Seeing Bai Ye approaching him, the sadness and panic in his heart suddenly spread completely. He subconsciously wanted to move his body, but he was surprised to find that his body didn't obey his orders at all. In other words, the current self has become an existence that cannot move at all. You really don't think this is just an ordinary fist, do you? Byakuya looked at Zamasu, who was kneeling on the ground jokingly. The latter is even more stubborn and unyielding, but what's the use? The thing that exploded when it hit you was a compressed version of the vitality bomb. Bai Ye sighed. Li Li Jiao. It's a pity to pretend to be a guy like Zamasu who only thinks that he is powerful. Friend, you are so miserable and such a fool, how can you fight with me? You are really overestimating your own abilities. Byakuya's words filled Zamasu's heart with resentment. But there was one fact that he couldn't change now. His body couldn't move at all. He can only let Bai Ye insult him now. If you are really a strong man, you should let me go. 557. No matter how much you don't want to hear it, you have to endure it. Zamasu finished speaking and looked at Bai Ye extremely. At the same time, he fantasizes about being released. But how is this possible? Let me get out of this state and fight you to the death instead of bullying me like this. When an angry Zamasu spoke, he was drooling like a wild dog. The same goes for Black Goku next to him. Bai Ye decided to give the opportunity to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Let the two of them deal with Black Goku while he concentrates on dealing with Zamasu. You B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zamasu's crazy words let Bai Ye really feel uncomfortable. 200 Wait a minute, you may decide what kind of insidious strategy you are going to use to expand your aura and hurt me secretly. After Zamasu said these words, Bai Ye is also angry to the point of ultimate. Decided to take care of this little brat. The pressure released by the angry Bai Ye in an instant. Just like more energy waves hit Zamasu's body, the latter was so frightened that he could not even speak. Advertisement. His horrified expression seemed to bring him back to the time when he was being taught by his master Genryusai. Byakuya knew exactly why Zamasu was in so much pain. This is how you have to deal with such arrogant people. Just like the eagle in Blue Star, if you want to really temper the resentment in Zamasu's heart. At the same time, there are extreme techniques in a pervert mentality. The best way is to survive him. He couldn't hold it any longer, and then he knelt down completely and surrendered. Apart from this, Bai Ye can't think of any better solution. If you dare, challenge me to a duel. Why are you bullying me in this way? Byakuya had already ignored Zamasu's crazy remarks. But there's something good about this guy. It means that after going crazy, you will return to normal. I am not a weak person, and you are not a strong person either. Zamasu's angry words echoed throughout the world. His aura and outburst of resentment really worried Beerus. Because in his body, it is very likely that the aura of the Super Saiyan God is sealed. There is absolutely no error in his inference. Beerus made God-tier officer aware of this situation through the spread of consciousness. This is what worries me the most. Advertisement. The God-tier officer's words made Beerus silent for a moment. Indeed, everyone can see this. But, do you think Bai Ye will let him go so easily? The God-tier officer's words made Beerus silent. This is really unsolvable. We can only wait and see how Bai Ye will deal with this guy. Don't torture me properly, this is the most dangerous thing. The God-tier officer sneered as Byakuya tortured Zamasu. At the same time, Byakuya signaled the God-tier officer and Beerus to stop talking. Don't say anything. From now on, you two are absolutely not allowed to speak any words. Bai Ye really needs to be more serious, otherwise they still think things are funny. You must not speak without my order, both are also very clear. They just need to speak a little freely, then the energy in this area will inevitably produce huge fluctuations. This will cause more impacts and lead to more dangers. At the same time, Zamasu had been tortured by Bai Ye's various auras to an extreme lunatic state. After Byakuya determined that Zamasu was a little weak. 558. You still have to give him a chance. He immediately cast a forbidden spell on it. The green light fell on Zamasu. He also entered directly into collapse. He actually felt his own breath at that moment, as if H had completely disappeared without a trace. This is something he can't possibly feel. After traveling through various universes, I felt unprecedented pain for the first time. What on earth did you do to me, Bai Ye? Why do you have so much power over me? You madman is really disgusting. It was really a helpless move for Zamasu to say such words. If there is such a thing as a chance of winning, that would be much better. There is no need to suffer in this place. The whole person seemed to have been completely restricted. I want to give you a chance, Zamasu, a chance for you to prove yourself. Byakuya's words made Zamasu extremely excited. He knew what Bai Ye wanted to do. Isn't it just to let him go and have a duel with Black Goku and Kilai? Then Zamasu showed an evil smile. You are a strong man. I will listen to whatever you say, but please don't think that I will truly surrender to you. Advertisement. Zamasu's angry words still made Bai Ye realize the changes in this guy. He is no longer as proud as before. Instead, there was a sense of regret. Now Byakuya can clearly see everything that Zamasu is thinking in his heart. This guy's regret is because he shouldn't have had a conflict with himself. He should escape from here and fly away. If you can win the next game, then you can leave directly and I won't stop you. The conditions offered by Bai Ye made Zamasu's heart come alive in an instant. Bai Ye could easily feel his excitement. Is what you said true? Zamasu perked up instantly. It is many times stronger than before. I can't believe you would let me go, let go of this evil existence like me? Zamasu laughed loudly. His face was filled with fearlessness. I was even more happy when I looked at Bai Ye. But Bai Ye nodded and said that it was indeed the case. Because there is no use leaving this kind of garbage in front of yourself. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. You are just a little loser. If you go to the end of the world, I can kill you. Stop talking such nonsense in front of me. 0 But in Bai Ye's opinion, such an idiot has no dignity. Looking at Bai Ye, he was extremely proud. Zamasu's enthusiastic words still showed his inner dignity. Indeed, he could clearly feel that he and Black Wukong had been separated. He looked at Bai Ye in disbelief, but he was unwilling to admit it. What Bai Ye said was true. I can tell you very bluntly, you and Black Wukong are completely two individuals now. He definitely can do what he said, it's definitely going to be something very dangerous. Zamasu was extremely silent after hearing Bai Ye's words. Then what are you doing? Are you doing it to bully me and insult me? What, do you want to use this method to divide the two of us and then attack each other one by one? But he still looked unwilling. If this kid is let go directly. Byakuya knew Zamasu's state. Zamasu, who was a little proud just now, calmed down again in an instant. 559. Let them all join in. Zamasu was very calm. Anyway, this is how it is, just be calm as you should. Congratulations, this is indeed a good method. Zamasu's proud smile has not yet fully appeared. Two very magical beings appeared in front of him. It's Son Goku and Vegeta. I'll let the two of them fight Black Goku. Bai Ye's words were full of seriousness. Zamasu, 107, also felt that this was a reasonable opportunity. At the same time, he shouldn't be thinking about fighting Bai Ye. Instead, he was thinking about how to grease his soles and run away quickly. I said, your thinking is connected with mine. I know what you were thinking, so don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Byakuya's words made Zamasu completely give up the idea of escape just now. What replaced it was a feeling of extreme anxiety. He didn't know what to do next. Seeing you so pitiful makes me feel a little funny. Byakuya relieved some of the pressure on Zamasu and Black Goku. Advertisement: these two guys have also entered an active period. But I have to tell you one thing, you are about to be completely executed by me. These words made Zamasu feel indifferent. If that were the case, it would be even more exciting. Come on, I will give you a chance now so that you can act as you please. Byakuya unlocked the restrictions of Zamasu and Goku Black in an instant. Let them both start their activities as quickly as possible. The two little beasts also launched their own attacks immediately. To be honest, the situation in front of him has already made the God tier official feel complacent. He couldn't use his own method to judge whether Bai Ye was playing with fire. I don't recommend that you just let it go like this. The God tier officer knows. I can't control Bai Ye's thoughts. I can only say something. You know, this beast will never obey your words so easily. I'm afraid there might be a bigger threat. Bai Ye could also clearly feel the entanglement in his heart. But now that it's like this, let's just let it go and have some fun. Why make things so formal? Advertisement. After listening to Bai Ye's nonchalant explanation, the God tier officer finally felt relieved. It's reached this point, whatever you say is a waste of time. It all depends on how Bai Ye will completely kill his opponent, or just torture him to death. Beerus, who had been silent for a long time, finally broke the silence. He felt that he could also join in this battle, immediately submitted an application to the God tier officer. I don't want to see Yoruichi face such crazy things personally. After all, someone like me is super powerful, and extremely proud. It would be great if you have the ability to engage in some kind of battle with it, so please. Beerus said these words quite proudly. His expression became even more silent. And the God tier officer also knows that if he is allowed to go up, maybe something more dangerous than 5.1 will happen. Then he immediately communicated with Bai Ye. To his surprise, Bai Ye agreed. Beerus can also come, but he must work with Sun Wukong and Vegeta to kill Black Goku. If Beerus doesn't want to, I won't force him. After Beerus got Bai Ye's approval immediately, he immediately rushed forward. 560. Give him some color and see. At the same time, he also established ideological exchanges with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. They also welcomed Beerus's arrival. Beerus had just arrived at Vegeta's side. An unprecedented explosive atmosphere immediately erupted. Sun Wukong also felt his anger. This lunatic. I wanted to teach him a lesson just now. I didn't expect to do it now. I'm very angry. After Beerus said these words, his expression became extremely quiet. He already knew that what he would do next would be shocking. Oh, really? Then show your anger 27 and let me see it too. Vegeta suddenly interrupted. Beerus was almost heartbroken. It will save you from being beaten by others later and you will have to cry again in the future. Vegeta has always been tough on words. Beerus smiled even more happily after hearing Vegeta's words. To be able to fight alongside a strong man like him. That was truly a blessing. Sun Wukong, are you ready? I'm going to take action. Beerus's voice fell and he flashed directly behind Black Goku. With one punch, the explosive speed of Turtle School Qigong hit Black Wukong's body. Advertisement: Black Wukong dodges left and right. But there were still many fists falling on him. The frontal attack starts with Son Goku and Vegeta together. At first glance, Bai Ye's judgment is clear, but in fact, Bai Ye was still a little worried inside. Because Son Goku and Vegeta seem to have no intention of fighting. God tier officer, you have to ask Beerus to be careful and not always output power so crazily. Bai Ye's advice made the God tier official realize something instantly. If this battle has not yet reached the highest level, just output your breath quickly. Fighting with your opponent will soon put you under greater pressure. Beerus, impulse is the devil. Officer God tier's advice meant nothing to Beerus. Now he just wants to turn this matter upside down. Let out all the madness and anger. Zamasu originally wanted to fight Byakuya. But in his heart, he vaguely felt that Black Wukong was no match for the three of them. I turned around and saw Beerus beating Black Goku crazily. Your opponent is me, do you want to help? Advertisement? After Bai Ye finished speaking, he kicked Zamasu hard. Let Zamasu completely recover from the anger and pervert madness just now. Is it too much to attack me like this? I didn't do anything, I just looked back at them. The entire martial arts club venue was torn into pieces by the powerful shockwave. Return to a calm state. Punch after punch. You must have never seen the energy waves emitted by my knees, right? He feels like prey. This feeling is even crazier than when I was practicing with Master and Luvis. At the same time, he looked at Bai Ye coldly, then Bai Ye grabbed his neck. The latter hit the ground as hard as the outgoing cannonball. Zamasu hasn't finished speaking 433 words yet, but Zamasu is still extremely nervous. Zamasu had never been so hairy as he was now. This calmness was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Byakuya looked at Zamasu with a cold smile. She pressed her knee hard against his chest. 561. Quan Wang's inner thoughts. I want to take advantage of Bai Ye not paying attention. Attack it even more crazily. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Bai Ye didn't give him any chance. Instead, it kept pressing him, making him unable to extricate himself. The god-tier officer next to him is really amazing. Not to mention Beerus, Son Goku and Vegeta, the three of them fought against Black Goku. Just the crazy fight between Byakuya and Zamasu. This is not something he can interfere at will. Because the god-tier officer really has no way to accept this real truth. Bai Ye's strength in the force area erupted from his fists. It was dozens of times that of the entire king. It even reached about 100 times in an instant. This is something that an ordinary god-tier official like him cannot accept. Could it be said that there is no existence more powerful than him in this universe? In other words, after the timeline was disrupted, there were other things. The god-tier officer's muttering made Weiss feel a little confused. After all, everyone is Mu Chang, especially Weiss. After seeing the strong man, his eyes were filled with stars. Advertisement, mother, if you can. Weiss also thought about it. Said such words. I want to apply to King Quan to become Bai Ye's subordinate. Weiss's unwavering words made the god-tier officer a little embarrassed. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked at his child and waved his hand. Indicate that you should not think about this matter. Why? Why can't I? Is it just because we don't live in one universe and one dimension? Weiss' question made the god-tier official smile helplessly. It seems that my daughter is really a little too much. Silly boy, he is too powerful for our clan to serve. We just have to do our best. God-tier officer hopes that Weiss can stop thinking too much. This kind of thinking can only be instilled in Weiss. It is enough to destroy those things that can be destroyed and protect ourselves. The words spoken by the God-tier officer were quite calm. From another perspective, advertisement, the current God-tier officer is fully prepared to take the next step and change the problem at hand. He plans to repair the timeline and also restore the king of all. Just when he thought of this, King Quan really recovered and woke up. It hurts. I have never suffered such a sneak attack. Some people really go too far. After the God-tier official heard King Quan's voice, the whole person was so excited that he immediately helped Quan Wang up. Sir, you are finally awake. The God-tier officer was crying so hard. I thought this fight would be very painful for us. King Quan was very embarrassed. I didn't expect the God-tier officer to cry so miserably. Seeing how strong you are, I finally understand that my thoughts are unnecessary. The God-tier officer almost cried, while the master sighed helplessly. He knew that Bai Ye was using very tough tactics to support him. Just now, that guy was really powerful. I think Bai Ye can already replace me completely. Looking at the scene of Zamasu being beaten by Byakuya, King Quan sighed and said this sentence, but this gave Officer God-tier an ominous sign. It shouldn't be like this, because if it is like this, the situation will be very troublesome. 562. The combat effectiveness of the three of them is still not good enough. Lord Quan Wang, this planet and even the entire world cannot exist without you. I hope you can take back your words. The God-tier officer was extremely confused. He didn't know what he should do next. The position I am in now is very embarrassing. As for Quan Wang, he stretched out after regaining his strength. I sincerely lamented my failure just now. Only after being beaten to a certain extent can I communicate with others with normal behavior. The whole king was in great pain, but I still recalled and told this bitter process. Under normal circumstances, you are still a child, so this feeling is really a bit helpless. Quan Wang is making fun of himself this time. 130, but in the God-tier officer's opinion, this doesn't matter. He could also clearly feel that Quan Wang was just saying a few words casually. He doesn't mean to give up his position completely. On Bai Ye's side, Moss had been beaten to the point of losing all strength. Look for the opportunity. Bai Ye is just a slight kick. He kicked Zamasu, who had just flashed into the air, to the ground. Zamasu fell to the ground and fainted completely. At the same time, Bai Ye just stretched out and acted very lazy. Advertisement, he took out the stopwatch on his waist. In less than half a minute, CJCC, Zamasu had been beaten into this state. The speed was 1/3 faster than expected. I didn't expect it to exceed my expectations, haha. After Bai Ye finished speaking in a self-deprecating tone. In order to prevent the fainted Zamasu from sneaking up on him, or just snap your fingers to stir up trouble, there was a static force field around Zamasu. In an instant, the latter was floating in the mid-air, being locked up by Bai Ye fiercely. Now it's up to Son Goku, Vegeta and Beerus to fight Black Goku. If they can speed up, then this battle will be resolved soon. But Bai Ye was very disappointed. Beerus is a god of destruction. But when fighting Black Goku, his fighting power is obviously weaker than Black Wukong. Son Goku and Vegeta have also been in the defensive stage. Bai Ye can understand that the latter two are slow heating types. But you, a god of destruction, were beaten like this by a heretic. Advertisement, it's really unbearable. Did something happen to Beerus? It makes no sense for you to attack so slowly. Bai Ye's kind reminder made Beerus even more angry. Then his hands were filled with 10 times the power of Kaio Fist. Punch after punch hit Black Wukong's body, this overwhelming attack, almost tearing Yuzhou to pieces. Of course, Bai Ye had already signaled the God-tier officer and Quan Wong to keep repairing the universe. So it won't affect other timelines for the time being. 3 against 1 is too fair, but your level is too weak. Black Wukong was lucky enough to say such words. He even dreamed of killing all 3 of them later. Have a fight with Bai Ye alone. Of course this is just a delusion. You loser, you still dare to say such things until now. Vegeta was furious. Next, he slandered Black Wukong. It seems like you don't know where your fate will go. After Vegeta slapped him hard, he immediately wanted to transform into a Super Saiyan. 563. No, there are still trump cards left to play. Don't show your cards so quickly. Vegeta's transformation. He was still held down by Sun Wukong, because Sun Wukong saw the secret behind this. It's very dangerous here, don't attack randomly. Son Goku's words silenced Vegeta for a moment, but he still didn't understand what Sun Wukong meant, so he was a little confused. Didn't you realize that he was deliberately constricting his power, not wanting to hurt us? Sun Wukong used the word, don't want to hurt, makes Vegeta very unhappy. As an enemy, there is nothing you don't want to harm. It's just that I can't use my power. Sun Wukong, are you a little stupid? Do you think you are Bai Ye? At this time, Beerus was whipping Black Goku crazily. Vegeta was taken aside by Sun Wukong. There are others behind him, besides Zamasu. This is what Vegeta's intuition told him, and Beerus also heard what Vegeta said. Indeed, this feeling made him very unhappy. It's as if someone is giving them some kind of hint behind their back. Advertisement. Bai Ye also vaguely discovered Black Goku. It's as if he is deliberately taking everyone's attacks. What makes people feel even more uncomfortable is that he seems to be enjoying it. Bai Ye soon discovered something was wrong with this. It turned out to be just as Bruce expected. There is some strange aura sealed in Black Wukong's body. To be precise, the owner of this breath should be the Saiyan God. No, you 3 should step back quickly. Bai Ye's roar made these 3 people still confused. This guy seems to be using your breath to increase his power. If he doesn't hurry up, big problems will occur. Bai Ye just finished these words. Black Wukong laughed ferociously. In an instant, his breath completely exploded the entire area. The situation here has undergone a huge fission. Is it so easy to run away? In front of me, after all, you are just rubbish at my mercy? The power of the evil villain Black Wukong who said these words increased more than 100 times. It's very fast, the breath is quite explosive, this feeling makes everyone feel uncomfortable inside. But so what? Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Official God tier originally wanted to intervene in the matter but was pulled back by King Quan. Because Quan Wong really doesn't want his people to get into this kind of situation again. Don't go up to this fight. After King Quan reluctantly said this, he took a deep breath and suppressed the fluctuations in his body. You don't get involved, or the entire timeline will collapse. 0. After King Quan said these words very coldly, turn all eyes on the White Knight. In his heart, he prayed that he would step forward in the White Knight to resolve this matter. Instead of making everyone suffer so much at this moment. The God-tier officer originally wanted to retort a few words. But the next second after he felt what Quan Wong was thinking, he felt unbearably sad. It turns out that even King Quan himself couldn't predict this matter. Or it can't be solved. Bai Ye, I hope you can give us some help when you take action. Please, this is what I'm asking of you. The God-tier official was very confused after saying this. I thought Bai Ye would show something, but Bai Ye didn't reply to him. Because there are other things that need to be done during the night. 564. Still want to use hatred. What we need to do now is to rescue the other 3 of them. Rather than continue to be trapped in such danger. Sun Wukong and Vegeta Beerus are all controlled here by powerful forces. They want to escape from this place, but I found that escaping has become impossible. Black Goku's pride made Bai Ye feel some pressure. Of course, the pressure is definitely not directed at yourself. 017 is aimed at the 3 of them. Damn it, I can't move my body, being restrained by him so forcefully. Beerus felt remorseful in his heart. I never thought I would be settled here. I feel unprecedented pressure, it's really painful. Beerus roared angrily. He originally wanted to use his greatest divine power to break free from the control of this aura. But I found it even more difficult. Don't think about it, this is my strongest strength, not something that ordinary people can bear. Black Goku smiled excitedly, very excited. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta also raised their auras to the top in the shortest time. But they found that this kind of escape was almost impossible to succeed. Black Goku looked at the three of them as if they were his own babies. Advertisement, you want to escape in front of me in this way? You are really talking nonsense? Black Goku's explosive way of speaking, very excited inside. In the end, you can only end up in this place, completely restricted by me, unable to extricate yourself from living. Black Wukong finished speaking. An aura similar to that of the Saiyan god actually erupted from his body. This surprised everyone watching behind. The whole king was shocked. He quickly looked at Bai Ye. This time, King Quan himself begged Bai Ye to take action and save the three of them quickly. Bai Ye, if you were still angry with me just now, I ask you to put aside your past grudges. King Quan looked at Bai Ye, who had no expression on his face. The pain in my heart kept swinging back and forth. I wonder if Bai Ye will take action. Now we must unite as quickly as possible to deal with this madman. King Quan's words were extremely sincere. He didn't want to say that he was angry with Bai Ye because of some small things. But Bai Ye ignored Quan Wang. He now puts all his focus on Black Wukong. Bai Ye knows it better than anyone else. Advertisement. The existence of Black Goku is such a huge threat. While behind him, Zamasu also woke up. It is true to act according to the opportunity. He was extremely proud in his heart, but he knew he shouldn't say anything else. But he also looked confused, seeing Bai Ye looking at his clone with a very serious expression. Isn't my clone great? Your friends are all trash? But I never expected it. I'm afraid I'll suffer another disaster later. Look at Black Wukong fighting with three people again. Zamasu looked at the events in front of him. Bai Ye didn't care at all. He was still as silent as before. He has quite a lot of thoughts about this matter in his heart. But this guy didn't say he was expressing anger or anything like that in 4.4 like before. Zamasu looked at Byakuya after saying these words very proudly. Of course, this also means that Zamasu's self-esteem has been hurt again. Zamasu decided to remain silent for now. 565, ridiculously mean trick. Beerus, it seems that you are not as arrogant as I thought. Black Goku likes this aura of the Saiyan god very much. I am also very grateful to Zamasu, but the more exciting things haven't quite begun yet. Black Wukong is extremely proud. If Zamasu hadn't made arrangements for him in advance. I guess I can't treat them like this. If this continues, I think you should know what your fate will be. Goku Black used the Super Saiyan God's aura with great pride. His face was filled with excitement, in his opinion. Now the opponent has no chance of winning this battle. But he also understands. Doing it yourself will inevitably require Zamasu's consent. It can never be like before. Damn it, Zamasu, you should at least say something to me. Why don't you tell me anything now? Goku Black shouted and turned his head. He looked at Zamasu, who was controlled by his position. And the latter is also extremely embarrassed. Haha, it's as expected. Advertisement. Bai Ye didn't understand until now. It turned out that he didn't control Zamasu. He has been having a deep relationship with Black Goku. It's really funny, I thought that Black Wukong's own origin was his own. Bai Ye was both excited and angry, trying to get a piece of trash to abide by the treaty. That's almost impossible. In the end, it still has something to do with this guy like you. The angry Byakuya didn't wait for any explanation from Zamasu. Then completely lock your stance. Zamasu, who was in his position, let out an unprecedented scream. You B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Goku Black can also feel Zamasu's pain. Naturally, he was also extremely angry. To punish the two of them, the White Knight further strengthens the bondage of the dark atmosphere. I will never forgive someone like you, just wait, I'll take care of you soon. Black Goku's words were filled with despair. As a result, the aura link between him and Zamasu was broken. The three people naturally recovered their ability to move. Advertisement. Their anger is no worse than Black Wukong. A powerful aura erupted in the shortest time, created some unbelievable darkness. After saying these words, I had to take your life, and you attacked me in such a way. Is this still Vegeta's strength? In other words, he has to deal with about 10 people by himself. Vegeta charges, followed by Goku and Beerus. That is a power that no one can face. 357. Black Wukong has been tossed back and forth by such power for a long time, and he can't even speak. But time no longer allows Black Wukong to think about anything. I couldn't help but murmur in my heart. The three of them are on full fire. A strong aura quickly erupted. What he actually faced was an existence that was about 3 or 4 times more powerful than before. The three of us, let's go together. Black Goku couldn't help but question it. This creates a very bad experience. Vegeta's strength seems to have grown like crazy. You despicable person. You are the most disgusting existence of all people I have ever seen. There is no way to say that his aura and level can compete with him in the shortest time. 566, totally worried. A powerful aura mixed with crazy techniques. Even if Black Wukong had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to withstand such intense torture. Bai Ye smiled with satisfaction. However, the strength of the 3 of them is still too poor. Bai Ye knew how much King Quan cared about this matter. Now is the time to reply to him. There are some things you don't need to worry about at all. Everything is within my control. The whole king was silent. This can be regarded as untying the knot in his heart. King Quan, isn't the most important thing you should do now to take care of your own body? That's ridiculous. Quan Wong originally thought that Bai Ye would say something more interesting. But I never thought it would be this naughty atmosphere again. If it had been put before, then Quan Wong would definitely be quite angry. But now it's different. His heart was filled with respect for Bai Ye. If there were no Bai Ye or his family protection, then the pressure on everyone will be even greater. Sir, this guy's words do sound a bit uncomfortable sometimes. The god-tier official saw that the king was silent. I thought he was angry again. Advertisement, he quickly spoke to comfort him. But I still hope you won't be angry, he doesn't have any bad thoughts. The god-tier officer also spoke like this after careful consideration. But this is not the case. In fact, Quan Wong had nothing to worry about at all. On the contrary, Quan Wong continued to speak. He also expressed his feelings. There are many things that are beyond our ability to see and sit on. Especially after this battle is over. King Quan admitted that he was about to lose control of the universe. This also made the god-tier officer anxious. Once the timeline of the universe is disrupted, I'm afraid I won't even be able to face the enemy. Say these words. The expression on King Quan's face turned gloomy. His state was also many times more painful than before. Bai Ye would help even if he didn't do anything, but you can't completely rely on the help of others, right? The god-tier official knew why King Quan was so disappointed. On the contrary, the god-tier officer is extremely relaxed. Just when he was about to say something, his daughter Weiss couldn't help but interrupt. Advertisement, I don't think so. We are still the masters of this universe. The god-tier official smiled helplessly after hearing this. Where is this from that? Bai Ye's appearance has also provided us with a lot of help. Backquote. It allows us to get more benefits in the shortest time. After saying these words, Weiss's face looked calmer and prouder than before. King Quan also seemed to see what Weiss was thinking. I'm afraid you, little girl, have already secretly made a promise, right? Quan Wang's words made Weiss angry. She was not secretly promising. But I feel proud to be able to follow the strong. But after this battle, Bai Ye needs to go through some tests. Zhao Nuahao. King Quan's words made Weiss confused. He knew that this meant waiting for Bai Ye to truly win this battle. He can become a protective being beside Bai Ye. This feeling will be very unusual. Just when Weiss was having wild thoughts, but then the god-tier officer coughed twice. Just supervise the other party, don't think too much about it. God-tier officer's words. Half of the special feeling in Weiss's heart disappeared. 567. Insidious, the two are directly united. But if you think about it carefully, this is also a good thing. At least I can follow Bai Ye. I must learn stronger skills from Bai Ye. Even as Weiss was still thinking, if I can cooperate with Bai Ye in the future. How do you want to behave at the same time? Son Goku has completely transformed into a Super Saiyan. Together with Vegeta, he was in a crazy hammering form. He beat the poor guy in front of him hard. Black Goku's body has completely lost its resistance. The whole person was extremely angry. Why? Why can't I resist in front of you? Black Wukong's desperate words came out of his mouth. 713. Vegeta followed the trend with a kick. He kicked it directly to the ground. His expression was full of sadness. Vegeta, who was next to him, was quite excited and was still fighting with fists and kicks. Let Black Wukong be completely knocked to the ground. It turns out, the weak can be so powerful, it's so funny. I thought you could survive any stormy waves, but in the end you're only at this level. Beerus also collected his aura in an instant. Advertisement. His face even showed a state of disdain. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at Bai Ye's expression with pride. It was as if he was telling Bai Ye whether the way he had just struck was very cool. But Bai Ye was extremely silent, but from Bai Ye's point of view, the threat to Black Wukong has not been completely resolved. Something more dangerous and darker has just been revealed in front of them. Black Goku, who fell on the ground, suddenly ran to the trapped Zamasu for some reason. At the same time, he quickly displayed his powerful power. Revealed his aura. He annexed Zamasu. Oops, this guy really saw the opportunity. It seems that the next battle will only be more dangerous. The god-tier officer was extremely shocked. In his opinion, Bai Ye would not make such a stupid mistake. How did Zamasu and Goku Black get involved together? Haha, thank you for giving me such an opportunity. Black Goku's risky move finally succeeded. He was so excited. ACFE. After merging with his power, I think I should kill those 3 bastards first. Black Wukong looked at Bai Ye angrily for speaking harshly. Let's talk about what happens next. Beerus, Goku and Vegeta. Advertisement. I have never been so angry and worried as now. Because they knew that after the power of Black Goku and Zamasu merged together, that will be a super powerful breath. The god-tier officer was even more shocked. Bai Ye, however, had an indifferent attitude. Bai Ye, if you don't take action on this matter, both of them will die here. Even more anxious. You are an extremely important existence now, please, don't treat me so coldly. Quan Wong silently nodded that he was right, his expression became more anxious. The God-tier officer was anxious. Speaking of this, the God-tier officer is a little jealous. King Quan revealed the secret in one word. The God-tier official couldn't believe what Quan Wong said. Bai Ye is the strongest existence I have ever seen, and his purpose is to train the three of them. Beerus, Son Goku, Vegeta? Do their masters still need to strengthen themselves? After the God-tier official said these words in extreme pain. That's true. The cosmic rays have become chaotic. When they become stronger, they can bring us many benefits. The God-tier officer saw Bai Ye's calm look. At this time, King Quan signaled him not to take any action. He was even worried about Black Wukong .568, Super Sailor, full power on. After the God-tier officer knew the truth, he is even more concerned about the battle in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Black Wukong's power reached its peak in an instant. Super Saiyan, full power. Black Wukong's body also accompanied his shouting. Her black hair turned rosy red. The muscles on the body swelled twice. The strength is much stronger than before. The God-tier officer was shocked. Bai Ye also frowned. Sure enough, this guy's strength is not something that all of them can guess now. Being able to activate the full power Super Saiyan before the battle reaches its most critical moment. This is enough to illustrate how threatening and painful this battle is. Bai Ye knew that the three of them couldn't defeat this guy. You have to take action yourself. Please Bai Ye, I won't be able to fight for the next battle. It will take a while for King Quan's strength to recover, so we have to wait quietly now. The meaning of prayer in the words of the God-tier official is very obvious. Advertisement. Bai Ye didn't say it was because of such a thing that he replied to the God-tier official words. On the contrary, he just nodded slightly. At this point, it would be impossible if he didn't take action now. After thinking for a long time, Bai Ye expressed his thoughts. I hope the three of them can gain some strength. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late to take action. I hope you can understand what I mean, King Quan. There is no doubt about this. He didn't say anything more, but nodded in silence and closed his eyes at the same time. Start quickly improving your strength recovery, on the battlefield. Beerus frowned and immediately backed away, 10,000 steps or so. Having just adjusted his body shape, he has not made any other moves. Black Goku appeared behind him, looking at him with a ferocious expression. His expression was full of ridicule. You want to solve the problem at this speed? You are really stupid? What followed was an explosive fist. One punch and one Qigong wave is not an exaggeration to describe. Beerus frowned. It was obvious that he was thinking about the next step. Advertisement. But he himself forgot to move his body, just the next second. 0. Be careful with his fists, but when you are fighting now that you can't resist, you must not distract yourself. Beerus closed his eyes for an instant, and his mind and body became one. Vegeta, who had just stood up, had anger on his face. This is where the fight begins between the two people throwing punches at each other. After moving his body, he planned to carry out the next attack, but he stopped in an instant. Keeping up with Black Goku. It's really disgusting. This guy's power is much greater than before. I'm so excited. Sense the movement of peripheral breath through your own capillaries. Goku Black punched himself in the arm. The powerful ejection force launched it like a cannonball and struck the ground hard. 0. Please ask for flowers. Goku and Vegeta rushed forward and blocked Beerus. His slow actions brought extremely bad experiences to everyone. This fist was about to get close to his body. The moment Sun Wukong finished speaking, he quickly made a defensive posture. The same goes for Vegeta, but fortunately, both of them suffered only minor injuries. Beerus then realized. 569. A battle filled with errors. Sun Wukong also signaled Vegeta not to worry yet. Beerus is now at full strength, fighting with Goku Black. The two of them took action carelessly. It will only have a greater impact. Vegeta, can you stop being so impulsive? Although Vegeta is very impulsive. But every time you take action, he is willing to listen to Sun Wukong's words. This is also one of his many advantages. 280. Let's hold on until it's time for us to take action. I can clearly feel Beerus's anger. Some people have suffered a lot. Sun Wukong's words finally persuaded Vegeta. In Bai Ye's opinion, this was a very wise choice. If he steps forward at this time, I won't say whether Black Wukong's power will be improved or not. Beerus would definitely be distracted by this. Eat this quickly. While speaking, Weiss flashed in front of them. He took out dozens of fairy beans and divided them equally between the two. Only when your strength reaches a stable level can you have more battles with that guy. The two of them thought nothing of it. Advertisement. After receiving the fairy beans, he was the first to take them. The next moment, the physical strength and quality returned to the peak again. Both of them are also fully prepared for battle. Look at Beerus again. He has already used the searing fist. Let your whole body be filled with a high temperature of nearly 8,000 degrees. Every time Goku Black touches him, you will feel pain like never before. Good boy, you can't beat me, so you deliberately use this despicable method to hurt me, right? Black Wukong's face is full of ridicule and disdain. I have to admire your behavior. In the end, this is indeed a real test for me. After Black Wukong finished speaking, he straightened his attitude. He swore that they must be killed before dark, but you must never forget the impact. After Black Wukong spoke excitedly, his expression became even more extreme than before. This time, he didn't save any so-called face. He wanted to knock Beerus down quickly. Let him become a powerless existence. The first thing I will kill is you, then Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Advertisement. Black Wukong's words made Bai Ye frown slightly. Why is there Zamasu in the voice? Bai Ye also became more concerned about the situation. I will have 3 more clones, 3 more puppets. Black Goku's voice appeared at the same time as Zamasu's voice, and resounded throughout the entire sky. The surprised Beerus almost got distracted by this. At the same time, he cursed secretly and increased his strength again. Let the scorching hot springs concentrate in your hands and form powerful energy waves one after another. Keep Black Wukong from getting close. Laymen watch the fun, while insiders watch the door. Sun Wukong and Vegeta feel that Beerus is close to winning this battle. So no need to step up and do something about it. But between Byakuya, the god-tier officer, and the king, it seems that Beerus is in danger. First of all, it can be seen from the 2.1 method of Beerus's punch. Such means of action would only interfere with Black Wukong's influence. It will not reduce Black Wukong's power at all, and may even arouse Black Wukong's anger. As for Beerus, he had already exhausted his energy stars and was unable to take action. So we can only make this decision, which is also the most helpless thing. It really makes me a little regretful. 570. A defeat that must not be allowed. King Quan's sigh made Officer God Tier and Weiss extremely anxious. If this continues, Beerus may fall in front of us, God Tier Officer. King Quan said this very melancholy at the same time. His face also became slightly more sad than before. But the God Tier official is still as determined as before. Beerus is bound to win this battle. Sir, I would like to refute your opinion. They can win. At this point, God Tier's official voice sounded a little lonely again. Although you have to pay something, but if he persists with his strength, he can still win. The God-tier officer mustered up his courage. It was also the first time in his life that he directly opposed King Quan. Sir, I am sure it will leak, although there will always be some problems, but they can all be overcome. But little did he know that this was what Quan Wong wanted to see. Fate is never destined. It is precisely because of the strong will to resist. Only then can we have a better tomorrow. Advertisement. He will definitely improve his own strength because of this battle and become the strongest being. Although the God-tier officer's own words are tough. But Beerus's state is actually visible to everyone with the naked eye. Now we are really at a disadvantage. Quan Wong placed all his hopes on Bai Ye. From another perspective, if Bai Ye is willing to lend a helping hand at this time, Beerus will definitely make a comeback, but Byakuya has expressed his mentality before. If I take action, these 3 people will lose the opportunity to truly improve themselves. Damn it, I should have begged Bai Ye to let him take action again, but now it's too late. After the God-tier official said this in despair, King Quan just sighed. Don't be too pessimistic. Unity is the only way to win. This also just shows that they have reached a state of extreme unity. All things and prophecies are heading in the direction Bai Ye said. Although Beerus said he could be on equal footing with Goku Black. But he always had an illusion. Black Wukong's strength increased as if in an instant. The speed is quite fast. Advertisement. It is almost impossible to control it in some way. It's as if you can't see clearly where the final result is. But only Bai Ye knows. In this battle, Beerus had already worked hard. Although it has reached the point where it can no longer be sustained. But he is still very persistent. I found your weakness, you are finished, ha 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 ha. Black Wukong suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. It is precisely because Beerus cannot keep up with his strength that 477 is now distracted. Immediately afterwards, he clearly felt hundreds of Black Wukong's fists hitting his face hard. Beerus, who instantly lost consciousness, also fell to the ground at a very fast speed. Vegeta has been waiting for a long time. After getting Sun Wukong's permission, he rushed forward instantly. Black Goku, who was still proud of himself, was caught off guard. As for Sun Wukong, Beerus will be launched quickly. Beerus, wake up! Sun Wukong saw that Beerus was still in a coma. Then he stuffed a fairy bean into his mouth. When Beerus woke up, he already had mixed feelings in his heart. 571. Determined killing, humiliation, unwillingness, anger and despair, these negative energies merge together. Let his god of destruction attributes explode instantly. Either he dies today, or I die. Bai Ye, please. Beerus's silent and determined words made Bai Ye feel a little ominous. He understood what Beerus meant, and it seemed that he was about to burst out with even more violent power. At the same time, Bai Ye nodded silently, to prevent other universes from being destroyed. Bai Ye snapped his fingers easily. This universe seems to be completely isolated from other timelines. Did you see it, God-tier officer? This is the existence of the Supreme Being? Even if Quan Wong doesn't have to say anything, God-tier officials can feel the heaven-defying power of Bai Ye. It can turn the entire universe into a place similar to a container through thoughts. Although King Quan spoke so calmly that it made people feel scared. But his heart was as turbulent as a tsunami crashing. He once met the legendary Supreme God, but it was just a one-sided relationship. Advertisement: it took the Supreme God to look at him. My own strength has reached the ultimate point where I can manage dozens of timelines. The God-tier officer remained silent. He could only pray silently in his heart that Bai Ye could protect the three of them and win Black Wukong. The power of fun will eventually disappear. Bai Ye, your level is getting closer and closer to mine. Black Goku kept taunting Bai Ye's purpose, just to let Bai Ye block the universe's timeline. This plays into his hands. I still don't understand, what's the point of handling the relationship between the two of us in this way?
Black Wukong is still drowning in himself. If it weren't for Bai Ye, he wouldn't be so passive. But in Bai Ye's view, his anger and his extra menace were signs of incompetence in Bai Ye's eyes.
When Black Wukong reaches this point, he has actually reached the end.
Bai Ye just looked at him with a compassionate look.
He showed a quietness that he was afraid of before. Instead of caring about me, it's better to care about Son Goku and Vegeta. Let's execute you. Just after Bai Ye finished speaking, advertisement. Son Wukong and Vegeta launched an unprecedented rapid attack on Black Wukong from both sides. Black Wukong was also distracted because of what he just said. The two of them punished Black Wukong with cruel fists. Such a power, in Black Wukong's opinion, was still unfounded at first. But as time goes by, with the appointment of 5 stars, Black Goku finally realized what despair is. His own strength is almost unable to block this crazy power, and he can only reluctantly continue to bear such damage. Faster, faster, even though this kind of injury makes me desperate, I feel very comfortable inside. The sickly Black Goku spoke his words wildly. His heart has long been twisted into a twisted ball. It has never been so easy as it is now, making good money. After Black Wukong finished speaking, he looked completely enjoying himself. Black Goku's actions made Vegeta hesitate first. This isn't right. If he is truly the ultimate villain, he will try his best to use space or time to obtain favorable defense for himself. The Black Wukong in front of him acted as if he didn't care about anything and just let others bully him. This feeling simply exceeded his knowledge. 572. The extremely weird Black Wukong. Son Wukong and Vegeta both retreated quickly. Black Wukong looked at the two of them with a very weird smile. Why are you running so fast? Are you still afraid that I will eat you all? How interesting. The strength of the two people is obviously not as strong as that of Black Wukong. Bai Ye also noticed this strange behavior. Black Wukong was like a madman who had completely touched the forbidden knowledge, smiling extremely happily. Bai Ye reminded Son Wukong and Vegeta cautiously.
Never approach Black Wukong so casually. There was a 083 backlash in his power. I can feel that the two different consciousnesses of Zamasu and Black Goku are fighting for the same body. Byakuya's words completely confused Son Goku and Vegeta. What does it mean to compete together? Aren't they themselves one?
Although this kind of fight is very confusing, I can only ask you to pay attention to your safety for the time being.
Bai Ye's reminder made Son Wukong and Vegeta frown. They were quite hesitant about what was before them.
I always felt that there was something wrong with Bai Ye's words. Aga, but after listening to others' advice to eat enough, Son Wukong still understands this principle very well. Advertisement: I don't care what happens to him, just go up and do it. Vegeta next to him looked like a madman. You have to rush forward and fight this guy to the death. This wave of Son Wukong can't be held back. No, I definitely can't wait too long. The longer you wait, the stronger Black Goku becomes. Vegeta had his reasons too. Son Wukong also had no choice but to remain silent. We can't do anything at that point. Vegeta's heart has long been completely enveloped by the desire to fight. Compared with Black Goku, Vegeta is about 10,000 times more crazy. Helplessly, Son Wukong could only watch Vegeta rush forward.
Got into a complete melee with Black Wukong. It wasn't just Byakuya who was shaking his head.
Even the God-tier officer and his party waiting behind were helpless. It's so silly. I didn't expect that Son Wukong would have such a friend by his side.
It's not difficult to tell from the tone of King Quan's words.
Advertisement: the God-tier officer also saw the threat of this battle. His physical recovery has reached a fairly stable point. Thinking of what Beerus said before, so when he faced such a threat, he would not make any more statements. The God-tier officer, who felt particularly heavy in his heart, calmed down. In fact, he also wanted to take action, but was stopped by Quan Ochaku. It would be great if I could go up and practice with that guy.
We just have to see what else he can do at the end.
When he said these words, his face was full of disappointment. The God-tier official also calmed down after some thought. At the same time as he thought of this, the God-tier officer planned to rush forward. It's good for all of us if something like this happens early. Of course, this may be something Quan Wong had anticipated. King Quan still spoke indifferently. Helpless, the current God-tier officer can only reluctantly behave like this. You have never thought about what kind of threat you would pose if you were to take action.
King Quan is still quite calm. Advertisement 573. Let go of your arrogance and come into reality.
Not planning to attack. The timeline of the universe is already in chaos. The God-tier officer instantly understood in his heart that such a move would pose a threat. There was also a little bit of shame on his face. At the same time, he shook his head and said that he would not do that. Don't worry, Mr. Quan Wang, I know how I should act.
God-tier official spirit is calm and leisurely. More often than not, it was because Bai Ye was too strong and he was too weak. The jealousy in his heart led him to want to fight for victory.
After his sudden remorse, he felt remorse for his actions. Fortunately, Quan Wang's advice was in place. I firmly believe that Bai Ye will definitely help us. The God-tier officer still maintains his inner beliefs.
All the true feelings were pinned on Bai Ye. Only in this way can his heart become calm.
Bai Ye is very aware of the communication between the God-tier officer and the king. Especially the God-tier official's remorse, and Quan Wang's wait-and-see attitude towards this battle. This made Bai Ye very satisfied, but the situation on the battlefield no longer allowed Bai Ye to think too much. Black Goku is actually here, isolated by cosmic rays. Advertisement becoming a little stronger, this threat was not posed by either of them. But after I isolate this timeline from other universes, the outer universe has undergone tremendous changes. Caused by the unbridled spread of dark power, the best solution now. It was Byakuya who hoped that Beerus, Sun Wukong, and Sagita would subdue Black Goku first. Then quickly contact other universe timelines. Then kill all the dark things in other timelines. Black Wukong a fairly easy method, he was fighting with Sun Wukong and Vegeta leisurely and contentedly. He has completely followed his inner thoughts, he did one crazy thing after another, but it was disgusting. You three look like you haven't had enough to eat.
Black Goku's way of speaking doesn't matter at all. Make Vegeta furious, but Beerus seemed to have a broken heart.
He actually quit the battle directly, his move shocked everyone. Black Wukong is even more proud, your fighting prowess has never satisfied my heart. Advertisement 0, please give me flowers.
Black Goku's words were mainly aimed at Beerus. In his opinion, Sun Wukong and Vegeta themselves have nothing to fear. But Beerus's explosive power, there is a high probability that he will be killed instantly.
You kid. I have to show you some color, Son Goku and Vegeta. At this time, he faded into a Super Saiyan. Their powerful power output and explosive breath suppression can actually disintegrate Black Wukong instantly. But their hearts are always at a warning level, it is precisely because of Son Goku and Vegeta's caution.
This resulted in Black Wukong being able to make his strength even more rampant.
Bai Ye also knew that Black Wukong had passed some small conspiracies. Received stronger support. His power and powerful aura are even more powerful than before. You two should stop being cautious and use all your strength. Bai Ye's words meant to both of them, that is the most worthy beacon to rely on. The two also moved with the fastest power and speed.
For Black Wukong, take turns to bombard 8.574, motivating people to speed up. But what if I continue to be entangled with Black Goku like this? It won't be long before they are truly wiped out.
Disappear from this cosmic timeline. This is not what Bai Ye wants to see.
And Quan Wang seemed to understand Bai Ye's meaning.
Start encouraging Bai Ye to act according to your own ideas.
There must be no delay at all. I know what you're thinking. Take action, Bai Ye. I'll be responsible for anything if 730 happens.
What Quan Wang meant was that he hoped that Bai Ye could temporarily seal off the breath of this world. Nothing can leak out, and nothing can come in. If your power is not strong enough, we can't help you. Until King Quan said this, Bai Ye was truly sure that King Quan intended to hand over the power to him. King Quan, on the other hand, focused his attention on Black Goku with great concern. Bai Ye only knew that this was begging him to take action. Upon seeing this, the God-tier official also spoke at this time. I hope Bai Ye can start the layout according to Quan Wang's method. Bai Ye, the danger of this battle has exceeded our expectations and control. If this continues, I won't be able to arrange the outcome.
Advertisement. The God-tier official's statement is full of very dangerous ideas. If the whole king is no longer good, then I must be even less good.
Bai Ye understood what they meant, but now is definitely not a good time to take action. Still have to wait. Wait until the best opportunity comes. Don't worry, if there are any dangers or problems, I will naturally find ways to solve them.
Bai Ye told the reason why he waited. But the situation has not yet reached its most dangerous point.
Their strength has not yet been fully utilized.
Bai Ye's words were quite chic. After hearing this, the God-tier officer and King Quan couldn't help wiping the sweat from their foreheads. This was still beyond their judgment and expectations.
It turned out that Bai Ye had already secretly planned all the methods of action. It's just that they are too anxious. Since you have an idea, then we won't say any more, please Bai Ye. After King Quan finished speaking, he completely turned his back on worldly affairs. The reason why he didn't want to ask, it's because his strength is simply not strong enough.
Advertisement. Black Goku uses some method, slowly absorbing all the darkness and resentment in the peripheral universe. He looked at Beerus's confused and lost look. Then I knew that in the battle just now.
Deliberately letting Black Goku grow, Beerus's arrogant head finally bowed in front of Bai Ye. At this stage, it has reached a point where it cannot be stopped. As Byakuya spoke, Flash 1.6 came to Beerus's side. I'm embarrassed to join this battle because my strength is so weak. Wait until the three of them can no longer stand it. And Bai Ye wanted to train the three of them, but this is absolutely not allowed in Bai Ye.
Beerus's strength plays a big role in this. I don't want to have to pay anything for this fight anymore.
He knew that Beerus had undergone tremendous changes in his heart. The most important thing now is to restore Beerus's fighting spirit. Only naturally will he take action. Byakuya saw Beerus, who was still watching the battle on the ground. Are you also waiting for me to take action? He is unwilling to accept that he will lose to Black Goku. 575. 3 against 1, the final fierce battle. Bai Ye can understand this. It would probably be the same for other people. I am too weak, I have lost the face of the god-tier officer and the king.
Beerus's face was filled with humility. Bai Ye knew why he was so desperate, because of this fight.
He fights the enemy with the attitude of a proud god of destruction. But when Black Wukong takes action, he is merciless. Beerus was beaten so hard that he almost had teeth all over the floor. Your proud heart has been humiliated, right, Beerus?
Byakuya's words filled Beerus's heart with surprise.
Looking at Bai Ye looking down on herself, the anger in his heart burned again in an instant.
Beerus will never accept that he will lose to those enemies like this.
I can't stand it, and I can't accept this. Beerus's fighting spirit seemed to be burning.
But Bai Ye was still not very satisfied. Bai Ye, I know what you want to express. You want me to rush up and teach him a lesson, right?
Byakuya could clearly feel Beerus's enthusiasm burning again. Advertisement at the same time, Bai Ye also nodded to signal Beerus not to think too much. Just rush. If you don't take action at this time to sanction certain people, then in the end, I will inevitably lose completely. I hope you can truly face the enemy, instead of acting so miserable like now, okay?
Bai Ye's encouragement made Beerus understand something more or less. Uncertain in his heart, he also strengthened his determination.
You are a strong man, but you are never as miserable as you are now. The encouragement from Bai Ye made Beerus eager to try. But what he actually didn't notice at all was, Byakuya is giving Beerus a more powerful aura, allowing Beerus to regain his faith. After Beerus truly gained support, he became even more powerful. He also felt the support from Bai Ye's power. This feeling made him extremely excited. I finally know why you said such things to me. So, you want me to fight him in the craziest form, right? Well, I will never let you down. Beerus's confident look made Byakuya very satisfied. Advertisement: the king and the god-tier officials were also extremely satisfied after noticing Beerus's determination. Bai Ye has also been exerting pressure secretly for a long time. Different power changes quickly absorb the breath of those guys. But quite happy, Goku Black is also taking advantage of the small flaw of the timeline being blocked.
I'm so happy. 947 Beerus, hurry up and join me in my death battle, it's just you.
The latter was extremely shocked. Your appearance is really a bit disgusting. Looking at Vegeta and Son Goku, Beerus came up and attacked Black Goku directly.
It seems that this battle has already been decided.
The two of them were almost inseparable from Black Wukong. His goal is to turn all three of them into his slaves. I'm going to harvest all three of you together. Let this battle no longer tilt toward him, but what he didn't notice at all was, you're finally coming, aren't you? The arrogant Black Wukong has long forgotten why he is fighting.
After Black Goku saw Beerus joining. 576. In battle, you must abide by the bottom line.
Beerus almost used all his strength. Black Wukong was really tired when he took precautions, but he persevered. For a being like you, I can try every means to kill you. Beerus also said what was in his heart. Are you ready to be completely destroyed by me? Beerus's angry words showed his determination. He would not say that he stopped for this, nor would he say that he was not as peaceful as before. He wants to use his absolute strength. Kill this vicious existence in front of him. He wants Beerus to become his slave completely. Increase your speed, fast, and you, Vegeta, Son Goku. Black Wukong just looked at everyone calmly. In fact, he had other ideas in his heart.
In order to test their true bottom line, Black Wukong starts his verbal attack again. You weakling, the biggest difference between us and Son Wukong is that he doesn't like to talk, but he likes to massage me.
Both Vegeta and Beerus were completely angry. The methods are much more ferocious than before. Advertisement: come on, let me see the true strength of the god of destruction, please don't let me down. When Goku Black spoke on the surface, it seems that there is no pressure and is quite relaxed. But in fact, his heart was already completely filled with pressure. It's just that he didn't fully express this painful thing on purpose. He knew very well that some things could not be leaked out at will. Even if you have to lose, even if I have to be beaten into disgrace, you must also hold steady. You must never express your inner fears and extremes. But no matter how Black Wukong pretends, he can't hide from Bai Ye's eyes. Bai Ye had already seen it clearly. Why is this guy so confused and in pain? The god-tier official seemed to have seen something.
But he wasn't sure what he was seeing. Is there any real meaning in it?
Lord Quan Wong, I still can't figure out the reason for this. The god-tier officer sincerely asked the king. Advertisement. But King Quan looked very calm and obeyed. If I want to communicate with you, can you tell me what secrets are hidden in this? The god-tier officer always felt Black Wukong's body and techniques. He hides some secrets that he himself cannot guess.
But I am not sure whether this is real. He could only look at King Quan for help.
But I thought about it for a long time in the White Knight. But King Quan actually waved his hand at this moment. He said that he couldn't understand everything about such a thing. You may have asked the wrong person. I think you should ask Yu Yi. King Quan was also very helpless and said such words angrily. Bai Ye should be able to see clearly everything inside, Didi Zhao, instead of like me. When Quan Wang spoke like this, he really lacked confidence. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, he admits that the current power of the king is not as powerful as Bai Ye. But now Bai Ye just doesn't want to say anything here.
Instead, he observed the battle in silence. Bai Ye, can you tell me about the problem with Black Wukong?
After the God-tier official communicated his thoughts to Bai Ye.
577. It seems like I can't hold on. Bai Ye, who had been silent for a long time, gave the God-tier officer a very shocking conclusion.
Do you believe that Black Wukong has reached the final point of his power? The God-tier official couldn't believe that these words came from Bai Ye's mouth. But if Bai Ye can say this, it means there must be something wrong. His strength can't keep up at all, and soon he will be completely unable to hold on. When Bai Ye said the words, his expression became much more serious than before. This also aroused the curiosity of the God-tier officer. Logically speaking, Bai Ye should be happy about this. I don't understand what you said in Bai Ye. The original situation shouldn't be so dangerous, right? Black Wukong's power has disappeared and become weaker, which is a good thing for us. The God-tier official's words did not receive a positive answer from Bai Ye. Bai Ye just waved his hand. He is optimistic about what is in front of him now, and this battle will be enough. Just when the God-tier officer was still thinking about saying something else, he suddenly saw Vegeta being punched out. Vegeta, you must remember that when attacking, never bring more anger in it. A very proud Black Goku. Advertisement. Even when dealing with Sun Wukong and Beerus, he said what he considered to be classic words. Anger will make you lose your true invincibility.
Black Goku's hands burned with purple flames. And the flames couldn't stop on Vegeta's body.
Keep burning. Beerus wanted to step forward to help Vegeta. However, he found that Black Wukong's attack was connected. One after another, they quickly stuck to their bodies. There is no way for me to separate my mind and do something at this time. Of course, the more dangerous thing is Sun Wukong. He actually showed a difficult look at this time. It seemed that Black Wukong's attack had put him in extreme danger. Don't worry about me, Sun Wukong. The pain almost caused Vegeta to lose consciousness, Agi. But he still reluctantly continued to speak. You two fight first, I can still do it, I can hold on. After Vegeta said a few more harsh words, my body still couldn't support it anymore. Advertisement. I saw Vegeta barely standing. It seems that it is impossible to show off the strongest strength. And the fact that you can persist for a while means that at least you are not particularly rubbish. Their tactics and offensive power have never been said to have stagnated at this time. It's a further step, fast attack speed. In front of Black Wukong, their fight seemed like a joke. A mean smile. Beerus and Sun Wukong are the only two people that can do it.
He felt as if his breath had been absorbed by the guy in front of him, making him feel powerless.
It's just that he feels that now, Bai Ye may not be able to do anything to him. It completely shows the true face of Black Wukong, the evil man. But Black Goku changed his tone and continued to express his views on Vegeta. My Chaos Energy Bomb has already reached its optimal version. No strong person can withstand it.
Damn it, I feel like my strength can't keep up at all. Bai Ye, please help me.
But the two of them fought harder and harder. Beerus was throwing his last punch. But he was still quite excited. Black Wukong is extremely proud. 578. The whole king has been greatly improved. Beerus said this when he ate the fairy beans. The same goes for Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong is a very straightforward and serious existence. In his opinion, if he wants to truly win, then you must rely on yourself for everything and all hopes. Instead of asking for foreign aid, the battle with Black Wukong is no longer what it was before. The battle now is about lives. A battle for his dignity. Foreign aid? Aren't there many of you there watching the excitement? After Black Wukong heard what they two said, he was smiling from ear to ear. Is this all they have? Lord Beerus, are you afraid that your strength won't be able to sustain this battle? It's really ridiculous. Such mockery in the true sense of the word, it had already made everyone present angry. Everyone looked at Bai Ye one after another, but Bai Ye showed a proud smile. He told everything he knew now. Tell it again to the king and the god-tier officer. Have you seen his condition? He can't hold it anymore. Advertisement. Bai Ye showed a quite calm look. In his opinion, the experience of Beerus, Son Goku and Vegeta. Initial results have been achieved, so use this method to express your inner anger. Wait a little longer and he will be finished soon. Byakuya who said such words. In fact, I want to appease the hearts of the god-tier officer and the king. Because of the current strength of these two people. The true form of this battle is completely unclear.
After all, Black Wukong is also making a desperate move.
He took Zamasu's will, completely integrated with his own resentment into one infinitely amplified will and sadness. Once they are integrated together, Naturally, it will turn into a real darkness that is almost impossible to face. Goku Black, however, makes good use of this aura of anger and sadness. This kind of power is severely compressed in it. Transform the power into yourself and use it to hit the three of them. So that's it, Bai Ye, do you know what I was thinking before? The God tier officer also thought about it for a while. Then he raised his head and looked at Bai Ye sincerely. 0, please give me flowers. Advertisement. Bai Ye was naturally quite silent. I was already prepared to die with honor, but it seems I thought too much. God tier officials are indeed ready to generously serve justice.
King Quan had already recovered from that very shocked state.
Then he immediately told them that it was not necessary. Then under Bai Ye's magic spell, the strength will be greatly increased. I know how to solve this matter, and I hope you all will be honest. But, he didn't want to believe it no matter what. Temporarily controlled the God tier officer in the area where he is now. Not just physically, but mentally as well. And Bai Ye realized that such a situation would lead to the loss of some of the gods. Indeed, regarding the thoughts of the God of Heaven. Let your strength be truly restored. If you really want to listen to me, then you should remain silent now. Bai Ye can cast spells. While Bai Ye spoke, 0. Quan Wong and Weiss next to him wanted to intercept the God tier officer. Some kind of spell was cast inadvertently, as for Quan Wong and Weiss. Bai Ye was already quite angry. 579. 4 people worked together to win it completely. Now I feel as if I am at my peak. Wes, you can come and practice your skills next.
To be on the safe side, Byakuya plans to let Weiss join the fight.
Things will come to an end soon. I don't want this guy to be so arrogant. Bai Ye's words meant to Weiss, it is equivalent to a command-like existence. In his heart, Bai Ye had already been placed in an extremely strong position. 703. And a very lofty position. As a result, he no longer looked at the God tier officer to communicate with the king. Instead, he took the initiative to come to Beerus's side and join the battle.
She raised her fist and hit Black Goku with her strength.
Black Wukong, let me give you a taste of my power. The addition of Whis put Black Wukong into an extremely sideways state. Now it's 4 against 1. It's so fun, Black Goku was speaking. Weiss gave him a good lesson with his fists. I feel like your strokes are like a massage. Although Black Wukong can no longer hold on any longer. But his arrogant dignity did not allow him to bow to Bai Ye and others.
Can only be more angry. Advertisement. Use words in a more aggressive way to stimulate them.
Vegeta also returned to the fight after taking a short rest. Vegeta returns this time, with unprecedented anger. And the truest rage in my heart, it can be said that it has given Black Wukong unprecedented huge changes in a real sense. At this time, Black Wukong was also witnessing the Lord. Falling into a state of exhaustion, there is almost no way he can deal with 4 people at the same time. From barely defending at the beginning to being unable to defend now. Various fists and various weapons complement each other. Irreversible damage was left on his body. Haha, it seems like I'm really going to end. After all, Black Wukong was unable to support this battle because of his own strength. The next second. As a result, Black Wukong completely fell to the ground.
When he fell, he still looked at Bai Ye with that tenacious and unyielding gaze.
There is also a bit of irony in it. It's as if he has accomplished his mission.
Catch him quickly. Bai Ye immediately signaled everyone to take action.
Advertisement, I can get a lot of information and intelligence from this guy, and I absolutely can't delay it any longer. When Bai Ye finished speaking, quickly check the breath of the entire universe. After making sure nothing evil has invaded, the moment he turned his head.
Beerus and Whis had already completely immobilized Black Goku and tied him up.
He himself was unable to unleash any power, even if it can wield power. That's only within this small range of space. Now Black Wukong really has no way to bring trouble and threat to everyone. However, King Quan and Officer God Tier fell into silence. How will Byakuya treat Black Goku next? There is also the restoration and repair of the cosmic timeline. Should it come from Bai Ye? Or from Quan Wong? Bai Ye, now that you have completely caught this guy. Then let me handle the repair of timeline 0.3, right? King Quan was cautious when questioning Bai Ye. Of course, this also had the tacit approval of the king. Relax, there's no way I'm going to let someone build it. While Quan Wong was speaking, I'm also convinced that my actions can end most problems. Wait a minute, let me confirm this guy's situation first. 580. Resist the crisis from the timeline, but Bai Ye said it was not the time yet. We have to wait until Black Wukong recovers. Only by yourself can you deal with things and problems. There are many secrets and threats in Black Goku's head that we don't even know about. Bai Ye murmured to himself. Everyone naturally understood what Bai Ye meant and were waiting for his action. Only after we understand these things clearly can we take the next action. When Bai Ye spoke, he also hinted that the God tier officer and Quan Wong should be prepared. The universe timeline, if once restored, then the enemy they will face in 09 will be a more dangerous existence. The previous villains who were strangled and destroyed. It is also very likely that he will be resurrected again. At first, Quan Wangzhe thought Bai Ye was joking, but
someone can tell you something seriously several times in succession. Then this is it, it's no joke. All battles and threats are determined. They have all been completely solved at the same time.
Bai Ye looked coldly at He Chen, who was still asleep in front of him. Advertisement: Bai Ye really didn't expect that some people's fighting strength is just like that. Although Vegeta also obeyed Byakuya's words, but in his heart, he was still very calm. Now he has completely lost the chance to fight us. Can we do something about him? Vegeta has always been a guy with no martial ethics.
While confirming that Black Wukong has no attack ability,
he was already ready to completely destroy Black Goku. But Bai Ye said at this moment that he would never do anything about it. Now they have other things to deal with. Haven't you discovered that there are actually many connections between Black Goku and Zamasu? But they are definitely not the same entity, and now the two of them are completely integrated together. Vegeta realized when he heard this. It turns out that Zamasu and Black Goku are two individuals. But later he fought to make the situation favorable to himself. The fusion of the two began. They have become one, which is an extremely dangerous thing for us. After saying such words, Bai Ye's meaning was not understood by Vegeta, Sun Wukong and others. On the other hand, Beerus next to him looked like he suddenly realized something. Advertisement: don't look at them sleeping now. However, Zamasu's aura and power are being swallowed by Goku Black. Beerus's words made Byakuya nod with great satisfaction.
But the people around him all panicked. This shows what? Once Zamasu loses consciousness, then they will miss the real opportunity to learn the news 470 from the other party.
At that time, there may be only a greater threat left in front of them. While thinking about this, Beerus is a little confused in his heart.
He immediately urged Bai Ye, if you can take action, do it quickly.
Then what are we waiting for? Bai Ye, let me separate him. Beerus has a fanaticism in his heart that ordinary people cannot imagine. He couldn't imagine if these two dark men merged with each other. What will the final situation look like? Beerus thinks of things very simply. He felt that as long as it was a matter of strength.
There was a tug of war between the two sides. 581. Torture people slowly. Everything will be solved easily. However, in Bai Ye's view, this was not so easy at all.
Compared with Zamasu's consciousness, it has merged with Black Goku to a very perfect level.
It won't take long. Certain creatures will completely disappear in the small area they can control.
This is not a good thing, but Bai Ye didn't dare to act rashly now.
After all, he set his sights on King Quan. He didn't do this to mean that he was supporting the king or anything else.
It's about how troublesome the problem at hand is now. It had already exceeded all their expectations. This kind of crisis is best decided by the king. Even the god-tier officer admires Bai Ye's ability to judge the situation. Why? In order to prevent the universe's timeline from becoming chaotic again, he was destroyed again.
It would be best to hand over power to the king to solve the problems here.
King Quan stepped forward, and after confirming that Black Wukong was firmly bound here. Soon, he connected the timeline of this universe with other universes.
Advertisement. The originally closed universe timeline.
After the moment and the real timeline are connected to each other.
Huge energy fluctuations erupted, almost destroying the place where they sealed Black Goku.
It's really disgusting. I never thought that the energy fluctuations would be so huge. Although King Quan also instantly joined forces with Bai Ye to create a defensive force field. Protected everyone perfectly. But, the connection of the cosmic timeline coupled with powerful energy fluctuations. It also appeared in this place, causing tragic disasters. After the energy fluctuations and all problems disappear, Byakuya begins to use his powers, completely separate Zamasu and Goku Black. It's done, Beerus said excitedly next to him, the breath of these two people. It was as if they were connected by some kind of creature at the moment of separation. Byakuya even heard Zamasu yelling at him in his heart. It's so disgusting. The god-tier officer looked at Zamasu disgustedly. Advertisement: he has reached this point, but he still doesn't want to give up insulting us. The gap is indeed a bit huge. Both of them are still in coma. After Zamasu and Sun Wukong were completely separated. At this time, we should see how Bai Ye and Quan Wang solve the problem and learn from it. I really want to tear him to pieces, but fortunately, the Monkey King next to him is as pure as if he has his own flameout valve. Let Vegeta be a little bit sluggish. Compared with Sun Wukong, he really has a hot temper. Extinguish the anger in Vegeta's heart. Backquote, this rubbish. This is the only way he can slander and insult us. But luckily, I have it under control for the time being. The expression of Sun Wukong, who looks honest and innocent. An angry Vegeta said such words, it even started to move its own joints. Next to him, Vegeta, Goku, and even Beerus also heard such a sound. Brother, getting angry won't solve the problem, it will only waste our time. Obviously, the god-tier officer also heard this sound. Vegeta's eyes are filled with killing light. 582. There are so many twists and turns here. It was as if they couldn't be awakened. He didn't speak to anyone. The god-tier official's face was full of sadness. He always feels that the problem is a bit too big. To be fair, he should have woken up by now. The god-tier officer was very curious about this. Why is Zamasu so silent now? Should we continue to wait here? I'm just afraid that a lot of time will be wasted. The god-tier officer is very scared. He had already passed his thoughts just now. Contacted subordinates and even spies in other universe timelines. 047. The news I received was very extreme. After those timelines were lost, the constraints of the king and the god-tier officials were lost. The power of evil and the existence of darkness quickly took root. Each world has its own demon king and powerful controller. Many people are living in dire straits. If the god-tier officer could quickly handle the matter in front of him, then he can free up his hands with Quan Wong. Advertisement.
Clean up other timelines. I have used my consciousness to detect Zamasu. This guy did it on purpose and did not want to wake up AJFG. After Bai Ye said this again, his expression was much more angry than before.
The reason why he is so irritable, it's because of the pretentiousness of the guy in front of me. He seemed to be fully aware of it. When he wakes up, he will be tortured like never before. Then, just keep a silent look and say nothing more. After Bai Ye confirmed that Zamasu's body was fine, he turned to look at Vegeta. His eyes were full of strange existence. Why are you looking at me like that? My anger has just subsided, Bai Ye. After Vegeta said this angrily, Bai Ye couldn't help but assign him a task. He stepped forward and punched Zamasu hard on the cheek.
And after Zamasu suffered such a punch, I also woke up in an instant.
Advertisement looking at Bai Ye and others with a jealous and restless expression. Pretend. If you keep pretending, your head may be screwed off next time, my friend. Byakuya's calm words made Zamasu unable to hold himself any longer. He never thought that he would be controlled by someone in this way. But Zamasu soon returned to his calm state again. Anyway, you have already made me like this. Killing me will alleviate the pain in my heart. Zamasu looked fearless. It looked as if he was the victim. What Vegeta can't stand most is this kind of guy who plays coward in front of others. So he punched Zamasu hard in front of him again. You be asterisk 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 D. You really don't feel the pain when you talk, do you? I tell you, you'd better obey the arrangements we give you now, otherwise you will be completely ruined next. An angry Vegeta then transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Give this guy a good lesson. He has completely mastered the essence of how to do it. But if this continues, then this series of things will be meaningless.
Zamasu's words were almost meaningless. If you fail, be honest.
Instead of hiding your information. 583, fully admitted conspiracy. Don't let everyone know. Could it be that you can't see it? Everyone has long ignored Zamasu's words when Vegeta transforms. At the same time, he also looked like he was enjoying himself very much. He was extremely calm in front of everyone. Even Sun Wukong can't stand it anymore. Bai Ye signaled Zamasu at this time to launch an unprecedented attack on him. We must win the battle quickly and must not delay. Bai Ye was actually angry a long time ago, and everyone present was also very angry. At the same time, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and began to deliver a series of heavy punches. Hit him hard. After a round of ravage, obviously, Zamasu was already a little bit unable to withstand this. But he still looked tough. It seemed that this matter did not develop in the direction they imagined. It has become even more extreme. Otherwise, why bother doing this if you really kill me? After Vegeta stopped attacking, Zamasu said these words very calmly. Advertisement, but everyone remained silent. Or what do you want to know? Can you tell me? It's not like I don't know how to speak, so why'd I bully others? Zamasu's words are very unique. He is soft-spoken now. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to make such a fuss. Is this your plan? Gather everyone at this time, and then let us deliberately close the timeline? Byakuya's question made Zamasu fall into silence. He seemed to be thinking about how he should reply to Bai Ye's words. But soon, his face showed a proud look, for what comes next.
Zamasu even showed that this was his own operating method.
Yes, this is indeed part of my plan. Zamasu was quite proud. More evil people will appear soon. You will be finished by then.
After Zamasu finished speaking with great ease, he closed his eyes. It was as if he had already predicted his destiny.
So, are you sure that this thing will happen in that direction? After Vegeta finished speaking, he showed an evil smile. He punched Zamasu hard in the face several times.
Advertisement. 0. Please give me flowers. Zamasu was used to being tormented anyway. Since I have done bad things, since I have to become like this.
Bai Ye showed an evil smile. I still look like I'm not afraid of anyone. He simply couldn't believe that he had ended up in such a wonderful situation. Byakuya's words really worked for Vegeta. Although he was still angry, he calmed down. Okay, don't put too much pressure on him. This kid doesn't want to. To be honest, I have plenty of ways. What is this for? Bai Ye, is it possible that you have more dangerous methods to deal with me? The Zamasu in front of him thought he was a being who could hide the truth from others. Although Zamasu is indeed difficult to deal with Byakuya.
King Quan and Officer God Tier were even more shocked by Bai Ye's next behavior.
0 After Vegeta stepped aside, then you have to be brave enough to bear all the pain. But little did he know that his end was coming. The latter looked extremely surprised. Instead, Zamasu's body slowly floated up as time went by. But at this time, his speaking method was no longer as fierce as before.
Advertisement 584. This wave of torture must continue.
Instead, there was a kind of surprise and shock. seeing that Zamasu was still silent. Bai Ye planned to make him realize the mistake he had made. No, I don't mean anything else, I just want to play with you. Zamasu just saw Bai Ye's crazy look. I knew I was going to be doomed this time. Let you know the cost of lying. Bai Ye's words also contained some hint of 367. When Zamasu realized that he would definitely be dealt with by Byakuya next, he immediately looked horrified. No, wait, I have more. Just at the moment when the words were spoken, Bai Ye quickly used his boxing skills. Let Zamasu suffer a big loss, although the latter is said to be completely imprisoned. However, he can also feel the harm this kind of thing brings to him.
The anger in my heart has already reached ultimate.
Damn it, at this time, your fist hits my body and it hurts so much. Zamasu bared his teeth and roared, but no one present had any kindness towards him. Advertisement, this is exactly what I thought, you are not a good person at all. These words made Vegeta next to him laugh uncontrollably. He also wanted to tease Zamasu with everyone, but after seeing Bai Ye being so silent, he stopped talking for a moment. You are just trying to get the answer you want from me. After Zamasu said this angrily, his eyes were filled with infinite anger. But it's a pity. Now Zamasu is like a man who has lost any offensive level and is at the mercy of others. It's such a relief, you have to deal with him like this. Vegeta next to him was extremely happy to see it. He also clenched his fist. I plan to rush forward and give Zamasu some color. Don't forget what you just said to me. Seeing no one to stop him, Vegeta raised his fist and walked up. There is also a bit of ridicule in his demeanor. Now, I must let you experience the feeling of being taken care of by others. I think you will never forget it. Vegeta's fist also bombarded Zamasu's body. This time, Zamasu experienced unprecedented torture. Advertisement, he didn't expect that something like this would happen to him. He had always thought naively before, in his current state, he is a prisoner and will not be tortured too much. This disgusting guy never gives up and continues to disgust people. And now is the best opportunity to deal with this guy. 1.3. It will be relatively safer. Vegeta just insulted Zamasu. But Zamasu still looked extremely tough. Everyone looked at Bai Ye calmly at this moment. To deal with such garbage people, now is the best opportunity to teach them a lesson. But where is there such a thing as safety now? Vegeta's actions can be considered to be actions under Bai Ye's supervision. All that's left is endless torture. There's no need to be so forbearing at this time. In Bai Ye's view, the more you try to deal with him, the more his dignity will be trampled on. For someone like Zamasu, Beerus also hates the fact that iron cannot become steel.
As for Bai Ye, he didn't say that he wanted everyone to quiet down at this time.
It's as if everyone is waiting for Bai Ye's next order. No big deal. Advertisement 585. Even if you can't pretend, you have to pretend. Vegeta's bombardment seemed endless, although not particularly uncomfortable. But, in front of so many people, Zamasu's face was really lost. Are you going to bully me, a weakling, together? Bai Ye, you be ************** D. I thought you were some kind of hero.
It turns out you are the same as those despicable people.
The words that the angry Zamasu spoke at this moment were almost feeble. Bai Ye doesn't care about this. I can have such a perfect opportunity. That must be to teach this guy a lesson to ultimate. Bai Ye, if he doesn't tell the truth, are you going to continue to teach him a lesson like this? King Quan was indeed confused. I don't know what Bai Ye wants to do. I just want to wait and see. This guy has a lot of secrets in his hands.
Bai Ye's words temporarily reassured King Quan. To deal with Zamasu, there must be a more evil way to deal with him.
After beating Zamasu violently, this guy's heart is no longer the same as before. What is the so-called powerful pride? Advertisement. Instead, it was all pain and insults. When he looked at everyone, the uneasiness in his heart also rose. But does it work? In Bai Ye's opinion, the result of this kind of stuff is nothing more than to be completely destroyed. To say it or not to say it, it's up to you. Byakuya's words frightened Zamasu. His secret. Bai Ye probably doesn't know about it.
You continue to use this method to attack me. I really don't understand why I have already told you everything I need to say.
Bai Ye, why are you trying to embarrass me like this? The moment such words are spoken, Zamasu finally collapsed. His whole body entered a state of despair because of this. Tears cannot solve any problem. This is completely within the scope of Bai Ye's judgment. This kid is pretending. The God-tier officer immediately told Bai Ye his information. Bai Ye is also quite clear. Zamasu is just stalling for time. His heart has not been completely destroyed yet. That's why he dares to be so arrogant. But if you want it, really get rid of it. Advertisement. The price he has to pay is even more. It seems that you still don't want to say it. Bai Ye knew what Moss was thinking. Directly ordered to continue and fight against it. The God-tier officials and all the kings were silent. Will he also endure such torture? The limit of his own endurance has been stretched again?
If he offended Bai Ye, he doesn't even need to speak, and he won't use this method.
King Quan looked coldly at Zamasu, who fell to the ground, crying. After Bai Ye's words were spoken, Bai Ye wants to torture people. But Quan Long next to him gave an answer that the 957 God-tier official believed very much. I think you also want to know the secret of the universe's timeline, right?
The crying Zamasu is still suffering from the slander and humiliation of pride from everyone.
Are the evil villains in the timeline planning to launch an attack? The God-tier officer was also very scared. It took me a long time to tell what I knew. Indeed, Wushu has hidden this matter very deeply now. Bai Ye's words made Zamasu feel anxious again. 0. He kept thinking. 586. The rest of the chaos ensues. If you can delay it for 1 second, just delay it for 1 second.
You're only half right, and there's still a lot you haven't said.
Zamasu smiled proudly. He raised his head and looked at Bai Ye. Beerus and Whis were even more shocked. This guy still looks like this until now.
I'm afraid it's hard to say what happens next. It was precisely because King Quan saw the truth of the matter.
Only then did he say what he thought so decisively. The God-tier official felt that there was nothing hidden in it. Bai Ye just wanted to show his bad taste, seeing that the God-tier officer is not particularly convinced now. King Quan decided to make a bet with him so that he could understand the behavior of certain people. Zamasu is not only a dark person, but he also has many despicable thoughts in his heart that people cannot identify. King Quan vowed to say, "That's why you don't understand many things." King Quan carefully thought about his knowledge and understanding of all these things.
When I tell the God-tier officer all my plans. The latter waved his hand and said that he didn't want to listen for now.
Advertisement. It seems to be affected by another force.
Wait a minute, some bad things have already begun here, those sources of power. It's definitely not from our current timeline. After the God-tier officer finished speaking, he quickly conveyed what he was thinking to Bai Ye.
Let Bai Ye get the predictions of the God-tier officer and the king about something just now. After Bai Ye listened to their speeches, there was also a look of considerable excitement on his face. Sure enough, everything that was supposed to come came. In addition, the evil demon in time has also found this place. There will definitely be a huge conflict soon. Zamasu was still lying on the ground and restrained by Byakuya. My heart is filled with the pain of despair. Are you pretending? If you keep pretending, do you think you can still live? This time, Bai Ye released a powerful deterrent the moment he finished speaking. Zamasu, as always, wanted to muddle through, but he fell silent for a moment. He was thinking about facing this powerful force.
If you still have to deal with it in an indifferent way, then the final self will inevitably die. Advertisement.
He immediately broke free from Bai Ye's restraints. He stood up and acted very humbly and respectfully. This method really opened Beerus and Whis' eyes. I thought Bai Ye planned to kill him. But look at Bai Ye's state. It seems that there are other things to say now.
Quote. You have summoned all the evil people from other timelines, right? Byakuya's question stunned Zamasu. Then it was as if I had received some support.
He laughed happily. The whole person was extremely excited, and even more so arrogant.
You are right, I have already summoned everyone who should be summoned. When you blocked their timeline, the outside has already become a chaotic area.
Zamasu looked at Byakuya excitedly. He knows that pretending won't solve the problem. Since Bai Ye also saw through his plan, then just say everything that needs to be said. I extracted how to destroy the timeline from the memory of my master Gervis. And the true way to bring evil to the world, but I didn't expect so much to be so time-consuming. 587. Integrated cleverly, Zamasu's face showed a very sad look. It's as if he didn't do this perfectly. Bai Ye, on the other hand, has been enduring his temper.
Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside them could no longer bear the words spoken by such an evil person.
If they break out in anger, it can almost destroy the world. Fortunately, Weiss also noticed this situation. She tried every means to stop the restlessness in the hearts of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You guys need to hold on tight, the timeline is messed up. Weiss, who had always been carefree, turned gloomy. The two of them also looked like they were suddenly enlightened. It turns out that all of this was carried out under the circumstances designed by Zamasu. You were really cruel, kid. Vegeta was angry again. But the initial impulse was gone. Instead, calm down. That means, the crisis we have to face next, would it be something that ordinary people can face? Vegeta realizes this. Originally, he was very confident that he and Sun Wukong could end certain threats. Advertisement, but now it seems that this is simply not feasible. This is simply an existence that he cannot handle. Even the king and the god-tier officials cast their painful eyes on Bai Ye. In their view, now we can only rely on Bai Ye to solve this timeline confusion problem. Zamasu, if I remember correctly, as long as I kill you, another you will come to this timeline soon, right?
Bai Ye's extremely calm and unexpected words. Zamasu instantly became alert.
In theory this is indeed the case, but he didn't know what Bai Ye meant by saying this. That's true, but can you stop them? Zamasu's words were provocative.
But Bai Ye didn't pay attention. He started at this time.
Start thinking about how to deal with Zamasu and Black Goku together. Do you need the magic wave, BCBC, in the White Knight? After finishing his words, Sun Wukong took out the capsule. After opening it, a rice cooker fell to the ground.
After seeing this thing, Beerus and Whis were extremely shocked.
I absolutely do not agree with you using this kind of thing. Advertisement Vegeta was even more irritable. Could it be that, You want the lives of those present to be in danger? Vegeta was suddenly worried. He had seen Sun Wukong before, and his friends used in Fungbo. But the price is to completely lose power and then leave this world. This is never a good thing. At the same time, Bai Ye just waved his hand.
Tell him not to say anything at this time. I have other things to do.
But it's definitely not going to get rid of it like this. I have more fun ways to play. Bai Ye burst out with his powerful aura at this time. Combining Zamasu and Black Goku together, this method of operation not only shocked Zamasu. Even everyone present did not dare to speak. This powerful force is beyond the control of King Quan. It's more like a god making some fun games as he pleases. Bai Ye, what do you want? If you attack me in this way, you will pay the price. Zamasu said this with great excitement, but that didn't occur to him at all. 588. Evil Saiyan, Kamba. In fact, I have now completely become an existence that is at the mercy of others and can be manipulated at will. Bai Ye can use his own various methods to destroy it. Zamasu still looked calm and collected, although he merged with Black Wukong. But in an instant, a powerful breath came out, directly penetrated Bai Ye's defense. You control my people in this way, and you think you have won? The power of this voice exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Weiss, who was quite relaxed, felt uncomfortable. Is it possible? Such a scary sound. It spread throughout the entire universe in an instant.
Even a powerful barrier cannot defend directly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta both looked serious.
The strength of this enemy, for them, it is indeed a little bit huge. This time, King Quan, who had been very silent and had many thoughts, could not laugh. He cast his ominous gaze on Bai Ye. At the same time, he transferred his body and all the emperors. All open to the highest level. Advertisement, Bai Ye, I'm really afraid that I can't hold on anymore.
You won't be able to do it next. Bai Ye could clearly feel the panic and fear in Quan Wang's words.
He also looked at Beerus and Whis, who had been feeling very uncomfortable. Together they retreated to King Quan's side. Zamasu, who was forced to fuse together, finally felt something. He released his breath instantly. It's like positioning. Guide enemies across the timeline to this place. The chaos of other timelines was finally completely merged with me in an instant. Zamasu was convinced that those friends would be back soon. I was so excited for a while. This feeling is really so sad. It was as if Zamasu realized something in an instant.
He was ready to end himself at this moment. It's a pity that Bai Ye didn't notice his presence at this moment.
Instead, it focuses on a certain corner of the universe. A rupture in the area somewhere in this timeline. It filled his heart with a sense of anticipation. Byakuya, be careful, Zamasu, he actually ended himself.
Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Weiss yelled in extreme shock. Bai Ye heard such words. It means that all this is within his expectation.
So I came here with my powerful power to meet him. An extremely domineering voice. Sun Wukong and Vegeta still haven't figured it out yet. Such a powerful breath. His expression was much more serious than before. It is said that there are very crazy and powerful beings in this world. Because a more powerful guy is about to appear. Is there something more powerful? Vegeta and Sun Wukong were immediately stunned. He can just leave, anyway, it's not too important to us.
Zamasu's death can actually be judged. Give people an unquestionable aura.
What kind of threats are hidden here? They felt a power coming from the sky. Why is Bai Ye so indifferent to what is happening in front of him? As a result, everyone in them now has a sad attitude.
After Bai Ye said these words very calmly. But the next second.
589. It seems quite clever. Let's see if his level is above the legendary level. The person who said such words was in an extremely irritable state.
Son Goku and Vegeta immediately entered the Super Saiyan state.
In the sky not far away, strange red light spots flickered. A weird mask with blonde hair. Red light, the dark aura that appears on the periphery of Madara exists. Appeared in midair, King Quan looked at the evil existence in front of 433. I also have some very uncomfortable thoughts in my heart. Kenba, why are you here? Quan Wang vaguely remembered other timelines before. Kamba was imprisoned in a planetary prison, and now Kamba seems to be much stronger than before. His strength seems to be quite powerful. The latter also seemed to be very interested in King Quan. He looked at King Quan with interest, continuously let the black flames spread rapidly around the body. Kamba looked at Zamasu, who had already ended himself. Bringing his body with him in an instant, extract great power from it. Advertisement, I'm just a little curious, Zamasu, why is this waste so inefficient when doing things? We had to wait for about 2 days, contempt the words of others.
This is enough to prove the evil degree of opinion. Son Goku and Vegeta, although I have heard of the existence of such an evil Super Saiyan King before. But I didn't expect that he would actually show up this time. Even Beerus trembled a little, although he is said to be a high-level being of the god of destruction.
But when facing lawless people like Kamba, almost all the strength has to be used. He even had to rely on Wise help. Only the combined efforts of the two can barely sanction him. Your speed is so slow that it makes me feel flustered. Seeing that no one spoke, Kemba expressed his inner thoughts. At the same time, he showed a very proud look, so next I plan to play a game with you. I need you to cooperate with me. Are you willing? Watch the words fall. The entire area was shrouded in black mist. There is an extreme collapse and a special atmosphere hidden in the dark night. Advertisement Bai Ye remained silent, he even collected his breath. This makes the god tier official very different. Even Whis and Beerus 2.9 also displayed their powerful power at this time. Of course he didn't expect it at all. He originally wanted to question Bai Ye.
You can't take action, the current situation is very threatening.
I want to imprison Vegeta in place, let me kill him. The whole person is wild. Vegeta instantly allowed himself to reach the advanced aura stage of a Saiyan. Everyone's persuasion was of no use to Beta, but it seemed that it was too late. But Vegeta's words interrupted his thoughts. You can't go. Bai Ye didn't even ask you to do it. Are you going to rush in and do something bad? Vegeta had fought against Kanpa before, and the two were inseparable. It's just to defeat a general. Bai Ye, please give it to me. Taking action it will definitely lead to greater chaos. Are you stupid? Vegeta looked at Kanpa quite proudly and smiled happily at the same time. There are more dangerous things about to happen. Goku wants to stop Vegeta. 590. Powerful waves of evil thoughts. Even Vegeta has to go to the next level and gain a strong advantage. And now he still feels that he is the proudest being. No need to rely on Sun Wukong. As long as you have your own personal strength, you can obliterate it. Bai Ye, who was silent, stared at the current Vegeta. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little sigh in his heart. If Vegeta really wants to rush forward like this, there will definitely be an even greater disaster. Beerus, Whis, I hope you two can help Vegeta together. Bai Ye's words made them both fall silent for a while. Yes, Bai Ye just saw through 12 the final development of this series of things. But he didn't want to explain it completely, as that would not only suppress everyone's morale. More bad things will happen. Bai Ye, what should we do next? Facing this dangerous situation, I'm scared. Beerus already has a backbone. He was even more trembling when he spoke. We may have to pay a greater price, which may exceed our awareness. Beerus is by no means an alarmist. He knows very well that once the timeline is disturbed. Advertisement then everything is different from before.
He had also heard about Kenpa. But will it be confusing to fight like this now?
To give Beerus a general idea, Bai Ye will tell him what he knows. Tell Beerus. It will be very chaotic, and those who were weak before will become strong. And the strong will become more terrifying existences, so we have to be careful. Bai Ye spoke like this after careful consideration. He has seen all this very clearly, this crazy fight. It was at this time that we reached an extremely dangerous angle. Although I'm just here to investigate the situation first. You're just going to send someone like this to challenge me? Kamba saw Vegeta charging towards him. He was obviously very disdainful. Is it that you don't want him to leave alive at all? After Kenba finished speaking, red aura gathered in his hands. Super evil wave. Advertisement after seeing him say such words excitedly. Vegeta, who rushed forward, was immediately wrapped in it. He is a very obedient person. He didn't know how Bai Ye was thinking about this matter. The battle in front of us began to develop in the most dangerous and unbearable direction. But where will things develop next? It's hard to say. And Bai Ye's current state of silence is enough to prove the seriousness of this matter. The trapped Vegeta struggled back and forth in this wave of evil thoughts. What happens after 703 may be even more threatening.
Although Sun Wukong was very worried. But he will definitely not take action directly. But he could clearly detect it. I think he should have already known his fate when he was dealing with these things.
Bai Ye, why don't you save him? If this continues, I'm afraid he really won't be able to survive. It was as if he had disappeared. Whis was extremely panicked. Sun Wukong is quite silent. No need to say anything now, we just wait for the results. No response. If your words can attract Bai Ye's attention, why don't you say something? 591 The gap has completely widened. Vegeta barely managed to tear open a hole, after jumping out from inside. Staring at the madman in front of him with very angry eyes. At the same time, he began to charge his fist quickly. It hit Kamba hard. Vegeta soon discovered that a battle of this level had a huge impact on perception. It's like scratching an itch. The person in front of me didn't have any panic expression. But he looked like he was enjoying it and didn't care. Yes, continue to beat me like you beat Zamasu. I inherit all of Zamasu's ideas. Kamba looked at Vegeta evilly. Then, a hand grabbed Vegeta's neck. And your weaknesses? After Kamba finished speaking, he immediately let evil thoughts fill Vegeta's body. This evil thought is like burning fire. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then asked Grasshopper to break free. However, due to lack of strength, there is no way to break free. Damn it, you lunatic. Vegeta didn't even have time to finish his words. He was immediately thrown out. Advertisement hit Bai Ye and the others hard.
A critical moment. Bai Ye took the initiative and displayed a strong aura. After erecting the barrier, Vegeta was saved. But this evil thought.
Vegeta's body kept burning. Vegeta was in agony and unable to break free. Even Beerus was frightened after seeing it. Relax, this kind of thing has no offensive power. It's just that anyone who is touched will be instantly attacked by evil thoughts and darkness. After Kemba said these words excitedly, his expression became even more excited. He set his sights on King Quan. After all, in the eyes of his boss, as long as he kills Quan Wang, human beings will inevitably escape the endless cycle of reincarnation. I sensed a very unfriendly atmosphere. God-tier officer, we have to face many threats next. After Quan Wang muttered to himself, he quickly used his breath. It supported a strong defensive stance for everyone present, and everyone was wrapped up in it. But only the God-tier officer still looked extremely serious. Advertisement, he knew that this was just a deliberate attempt by the other party to declare a challenge. Wait a moment for more dark ones, even more powerful evil things. If it shows up every minute, then this place will completely set off an unprecedented storm. There will be more madmen coming. We have to take action quickly. I don't understand how long you have to wait at this time, Bai Ye. After thinking for a long time, the God-tier officer spoke. Still staring at Bai Ye with a look of extreme torment. He knows that with the strength of these so-called gods, they want you to stop this battle. It's almost completely impossible. After this, something even more confusing will happen. Bai Ye, we really place all our hopes on you, please. Things have gone beyond my expectations. After King Quan, Wang Nujiao calmly said these words. He looked at Bai Ye with a trusting expression. He couldn't help but think back to the conflict he had with Bai Ye when he first met. Of course, Bai Ye ignored them. Instead, he stared coldly at the secret hidden behind Kemba. He hasn't moved his body for such a long time. Kemba, isn't it a waste of time to open a teleportation gate behind you? After Bai Ye finished speaking, Kemba's expression instantly became tense. 592 I am really panicking, but I can stay calm. Kemba frowned slightly.
He also knew the meaning of what Bai Ye said. I must be more cautious next time.
After all, there is something wrong with facing a being like Bai Ye. Based on my information, you are indeed a person who is not easy to offend.
Kanba felt pain in his heart, but he still said these words calmly.
He knew that Bai Ye was indeed powerful. It's better to be more stable now. What you said is correct. After this door is completely opened in a while, Quan Wang will face a more interesting existence. Kemba's words were directed at the king. At the same time, the evil smile on his face was even more terrifying. Of course, a guy of this caliber, for Bai Ye, killing him is still easy. It's just that Bai Ye doesn't want to put all the focus on him now. King Quan, you may need to be ready soon. There's a door behind this kid. Bai Ye's reminder instantly cheered up Quan Wang. He knew that there seemed to be something waiting for him behind it. Advertisement. That thing is slowly emitting power. I'm afraid that if he opens the door after a while, something very dangerous will happen. Bai, Becca. Ye's words made Quan Wang extremely energetic.
At the same time, he told Bai Ye that there was no problem.
Even when the enemy comes, you can resist it. I can handle anyone. If they are really capable, let them do it. King Quan was determined to win, and at the same time looked at Bai Ye sincerely.
You don't have to worry about me, you can deal with Kemba with peace of mind day and night.
Although King Quan said such words with such heroic spirit, but Bai Ye still knew that he was feeling worse than anyone else in his heart. Even if there are god-tier people around me paying attention. When facing the real enemy, Quan Wang's power is still not worth mentioning. The strength of those evil guys. I'm afraid that after the distortion of the universe's timeline, it has long been so powerful that it is unheard of. At this time, Kemba also said that the gate had been assembled. More powerful guys will arrive later. If you kill me now, this door can indeed be closed. Kemba didn't panic on the surface, but in fact he was already very upset. Advertisement, he could still hold on and looked at Bai Ye calmly. But one thing is, are you really ready to kill me? After the arrogant Kemba spoke, evil energy bullets actually condensed in his hands. He threw it towards Bai Ye like crazy. It was obvious that his intention was to kill Bai Ye after a complete sneak attack. It can create conditions for other evil people to land. However, he underestimated the defensive force field displayed by Quan Wang. Although evil energy bombs can shake the entire universe and some of the people present here.
But if you want to break through the position, I am afraid it will be even more difficult.
Don't worry, Bai Ye, hurry up and find a way to deal with him. I'm here to support you. This wave of strong support is actually very laborious for Quan Wang. But he still gave Bai Ye a calmer side. I'm afraid that even more evil guys will come in the future, and we won't be able to handle them.
King Quan urged Bai Ye again, hoping that he would kill first and then quickly.
The longer you delay for this kind of person, in the end, everyone will be affected. But what Quan Wang didn't expect was that Bai Ye just stood there and didn't move at all. He has been thinking about his next plan of action. 593 A stranger existence appears, instead of doing whatever King Quan urges him to do. Let's put it aside for now, we need to take a look at Vegeta's situation first. Bai Ye's words fell. The whole king and the god-tier officials were all surprised. Didn't they just say it? Sir, Bai Ye doesn't seem to want to cooperate with our actions. Then wasting words with him is a waste of time. The god-tier officer especially believed in Bai Ye. But he also knows that he wants to kill all his opponents in one fell swoop. But the god-tier officer was furious, would love to get started and do something. It's better. Leave the solution to this matter to me. How about I come up with a way to face that lunatic? The words of the god-tier official were actually a test. Of course, these things are of no use to Quan Wong at all. The real enemy cannot be tried even if you try. The powerful force will eventually sweep in. Have an impact on your own people. I think. Bai Ye naturally has his own intentions when he speaks like this. If we're going to question him for something like this, we're questioning ourselves. Advertisement Quan Wang's words seemed more like he was favoring Bai Ye. The god-tier officer is also a knowledgeable being. He knew that he should not say anything more about it now. Just wait and see what happens. Byakuya immediately checked Vegeta's injury. The damage done to Vegeta was not what Kamba said. His body was already tumbling from the inside out. This black smoke seems to be burning directly. I'm really sorry, Bai Ye, because this little thing has caused you a lot of trouble. Vegeta was in unbearable pain, but the body is moving in a good direction. No big deal. It seems that my strength is not that strong yet. I am so stupid. Vegeta really regretted that he was careless. This is no ordinary battle. Although Vegeta escaped from the hands of his opinion. But his body was trembling all the time. Next to them, Sun Wukong and Beerus were very anxious. Are you okay, brother? I can always feel that you are still suffering from this in your heart. Beerus spoke quite angrily. I also entered into a kind of entanglement in my heart. Advertisement, please give me flowers. He felt that he could use his own skills to fight this guy. I'm afraid I have to lose. After all, he still hesitated to speak. It's okay, let me slow down, I just feel some pain in my body. Vegeta was also soft-spoken, however, what followed was anger. His strength wants to hurt me, just kidding and dreaming. Vegeta also made such a judgment based on his own injuries. And here is Bai Ye. I also suddenly felt that the energy behind Kamba began to fluctuate crazily. It seems like something wants to jump out. Come on, it's finally here, my respected lord, my friend. Kemba looked like he was going crazy. There was cheering and encouragement. At the same time, there is an existence with a more powerful aura. Appeared in front of Bai Ye. This person is wearing a black fur coat trimmed with gold and has a golden hairstyle. Looks like a very powerful master. It's just that pale skin that no longer reveals his illness to others. And the painful scars on his body, it makes people feel very intimidating. 594 Inadvertent contest. At the same time, this person praised Kamba.
Oh, Kamba, you did this perfectly, allowing me to bring other people to this place.
This man stared at King Quan fiercely, feeling extremely excited. Then I think some people's lives should be in my hands. This power is dozens of times stronger than Kamba's.
He flashed directly to King Quan's side. The dagger in his hand shone with a cold light.
53-0. Of course, that is just a dagger made of Qigong bullets. It seems that he wants to kill the king directly. Sir, be careful. The god-tier officer instantly pushed Quan Wong to Bai Ye's side. And at the same time a cube with strong gravity, it was directly pinned to the god-tier officer. I never thought you would have such loyal subordinates, how interesting. The person who spoke burst out with a very powerful breath. According to Bai Ye's judgment, this person should be a fool.
King Quan sneered, he didn't expect to meet Haz in this place.
In his opinion, Haz should not be in this place. He is in the prison planet and should be dead but still alive. Advertisement, I never thought. Bai Ye would be in big trouble for us next. The king was extremely frightened, but still strong and calm. Hazy's power is very powerful, beyond all of our control and imagination. Quan Wong just used a special method. I just wanted to describe his panic about this matter. For Bai Ye, this is just a side dish. It looks pretty awesome. But you said that it would not work if it exploded with a little power with powerful properties. This guy has no level at all. Kamba can open the spell after the extremely fast teleportation. 3 more red crystals appeared next to him. What kind of existence is inside this crystal? It is difficult to judge in the current Bai Ye. I can just feel their powerful aura. Thank you Zamasu for your dedication. Haz is extremely arrogant. Looking at Quan Wong is like looking at a weakling. However, you may see a crazier and sicker Zamasu after a while. I hope you won't be afraid of this. Haz's words were extremely arrogant. Advertisement Kamba next to him was equally excited. When 2 lunatics come together, it means that even crazier things will happen. Only the combined strength of 2 people can actually hurt themselves. But the White Knight was extremely peaceful, being able to say something like this. Saved by Bai Ye. Comparing himself and his evil minions to being the gardener of the universe in all timelines. Our great ambitions will eventually be realized. I have to say, this is indeed quite skillful. The god-tier officer in that position, in an instant. Take your own thinking so seriously. Quan Wong next to him also had a slight collision with Bai Ye's thoughts in an instant. Especially in this situation, he compared King Quan to a weak child.
So, where is the threat? It cannot be said that the entire universe will become more beautiful in our hands, but at least 4.0 will be more harmonious.
Of course this was arranged for him by Bai Ye. Haz's words were full of sarcasm. The movement was so fast that neither Hazy nor Kamba could react, and the two were even talking and laughing. Even Kamba's skin was slightly numb. 595 existence that refreshes Haz's knowledge. Just when Kamba was thinking about how to talk to Haz, he suddenly discovered the existence of that energy position. It disappeared without a trace. Haha, I do agree with your idea, but I just discovered that the person you imprisoned seems to be gone. Has was laughing wildly just now and looked extremely cool. After listening to what Kamba said, his expression instantly turned bitter and bitter. How could anyone escape completely in the area he set up? This is not a joke. If you are lying to me about Kamba, then don't. Has hasn't finished speaking yet. He set his sights on those 14 positions. Sure enough, there was nothing left, only the purple crystal shell was left. The god-tier officer gasped and looked at Bai Ye, feeling deeply for a moment. He didn't know what else he could do in this place. But he knew it very well. My current strength is no longer qualified to fight with these sick guys in front of me. And Quan Wong had the same idea. He also wanted to place his power and all his future on Bai Ye. Perhaps only in this way can you make your heart quieter. Advertisement, I don't have any intention of messing around in front of you.
Bai Ye, but if you are unwilling to stand up for us.
It is impossible to fight against this lunatic with our strength. After saying this, King Quan's face was even more frightened. Hearts' attack just now has made him a little bit uncomfortable. After all, he had had a conflict with Has before. But that's just weak. A kind of clown is just shouting in front of himself. What's wrong, King Quan, are you afraid of my power?
Don't worry, I will send you on your way. Has's words were full of arrogance.
Ever since he escaped from the prison planet, the whole person has never been as relaxed as now. There were also some evil guys on the road. Most of the people were eliminated by themselves. And now he uses Zamasu to finally achieve his plan. Also take advantage of this opportunity. He planned to teach the so-called gods of destruction and Kaioshin in the entire universe a lesson. With their strength, they will inevitably be trampled under their feet by themselves. Do you know how I rescued the person just now? Advertisement? Bai Ye's words made Has furious, but he has his own principles, and human beings are the existence that he wants to protect throughout his life. But what is impossible in this world? This is very real. But why do you have such powerful power? Your aura is as good as that of Quan Wong, right? But Bai Ye looked at him disdainfully. Has knows very well that if someone exposes something he has hidden. And Bai Ye happens to be a human being. Zamasu's memory makes no mention of you to me. Hearts admits that this feeling is indeed unpleasant. This is the basic ground wire, but the 700-strong family in front of me is a human being. But why can he be so arrogant? There was some exclamation in Hearts' words. Has looked at Bai Ye in confusion. Kamba next to him could clearly feel Has's murderous intention.
Even he himself thought this was impossible. The result can be imagined. He won't do anything to humans. He himself seemed insignificant at this time.
596 almost unable to hold on. From a certain perspective, you can ask Kamba. The friend next to you is very familiar with me. These words made Kamba sweat profusely in midair. If Has gets angry, he will be doomed. The friend next to you is very familiar with me. Didn't you notice that he was retreating and wanted to escape from here? Bai Ye's calm words made the god-tier officer and the whole king feel ashamed. I didn't expect that Bai Ye could be so calm and composed during such a crisis.
Even joking with the enemy. Not to mention Beerus and Whis.
They have never seen such a fierce existence. Even if I have seen it, it is just like the ordinary version before. Isn't it a bit too much to joke like this? King Quan did not reply to the words of the god-tier officer.
If these guys really become murderers, wouldn't their future be in jeopardy?
The god-tier officer still spoke his mind, but the king remained silent. The situation is very anxious. The situation at this stage has also reached the end where a battle must be fought. Quan Wong also knew that the other party was actually coming for him. Advertisement: if this is the case, then he will never be able to retreat at a glance. Instead, you should cheer up and face the problem. Bai Ye, since they are coming for me, then let me meet them first, if my strength can't support it anymore. After King Quan said this, his expression became slightly worried. He knew exactly what this meant. In other words, you may be instantly killed by the opponent. Officer God Tier and Beerus became even more anxious after hearing this. The first person to stand up and say no is the God Tier official. In the opinion of the God Tier officer, the king will not suffer any harm. He firmly believes that it is easy and simple to deal with the problems at hand with the strength of the king. Sir, what you just said made me feel very uneasy. Are you saying that you might die in this battle? I don't understand why you say that. In his heart, the God Tier official couldn't believe that this was true. King Quan, who has always been calm and composed, sometimes admits defeat to an unknown enemy. This made Officer God Tier feel extremely worried. Indeed, everything is so unpredictable. Advertisement. King Quan smiled bitterly and then continued. If I were that powerful, I wouldn't be like this now. But don't worry, this is just the pain we should bear, it's not a big deal. King Quan's words were so calm that even the current God Tier officer couldn't lose his temper. Of course, he also secretly signaled to Beerus, no matter what situation the next battle will reach. Both of them will protect the king with their strongest bullets. As for Bai Ye and Has, the two of them seem to have become a little more extreme again. Obviously, Has hoped that Yu Yi could become a bystander in this matter. That's human, and that's Hearts' bottom line. Has would not say that he would randomly drag humans into this fight, for good money. It just depends on whether Bai Ye can get on the road now.
Quote. Maybe you are very powerful, or maybe the two of us will be inseparable. Quote.
Don't stop my next actions, otherwise, you are completely on the opposite side of me. After Has said these words lightly, a black evil aura like Kamba's also gathered in his hands. An extremely disgusting feeling arose spontaneously. For this reason, Bai Ye sighed disdainfully. 597 You have to be more arrogant.
We must not give any face to this kind of person.
If you are afraid of me and kneel down and kowtow right now, I will spare your life. Bai Ye's arrogant and domineering words, let everyone present be silent. For a moment, everyone felt that there seemed to be a problem somewhere. But I don't know how to face it. Why is Bai Ye so crazy when he talks? But soon everyone realized it. Bai Ye is trying to attract all the firepower to himself. Let your own power deter that evil existence. Isn't it a bit far-fetched for you to do this, Bai Ye? I'm worried about your next fate. Vegeta really couldn't help it anymore. 650 Both he and Sun Wukong have the consciousness to take action. Although the power is very small, it is better than not taking action at all. If you can't bear it, we will help you. Vegeta and Sun Wukong stood firmly behind him, looking at Bai Ye with a very sincere expression. But Bai Ye waved his hand, indicating that none of this was a problem. Advertisement. The biggest problem now is that their strength is simply not good enough. Don't be so anxious in front of me, I know what you mean. Byakuya easily signaled to Goku and Vegeta not to think too much. Then more dangerous words were spoken. I'm going to play with this person first, so that I can also see the bastards produced by this kind of ravage on the timeline. When Bai Ye said the word B***************, D, he deliberately lengthened his tone. Has and Kamba were stunned at first, and then they both laughed loudly. In Kamba's view, if a human being can be so crazy, it means that he is desperate for his life. If Has hadn't been there, he would have ripped off this guy's head first. Of course, the premise is that he is really a human and not Bai Ye. Kamba is not stupid, he still has Zamasu's memory in his brain. He also knew very well how Zamasu died, and that feeling was twice as desperate as despair. You can't resist at all, you can only bear it silently. After Has finished laughing, he just flicked his finger. In an instant, he flashed to Bai Ye's side, and Bai Ye also took care of everyone's safety. Pushed everyone aside. Advertisement, you seem to care about you, my friend. You are a loyal person, but you have to know Bai Ye. Everything is worthless in the face of strength, garbage will always be garbage. After Has finished speaking, another fist like a storm struck Bai Ye's body. The universe seemed to be torn apart with every punch. King Quan originally wanted to calm down and watch this battle.
But he really couldn't calm down his heart. He kept imagining what it would be like if these national uniforms hit him.
What will the result look like, sir? Is this punch equivalent to a vitality bomb? How can it be so powerful? The god-tier official's anxiety was palpable. What he fears most is that no matter what he says, the king will be silent. This made him feel very painful. It's impossible that I haven't seen such a powerful person. Can the distortion of time pose so many threats? King Quan also said nothing. After all, the battle before him really exceeded his expectations. This dangerous attack method is really not something that ordinary people can resist. Indeed, I dare not admit that this is true, but his offensive methods are indeed brilliant. 598 is simply the wrong move. King Quan thought for a long time and then spoke from the bottom of his heart. If this dangerous method really gets close to us, I'm afraid we will have to pay a huge price for it. When King Quan said these words, his expression was even more distorted than before. It was as if he felt a powerful force attacking him. This aura has silently invaded most of the things he knows now. The god-tier officer next to him looked at King Quan without saying a word. But he could clearly feel the entanglement in Quan Wang's heart. When facing this crazy atmosphere, Quan Wang really can't stand it. Without Bai Ye's help, the next battle will swallow them all up long ago.
After thinking of this, the god-tier official and the people secretly felt extremely painful in their hearts.
Try harder, continue to use your violent fists, let me experience your crazy attack, okay? Bai Ye's extremely calm way of speaking. It made Haz's heart even more angry and entangled. Facing this kind of statement, he also looked quite uncomfortable in his heart.
This is the first time a human being is so powerful.
You are indeed a guy who excites me very much. Advertisement. Haz couldn't help but admire. At the same time, Bai Ye's shortcomings were also stated. Especially your powerful methods have already begun to cause some deviations for me at this time. But I have no way to determine whether you are a real human being. While Haz spoke the words, further deepening his attack methods. While letting Bai Ye bear this pain, it seemed as if it had been subjected to some kind of more torn attack. Bai Ye was vaguely aware of the others waiting. It seems that he wants to step forward and fight Haz like himself. This is what he must stop. Remember, don't take a step forward at this time. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand his peak strength. Do you understand? When Bai Ye said this, it was too late. The god-tier officer flashed in front of Haz in an instant. At the same time, just as he was about to use his move, Haz immediately choked him by the neck.
Your reaction and speed are second to none. Haz's taunt made the god-tier officer feel extremely painful. Even if I want to take action, it's even harder. Please give me flowers.
That human just said that you shouldn't have come up in the first place. Are you ready to be punished by me? Advertisement. While Has spoke excitedly. Gradually he tightened his hands and pinched Officer God-tier's neck tightly. Let the God-tier officer have no way to resist, die. After Has said this, he looked even more excitedly at the God-tier officer who was gradually withering in front of him. Zero. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It would be great if such a powerful existence could be used for oneself. It's a pity that I followed the wrong person, if people want to follow me. Has feels pity for talents like God-tier officer. If you follow Quan Wong, you will really lose your way of survival. Over time, the God-tier officer clearly felt his body. It is no longer as relaxed as before, and the consciousness of perfection has also disappeared. King Quan was in great pain, seeing his men being choked by hats like this. But as his leader, he doesn't have any calendar. You can only watch the excitement in this place. This painful humiliation made Quan Wong feel so entangled in his heart. 599. Then let everyone vent their anger. Even before Kamba, took action, the situation became like this. Kamba did get tired of being a goalkeeper, but there is nothing we can do. You still have to listen to Has. Hazy, do I need to kill those people next? The reason why Kamba didn't take action, it was because he was ordered by Has to guard the red crystals next to him. Because evil beings from other planes are quickly arriving here, that crystal is the 587 beacon. Don't worry, you continue to protect the crystal, and I will play with these guys. Has spoke quite calmly, then, his tone suddenly became excited. After they arrive, we will establish the center of the universe at this place. I want all human beings to live in a more relaxed world. Has looked even more excited after saying such words. He seemed to have seen the future scene in the death of the God-tier official. But for some reason, he suddenly felt his hand loosen. It seemed like something came out of his hand, looking intently. Advertisement. At some point, Bai Ye actually brought the God-tier official who was about to suffocate. Brought back to their camp. King Quan, on the other hand, was constantly using his aura to heal his men. If you can concentrate, I think you can win this battle soon. Bai Ye was indeed a little helpless. A strong man like Has can be said to be first-rate.
If he were not an enemy of King Quan, maybe he could become good friends with him.
But it's a pity that you love popping champagne at halftime. Bai Ye's taunt made Has, who was originally calm, angry. He finally felt that the human in front of him had become a threat to him. Do you believe I killed you? Has's anger darkened the sky. Even Kamba, who always has a playful smile, at this time, I felt an unprecedented uneasiness. Brother, didn't we agree before? We cannot destroy this timeline. And if you want to completely break the timeline in this way, the situation will be meaningless. Kamba's words actually calmed down Has's heart. He stared at Bai Ye with angry eyes. Advertisement. The angry light in his eyes is enough to completely tear Bai Ye into pieces. But Bai Ye knew that he would definitely not attack now.
The top priority now is to quickly recover the God-tier officer.
It's really hateful. Thank you Bai Ye for saving me.
Officer God-tier was filled with uneasiness. That tangled feeling made him regret it. Why didn't he listen to Bai Ye's words? Why rush forward directly? The feeling of sadness makes the current God-tier official feel troubled. But fortunately, Bai Ye didn't blame him at this time.
Even Beerus and Whis. At this moment, he came forward to ask Bai Ye about his next plan. Your power has completely plunged us into worship. 0.0 This is the first time Beerus has admitted it. It was also the only time he recognized Bai Ye's power. When Bai Ye faces such a dangerous thing, maybe we can do something for you. After Beerus said this very piously, Byakuya smiled indifferently. Okay, don't say such words. Bai Ye signaled that they should all calm down now. Everyone looked at Bai Ye very excitedly. 600 The evil newcomer, Carmen. Bai Ye knew that they were all anxious now, but we are right next to you, as if nothing has happened. Beerus couldn't bear it anymore. Say such words. Is there any point in standing here stupidly, unable to help, unable to do anything?
Beerus couldn't stand it anymore. Tears fell from his face.
Bai Ye can also clearly feel the reason why he is so serious. It looked like Beerus was about to collapse inside. There seems to be a lot of pain and sadness. Bai Ye can also understand this. If they can go up and show their strength, it can also be said that it relieves the pain in my heart. Okay, since you are so 18 and want to come forward and fight, then I will give you a chance. You have crippled my main target, Kenba, or crippled him. After saying these words, Byakuya immediately arranges for Son Goku and Vegeta.
There are also 4 Beerus working together. As for the God-tier officer, he must guard the king after he recovers.
Bai Ye's arrangement does not seem to be recognized by the God-tier officer. Advertisement. Because in the God-tier officer's opinion, he would not be able to take action. Then this is simply an existence that is difficult to make him feel comfortable. The God-tier official has not yet fully expressed what he really means in his heart.
Kamba roared excitedly. Here comes another buddy. Master Has, you should be happy. Just as Kamba's voice fell.
A magnetic, yet somewhat dangerous sound that makes it sweat. What do you mean, buddy? My brother isn't here yet, he's on the way.
Even though this is a female voice, it's still scary.
Carmen, Kamba was a little surprised, but that was okay. She's also a communicative guy. Unlike his younger brother, who prefers to suppress others in a crazy way, and whatever he says has to be justified by him.
Okay, anyway, if you come to this place, I think Lord Has will feel a lot more relaxed.
Kamba then roared excitedly. Let's come together and play a funeral song for these guys in front of us. Kamba finished his words. Its power and aura have expanded about 10,000 times more than before. Black and red aura and special power, advertisement. Makes everyone very uncomfortable, it's really getting more and more lively. Weiss said this helplessly. That's a sound that makes anyone feel very uncomfortable. This is also a feeling that makes everyone extremely unhappy. Everyone originally thought that this battle would be completely suppressed by Bai Ye. But because of the appearance of another powerful enemy. Let everyone now be wondering in their hearts. King Quan still knows something about Kamin. Byakuya and the others are similar to 043 androids. But King Quan deliberately concealed part of the information. It's an evil life form created by the Ziver people of the 6th universe, be careful. Quan Wong anxiously passed on the information he knew to Bai Ye. But in Bai Ye's view, this is not a so-called threat at all. Has King Quan forgotten it? Have you forgotten how powerful you are? Are you kidding me? They hate humans just like Zamasu? After Bai Ye said these words, then Carmen flashed in front of him. He showed a look of extreme sadness and indignation. Master Has, this human being is so strong that even you can't beat him, right? 601 Say harsh words when you come up, Carmen spoke without any scruples. This naturally made Hearts very angry. If you really can't beat him, then I can help you educate this guy. Carmine's words were full of ridicule and filmy meaning.
Has just listened, and his anger level instantly rose to ultimate with these words.
What nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to come over and help me, not to mess around with me. Has was quite angry when he communicated with Bai Ye just now. But now I didn't expect that even Kamine would use this method to mock him. Then he himself is naturally very angry. Human, I just move my fingers and I will kill him. Has looked at Bai Ye extremely angrily. If he could, he really wanted to eat Bai Ye. The god-tier official's heart is no longer as peaceful as before. What replaced him was the real irritability and dissatisfaction in his heart.
He felt that he had been bullied by others just now. That's just because I didn't find the right opportunity to show off my strength.
He was about to speak, but was stopped directly by Bai Ye.
Advertisement. At the same time, Bai Ye stared at the god-tier officer with a very serious expression.
When it was time for you to take action, you never had any idea of taking action. Bai Ye was already a little annoyed. If this continues, god-tier officials will definitely do bad things. And now you don't have anything to worry about at this time? I will solve everything, and you don't need to use your strength. After the god-tier officer listened to Bai Ye's words, I also understood why Bai Ye was so angry now. At the same time, he could also see from Bai Ye's expression that something dangerous. Carmen stared at the situation with angry eyes. She also showed a rather painful expression.
She doesn't know if she can take action directly now.
Calm down, you won't be able to play without my orders. Their lives are mine, let me handle them first.
Haz's words can be regarded as preventing Kamine from showing off his skills like before. In the end, I could only stop my actions for the time being. Stay where you are, just like Kamba. Waiting for your brother and other evil guys to come here.
Advertisement. After Haz saw Kamine enter a state of alert. He looked at Bai Ye excitedly and spoke his plan loudly. Bai Ye, do we want to compare notes? I will overcome all difficulties just to have a fight with you. At this moment, more evil energy gathered in Haz's hands. You can't escape from this battle at this time. Haz's angry and evil words have been ringing in the sky all the time. His eyes can shoot out scorching flames, completely destroying the White Knight. However, in Bai Ye's opinion, this behavior is still just a waste of time. There is no real ability at all, and Bai Ye is already ready to destroy it. But it's not appropriate at this juncture. It's not quite the time to take action yet. If this continues, Zhao Zhao, there will be more and more people in Yi's group, and I'm afraid you won't be able to turn things around. After hearing what Quan Wong said, Bai Ye smiled instead. Although Bai Yoruichi never took action, but he could feel Bai Ye's anger towards Quan Ren from it.
Although there was a flash of anger. But immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong also immediately expressed his understanding of these words.
Byakuya, let's start. Next, let the two of us deal with Kamba, and Beerus Weiss will deal with Ka. Advertisement. 602 Turn on the gears and fight. Vegeta has been preparing for a long time. After listening to Sun Wukong's orders, the two appeared in front of Kamba like lightning. A variety of crazy fights with fists and elbows. It hit Kenba's body with almost no blind spots, causing Kenba to suffer a lot. The same goes for Beerus and Whis. Their inner anger and grievances have been held in for too long.
Now is a great time to release all the anger and fire in your heart.
It seems. You all like this kind of battle. It turns out that King Quan has a group of such loyal people under his command. Although Haz said there was no way to take action. But he believed. The fighting strength of Kamine and Kamba is completely enough to withstand this battle. But he himself was completely excited and prepared. What nonsense. Let's start. Bai Ye also finished speaking at the same time. flashed in front of Has. He was beaten and kicked without any mercy. When such an attack begins, King Quan and Officer God Tier also began to gradually analyze the situation in front of them. Advertisement: they were pessimistic before. If you are unable to keep pace with your opponent, you may even end up getting injured.
But Bai, it seems now, how could this happen? God Tier Officer, your impulsiveness just now indeed caused a very bad experience for Bai Ye.
King Quan's words were as calm as water. The God Tier Officer also accepted the king's criticism after his anger was extinguished. If it had been before, I would have definitely dealt with you. The God Tier official listened to what King Quan said. His expression was filled with a rather strange feeling. At the same time, there was also a hint of coquettishness in his expression. Then what do you mean? It also means that you actually saw how this battle should be resolved, right? The God Tier Officer couldn't believe it, or admit they can win now. Because there is too much darkness in front of me. He didn't know how to describe the pain in his heart. That feeling of grievance makes him heartbroken to this day. No, Bai Ye has already won. King Quan said these words quite calmly and proudly. Instead, there was an ominous feeling on Officer God Tier's face. Advertisement: how can this be? Now there are more dark paths that are heading in this direction quickly.
But they can only sit back and wait for death. To be honest, I cannot accept what you said.
At first, the priest felt the same way, but there are more and more of these evil guys.
My lord, you have not told the truth at all. This is very dangerous.
The God Tier official felt extremely painful in his heart. He didn't mean to be bitter that the battle would be lost. It's because I feel sad because I can't see the future clearly.
This state of the God Tier Officer was something Quan Wong had experienced before.
King Quan couldn't help but sigh. You know, when I fought against Bai Ye before this, he showed me the direction of the world. King Quan spoke with great excitement. He also didn't forget to talk about some of the things he saw when he fought against Bai Ye. As for the God Tier Officer, he is even more confused. I don't even know what to say. This feeling made his heart a little bit unable to keep up. Only then did the God Tier Officer finally understand why King Quan was so excited. 603 completely enlightened. It turned out that Quan Wong had already known that Bai Ye was deliberately hiding his strength.
Sir, didn't we discuss this topic just now? No matter how deep he hides, we can't say that we can get any benefits.
Officer God Tier was as frustrated as ever. But then, Quan Wong directly gave the God Tier Officer something very special to see.
It was a situation that people simply couldn't express in words.
Until after seeing this situation, only then did the God Tier official realize that he had taken things astray. Now, I finally understand what you mean, sir. It means that Bai Ye built this place into a training ground. The God Tier official became excited when he thought of this. In this case, you will also have the opportunity to grow into a stronger person. Let us keep training here and let us keep improving our strength, right? After the God Tier official said this with great excitement, King Quan nodded with great satisfaction. This attitude of the God Tier officer can be regarded as a recognition.
In this case, then we should believe what will happen next in Bai Ye, and we must not let it spread wantonly. We must continue to wait and be patient. Advertisement. King Quan's words can be regarded as the only ones that the God Tier officer can listen to.
He nodded in agreement. I would never say that I would behave like an idiot again. Okay, sir, I admit that I was a little impulsive before. Now I have truly expressed my inner mistakes to you, and I hope you can accept me. After saying these words, the God Tier officer also had a trace of guilt on his face. He knew that what he had done before had some bad effects on King Quan. But now this situation has passed. He must wait randomly, waiting for the king or the arrangements of day and night. It can never be said that Bai Ye feels that he has also done many bad things in this. At this moment, there is a melee between Bai Ye and Has. It has almost reached a very dangerous place. Heart's strength is indeed extraordinary. As for Bai Ye, he did not take the initiative to launch any special attack on Has. I can see all your attack methods. Has was even more amazed at Bai Ye's power. Be on an equal footing with yourself, Bai Ye. You are indeed a powerful person, but compared to me, the gap is too far. Advertisement. In his opinion, Bai Ye couldn't last much longer. With all your attacks, in my opinion, there is almost no real way to win this victory. Bai Ye smiled instead when he heard this. There's even something else inside his head. From another perspective, while speaking in such a mocking manner,
he knew why Has spoke like this on purpose. And I can do whatever I want to completely obliterate him when he can't hold it anymore.
Then allow yourself to be influenced by him. All of this will naturally become very threatening. This guy is already doing bad things. Please give me flowers. He couldn't bear it. He didn't want to see Bai Ye defeated in his own hands. Bai Ye had already seen clearly what was going on in Has's mind. Hearts defended Bai's attack. Has wanted to persuade Bai Ye.
Bai Ye, if I were you, I would have given up this battle a long time ago instead of being out again.
The main purpose is to plunge himself into a kind of darkness arranged by him.
604 Determine Action Plan. Regarding this kind of incident, Bai Ye naturally wanted to make fun of it.
You are too old-fashioned. It is impossible to influence me with this method. The moment Bai Ye finished speaking, he used his powerful aura to hit Has hard. Has never thought that when he waved his hand day and night, His attack method was so direct that he had already scratched his own skin 700 times. This makes Has very troubled in his heart. You human being, it seems like you don't want to live at all, right? Has was furious, but he still had to say what needed to be said.
If this is the case, I will bring you something else.
Has wiped bloodline from his mouth. The anger in his eyes was even more wild than before.
The next thing he has to do is to let Bai Ye be completely destroyed by his hands.
After Has determined the action plan, another flash came to Bai Ye, and this time he did not directly choose to attack.
Instead, he chose to take Son Goku and Vegeta as hostages.
At this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were entangled with Kemba. Although Kemba did not move where he was, advertisement. But its power and strength cannot be underestimated. There is almost no way to really hurt the evil guy in front of you from the side. This is what gives them the biggest headache, but the next second, there were 2 more purple Super Rubik's Cubes around their bodies. Don't worry, this is just my confinement field, 11. Has told him his plan with great excitement. The main purpose of imprisoning you here is to make Bai Ye suffer. Let him know the ultimate price for offending me. After Has said this very happily, looking towards Bai Ye.
This time he will not let Sun Wukong and Vegeta escape directly from his formation.
On the contrary, he will use the sharpest means. Destroy these 2 people until they can no longer withstand the power in front of them. Damn it, we can't break his breath day and night for the time being. He is influencing us this way. After Sun Wukong said his words, he wanted to break through this position directly. Has smiled excitedly and acted extremely crazy.
Advertisement. It is precisely because of this tangled heart.
But now I haven't found anything. At the beginning, Bai Ye should have been prepared. The final outcome of all your men will be to become crumbs in front of me. Has said such crazy things. Why did it suddenly become so dangerous?
I originally thought that I had already predicted these things in 5.1 just like Quan Wong.
Just wait and see the good show, Bai Ye. But why is it so strange all of a sudden now? This made him completely helpless during this period of time. I really didn't expect the result would be so dangerous. Quan Wong felt very painful in his heart. There are a lot of wrong things here. It also proves that he doesn't care about the things in front of him at all. They died in complete pain. Bai Ye must have been very painful.
The God-tier officer really couldn't figure out the situation in front of him.
For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. This time he plans to use the cube to drain Goku and Vegeta of their power.
605 I can't even recognize it. He couldn't see clearly how Bai Ye was playing his cards.
He doesn't understand. What kind of method Bai Ye will use to fight Has next?
Bai Ye, I pray that you must be prepared and never be restrained by him, please.
The reason why Quan Wong spoke like this, it's because he has now placed all his hopes on Bai Ye. If Bai Ye is doomed, then everyone will be doomed too. Bai Ye seemed to be able to clearly feel Quan Wong 22's prayer to him. Just when Quan Wong was still thinking about Bai Ye.
Bai Ye turned his head and looked at Quan Wong very proudly, which shocked Quan Wong.
Sir, you have spoken. What should we do next? If you don't give me a reasonable solution, I won't dare to act arbitrarily. The God-tier officer spoke extremely anxiously and looked at the dull King Quan. But he is nothing, because he has seen King Quan before. Use this method to think about deeds and cases of how to break the situation. No, it's nothing. I just lament that the gap between people is so big. Why is Bai Ye so powerful? Advertisement after King Quan finished speaking. There was also a very understanding look on his face. Let's see how Bai Ye fights. Officer God-tier is really confused about this matter. At the same time, he didn't know how to describe the dangerous existence in front of him. After all, he just sighed coldly, showing that he couldn't say anything. It's better to place all your hopes on Bai Ye, at this time. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were already a little unable to hold on. They looked at Bai Ye with pessimistic eyes, hoping that Bai Ye could give them a chance to help. There was even a bit of sadness in their expressions. I really don't know how long we can last if we continue like this. Such a threat will cause a lot of pain to many of us. I can't bear it anymore. Vegeta, who said these words, actually looked like he wanted to close his eyes and sleep. But fortunately, he can still support it now. He believes that his strong strength can still sustain it. It's funny that we're trapped in a Rubik's Cube. Advertisement, and Bai Ye doesn't know when he will change us. I'm scared. It was as if Vegeta had entered a hallucination. It feels very strange to speak. But this is still relatively good in Bai Ye's opinion. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were about to lose their strength. Suddenly, they heard the sound of Bai Ye. With a little stability, I-230 will immediately use my powerful power to break the forbidden spell he designed. Bai Ye is full of confidence, which brings great hope to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This kid is at the end of his rope now, I have to tease him. The moment Bai Ye just said these words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have completely entered the confinement of special powers. They could clearly feel this powerful formation on the periphery. I no longer absorb their breath. Vegeta has never experienced such a feeling. It only takes a few sentences. You can completely control all the breaths. 606 strength is the best proof. Vegeta didn't dare to think about what happened next. He doesn't dare to say it anymore, but Hearts doesn't think so. He still felt that Bai Ye had no way to save these two men. After all, within your own gravity position, those who dare to torment people will end up very miserable. Fight, keep making trouble, Bai Ye, let me see your great strength. Hearts' words were truly astounding. Bazama's and Kamba are not much different.
But if you want to influence Bai Ye, you should just go to bed. It's not on the same level at all.
Aren't you going to make trouble in this place? Why are you so cowarded all of a sudden? Hearts' words are truly disgusting. Beerus and Whis, who were watching the battle, were a little troubled. So the two of them retreated from above in the battle just now. But now if they were asked to make a joke, they wouldn't dare. Didn't you realize something was wrong? After Bai Ye finished speaking, he looked at Haz with strange eyes. Hats, on the other hand, still believed naively, advertisement. Now the two guys behind are unable to break the restrictions they have set. At best, they're just struggling in that place. You mean those of your men want to escape? In Hart's opinion, this is simply impossible. Bai Ye was just trying to distract himself. Never take the bait. Hey, stop making trouble, it's impossible for Bai Ye, they will die. Haz just finished speaking. Turning around, he discovered that the gravity position he had set had been completely sealed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta jumped out of it as if they were unharmed. There was even more ridicule and teasing in his eyes. This made Haz really angry. It was about rescuing the god-tier official from his hands before. I can still believe it and tolerate it if it is a coincidence, but now? Can everything in front of me still be linked to coincidence? What? What just happened? The god-tier official was also shocked after seeing this scene. This was completely beyond his comprehension. Advertisement. He had always thought that Quan Wong could completely suppress Bai Ye. Now it seems that Bai Ye deliberately hid his strength. The main purpose is not to scare everyone. This feeling made his heart filled with emotion. Never would I have imagined that the situation would turn out like this.
Damn it, it's really disgusting. Haz's angry words had already made him lose consciousness in detail.
Soon he fell silent, and he also knew that what he did was indeed underestimating the enemy. But this does not mean that you will also be affected. At the same time, he showed an angry look. He must use his own methods to punish Bai Ye. I want to destroy this universe. Haz went from being furious at first to being calm now. Zhao does. Everyone can feel that there is something wrong with this guy. This crazy power has exceeded everyone's knowledge. This timeline has been completely scrapped. You and your Quan Wong friends can continue to dream of your Qingchu dreams here.
After saying this, it was obvious that Haz's power began to gather crazily.
Why, are you in a hurry? If you have the ability, you can really destroy this universe.
Bai Ye said such words deliberately. 607 looks like a weak rhythm.
Haz, who was extremely angry in his heart, once again burst out with a powerful aura. This wave of breath has indeed wiped out many existences in this area. A powerful vacuum area was even created around them. What surprised Bai Ye was that Carmen next to him also wanted to get involved. She also secretly helped, making Haz's aura even crazier and more violent than before. It's so fun. It's been a long time since I've been so happy to see a battle that can get so crazy. Carmen has already fallen into a crazy situation. 910 since Haz wants to completely execute this timeline. Then you should give your full cooperation, instead of standing by and watching the fun. I don't know who lives and who dies, but I know the excitement has just begun. It's so interesting. When Carmen said these words, his whole aura also became turbulent. Beerus and Whis naturally understood their responsibilities and just stared at Kamin and turned around. After getting Bai Ye's approval, the two rushed forward to fight to the death. Kamin, kill them all. Kill everyone you can. Don't let them have a way to survive. This is my basic requirement for you. Advertisement after listening to the words of its owner Haz, Kamin. The whole person became excited instantly. Yes, this is the madness he is going to experience, and this is the ruthless work he is going to do next. It was at this moment that Kamin burst out with a very powerful and special aura. Beerus and Whis are fighting here. Once the breath of these two really continues, then the result may be a large cosmic vacuum. This situation is not as easy and simple as it seems. King Quan analyzed the situation in front of him very seriously. At the same time, there was a rare solemn look on his face. He was worried that Bai Ye would be directly destroyed. CCCD, God-tier officer, we are truly lucky to be able to witness such a special battle during this exchange. King Quan looked extremely excited. At the same time, he told the God-tier officer his understanding of this battle. The God-tier officer was already panicking and didn't know what to say.
I have lost the original powerful excitement. It was to see Bai Ye being able to fight so many madmen.
Advertisement still able to maintain such a calm and composed attitude. Those blocks seemed to be floating in the wind, hitting Bai Ye hard. He already has a worse view of this battle. At the same time, he waved his arms one after another. The feeling both humiliated and excited him. There were thousands of tiny cubes in his hand. After the God-tier officer said these words very tangledly. But you really have to say what you need to say. Haz's power reaches a certain level in the sequel. The evil ones behind the crystal will also be teleported here. God-tier officials can't deduce what will happen now. The shame is because of being in front of Bai Ye. Now he is like a weak person who cannot use any power crystals.
This is not something ordinary people can do. Lord Quan Wang, maybe you didn't even notice that the danger is about to break out.
Watching the battle in front of him with helpless eyes.
608 absolutely PD off. To be honest, the attack power of this kind of block is quite powerful.
In an instant, Bai Ye couldn't bear it any longer and just took a few steps back. How? Are you so powerful? How did you do it? False words in the White Knight. The whole king and the god-tier officials couldn't help but sweat after hearing this. Yan.
Please, even if you are acting, you have to have some acting skills. Ah.
Originally relatively calm, after listening to Bai Ye's teasing again, he reached the edge of anger. The whole person also entered a kind of fanaticism in an instant, and wanted to completely eliminate the existence of all this.
At this time, he was already quite crazy inside. He also began to quickly reach a limit of strength.
Bai Ye, you brought this on yourself. I will use my power to make you experience what despair is in the true sense. Hearts didn't want to wait any longer, he quickly released a powerful aura.
Equals, V equals underscore equals hash. Everything from now on will become much simpler in an instant.
This is a kind of darkness that people can't describe in words right now. Then let's try it. When Bai Ye said this, advertisement.
Deliberately pretending to be weak. At the same time, there is a lot of sadness in the expression.
This made Hearts suspicious. White Knight is coming to an end.
He couldn't hold on anymore, and now he's at the end of his rope.
Just thinking about it made him feel very excited. This bad thought made him think for a while, as long as he can completely kill Bai Ye. Then hope is right in front of you, but he soon paid the price for his ideas. Even Kamin feels that this wave of Heart's victory is in sight.
He can kill the miserable human being in front of him almost instantly.
Although the instant kill method will be extremely fierce, it cannot reach that point. Even Kenba finally understood that everything had reached a point where he was fearless. It has even reached the point where there is no need for him to speak at this moment. Haha, you are finally going to be killed, right? I think you will like this painful feeling very much, enjoy it. After Kamba said such words crazily, he even felt that everything would be easy next time. Haz's gravity fist hit Bai Ye's body in circles. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Bai Ye still pretended to be itchy and relaxed. But Bai Ye has discovered that there is more hatred mixed in Haz's boxing skills.
The attack speed has also been increased many times compared to before.
If I am a little careless, the consequences can be imagined. Now he can continue to resist and block the opponent's power zone.
Bai Ye wanted to explore the changes in his breath.
Then he completely absorbed part of the breath into his body. It doesn't matter if you don't absorb it, only when you absorb it can you understand it.
It turns out that this guy has been using the power of the entire universe to destroy this place.
It's so stupid to absorb the breath of the timeline for your own selfish desires. Bai Ye was very angry at this guy's method of action.
No matter whether you are a person, you cannot directly deal with cosmic rays.
Or the planet has ideas. As for him, Hearts has no lower limit at all. Just for your own madness, destroy everything he can see. Sure enough, the situation changed in an instant beyond Bai Ye's expectation. Bai Ye's resistance was a surefire success, 609 heaven-defying confident guy. But in order to give the opponent a little fantasy, let him experience the feeling of hope. However, in an instant, he discovered that his opponent was using another despicable method.
To carry out a sneak attack on him and his men. Suppose the opponent's sneak attack is really successful.
Then the pressure I will have to bear next will be great.
This is not what Bai Ye wants to see. In order to prevent Haz from bursting out the more powerful aura of 600.
Bai Ye walked around to him personally. Brother, your attack speed is a bit too fast, which makes me feel ridiculous. Can you continue to speed up? When Haz was treated like this, he was instantly confused. Where is this? Why is it so crazy? Don't let me wait too long at this time, otherwise I will be very confused inside. Bai Ye's words made Haz feel quite angry. I originally wanted to use more fierce offensive methods. But it was blocked by Bai Ye in this way. Forget about blocking. My own strength actually decreased a lot at this time. Advertisement. This created huge doubts in his heart.
Why did it suddenly become like this? Even Kamba, who was always calm next to him, felt it was a bit too weird.
Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta are said to have escaped the suppression of that evil force. But the two of them also felt very uneasy at this time.
They always feel that Bai Ye is too close to the enemy.
I have to say that Vegeta Byakuya is really a talented person and bold. His fighting filled my heart with extremely exciting thoughts. Sun Wukong looked at Bai Ye with a high-spirited look. At the same time, his expression was much more excited than before. He even imagined that he would be able to take action after a while.
But Vegeta told him very seriously that it would definitely not work.
Without Bai Ye's consent, they would be restricted from doing anything else at this time. Stop talking nonsense. How can we do something with such a dangerous thing? Even if we can take action, I'm afraid we have to wait for a more reasonable time at this time. This is the most uncomfortable thing. Vegeta can be said to have suffered a great loss. Advertisement 4.5. Ever since, he quickly summoned more violent power again. Even staying alive is a problem. These forces are the huge planets condensed from those blocks. Haz's power keeps increasing like this. He also knows very well that it is best for him to be obedient now. This made Has angry inside. Hearts would not allow this to happen. Has's expression was sad, but his heart was extremely calm. You want to kill me like this? You're dreaming. If things continue to develop like this, do you still have a chance of winning? I even felt a little bit stuck. The trick of gravity falling stars is his special skill. You absolutely cannot have bad thoughts like Sun Wukong. The aura spread out too quickly, and there was no way to shake Bai Ye. But he still couldn't find what was wrong with him.
Even if you have an idea, you have to wait for a reasonable time before taking action.
Let's just destroy them all. There's no point in living anyway.
It seems to fall down at any time in midair. 610 changes now.
It will definitely surprise Bai Ye and others later. Bai Ye, wait a moment. If my men really come here, I don't know how long you can hold on. Has had no choice but to use his ultimate move. He originally didn't want to use that dangerous method to destroy this timeline.
But if Bai Ye's attack continues like this to himself,
then why would he be doomed if he did this? Perhaps. You can only kneel in front of me and beg for mercy without saying anything. 11.
However, I no longer have a good impression of you as a human being.
25 Kamba and Kamin have been watching Has's spellcasting from a high place. There is also a unique feeling on their faces that many people cannot believe.
But they don't know if hearts can still win. Because they have a very strange feeling in their hearts.
This is something that others cannot determine. In other words, this battle is likely to be lost.
As for Kanba, it was indeed a little bit unbearable.
He can indeed clearly feel the crazy strength of Beerus and Whis. This is really a bit too much, if we really want to continue like this. Advertisement Carmen never liked to say depressing words. But now, she can no longer be the same as before.
Then stay where you are. You can imagine what will happen next. It's already a miracle if we can win. Carmen was very angry after saying this. He originally wanted to take action at this time.
But Kenba also looked like he was struggling. If he takes action at this time, he will inevitably fall into darkness and be unable to extricate himself.
After all, he could only sigh secretly. He showed an angry look, and there was no point in not taking action.
This battle is no longer as easy as before, and this feeling makes him worried. However, in such a dangerous situation, everything continues to change. Bai Ye can also clearly feel it. The changes around us not only come from the enemy, but also from our own people. Everyone is extremely stressed at this time. King Quan was also watching the situation in front of him. He could already clearly feel that the balance of victory was leaning on Bai Ye's side.
Advertisement. He looked at Vegeta and Son Goku next to him at the same time.
He exerted his own breath in the shortest time. I hope everyone will act quickly. After Sun Wukong clearly felt the will of King Quan.
He had an idea of impulsively moving forward, but he stopped.
Vegeta next to him was extremely excited. This uneasy feeling makes everyone panic inside. What kind of action should be taken? Everyone now is indeed a little helpless. Vegeta didn't care so much and rushed directly to the spot. Help Bai Ye kill this guy named Has. Wait a minute, Bai Ye didn't give an order, so he just rushed up casually. What should we do if something goes wrong after a while? Vegeta turned his head and looked at Son Goku, who was speaking rather annoyingly. For the first time, he felt that Sun Wukong was a little annoyed. Can you please stop bothering me? Vegeta feels that he has the chance now. If you don't rush, everything will be really meaningless if you lose the opportunity. Now Bai Ye didn't tell us to continue waiting. If we don't wait, it means we can attack.
13 GT. 611 finally angry. Vegeta almost lost his face when he spoke.
In order to be able to fight, his whole body had already been excited to an unbearable level. But it is a pity that Sun Wukong always makes him return to reason. This gave him a sense of prejudice in his heart. The longer we delay, the danger and responsibility will eventually fall on us.
Is this what you want to do? Son Goku did not reply to Vegeta's words.
And Sun Wukong still looks very indifferent. Until this moment Vegeta was finally angry. Can you bear it alone? Can you bear it? After such words are spoken? The situation seems to have taken a turn for the better, and Sun Wukong also contacted Bai Ye. Should Bai Ye rush? Sun Wukong was a little confused.
When I said this, I felt even more uneasy. He was afraid that Bai Ye would be angry. Look at this guy's current state, I can't control it anymore. Advertisement. The sincere Sun Wukong has nothing to hide.
He just said what he was worried about now. At the same time, I also hope that Bai Ye can give him some replies quickly. At this time, Bai Ye was competing for strength with Has. The aura of the two people has also reached its peak. At a critical juncture, no one is willing to retreat. You can act as you please, as long as it doesn't affect the peak match between Has and I. Bai Ye's easy words instantly made her heart extremely excited. Vegeta and Sun Wukong directly used their power against Kamin and Kamba. Launched an extremely streamlined but also quite crazy attack. Although this method of attack cannot be said to be very wise.
But it really shocked the other party. It's so exciting, I never thought things would go in such a dangerous direction.
The God-tier official's words were extremely impassioned. He felt that if one day he could step forward and fight, then he will inevitably become quite powerful. It's a pity that King Quan is not paying attention to him now.
King Quan, I beg you, if they are unable to hold on after a while, can I take action?
Advertisement. After the god-tier official said these words very helplessly. Gaze at the king with sad eyes, and King Quan finally sighed helplessly at this time. And nodded that it's absolutely okay. I knew that you were also an existence that couldn't be kept.
If you really want to take action. After thinking about this, King Quan couldn't help but smile bitterly.
He also knew that none of his men could be retained. Everyone wants to use a special method to prove their strength. Don't say too much. If it gets to the point where we have to go crazy, I won't stop you. After Quan Wong said these words again, Li Qianhao, the god-tier officer, immediately understood what he meant. That is to say, wait for a while to find a suitable opportunity.
Just fight them directly, don't save face. Because, I know what else I can do next.
Let's start and let this extreme battle heat up and go back to the room. The god-tier official was gearing up, and he naturally understood what the king meant. After this battle, the king may also rush forward to show his opponent some color. 612 An endless battle. Now, the god-tier officer can still only place all his hopes on Bai Ye. He is simply a weakling in this battle and is of no use at all. A little bit of mixing will lead to bigger problems.
Next to him is Jian-O, who likes Byakuya fighting very much.
At this time, there was a little bit of dissatisfaction.
Just now, the god-tier official said these heated words.
He actually went directly to help Bai Ye. In fact, King Quan doesn't want this to happen.
Because this will bring about the problems that I have to face here.
There will be more encounters with these evil monsters from other timelines. 880 If you want to get a real chance, you have to rely on Bai Ye's skills. Officer God Tier, what are you doing? It's not suitable for you to come and help at this time, you know. It is precisely because your help will pose a greater threat. Bai Ye's words are a lesson to the God-tier officer. The God-tier officer is indeed a little uncomfortable. At the same time, he looked at Bai Ye with sad eyes. I hope Bai Ye can trust him at this time. Advertisement. I saw the God-tier official looking so helpless. Bai Ye knew that now he also wanted to prove, CFBF, that he was capable of fighting. He didn't want to be trapped in a corner like that. Bai Ye, I have already reported to King Quan. I must show my strength in this battle. The God-tier officer is in great pain, but there is nothing he can do. He must prove his strength. I don't want to bow my head and admit defeat in front of you. I am also a strong person. The God-tier officer also shed tears of sadness while speaking this way. He didn't understand why it was so difficult for him to take action. He also wants to prove that he is very powerful, and an existence that is not controlled by others. But this is simply too fun for the enemy. I have never felt so relaxed, and there is still such garbage joining the battle. Has looked at the God-tier officer rushing toward him with interest. I had a more fun idea in my mind. Bai Ye, how do you scold these things? When Has said these words, his expression changed. He was so happy that he could finally kill a weak being. Advertisement, be careful, don't get too close to him, otherwise we will all be doomed. Sun Wukong's words did not attract any attention from the God-tier officer. Even Bai Ye sighed helplessly at this time. God-tier officer, what kind of wind is this? Why did he suddenly rush forward in this way? Could it be that he had been arranged by King Quan behind his back? King Quan, did you arrange for the God-tier officer to do something? Bai Ye's question was obviously meaningless. King Quan still looked at the God-tier officer with a serious expression. He believes that God-tier official website will be able to break through the siege in a short time. Use this method to prove your existence. Bai Ye saw that King Quan did not speak. He also reluctantly expressed his understanding of the current situation. He will never be so crazy. He can be so rampant when facing these lunatics in the core area. Why? Bai Ye's words frightened Quan Wong. He was indeed right.
Without your guidance behind this, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do it at all.
After King Quan listened to Bai Ye's words, his face looked very painful. It seems like this is out of control. 613 Is this a rush to be humiliated? He also knew that this battle would be fought without his own authorization. How could the God-tier officer rush forward so madly? But if you think about it carefully, this is also the God-tier officer's last chance to improve himself. Then King Quan revealed the reason why the God-tier official was so angry. I have never stood in the way of these warriors. You know this, Bai Ye, I can protect myself by myself. After King Quan said his words, his expression had already become very embarrassed. Because he saw the God-tier officer and was tortured by Harry's painful eyes and crazy methods. That punch hit the God-tier officer's body, as if it was going to completely transform him. God-tier officer, let me tell you, I will not take action. If you can't handle it, you can retreat by yourself.
After Bai Ye said these words helplessly, he kept staring at the God-tier official.
Watching Hats hit the God-tier officer with one punch and one Qigong bomb. It was as if the God-tier official was to be completely torn into pieces. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were originally restraining Kamba and Kamin. After seeing the God-tier officer continue to be beaten. Advertisement, their faces no longer had the smooth and comfortable expressions they had before. What replaced it was all anger and helplessness. They also wanted to take action, but without Bai Ye's order, how could they take action? Sir, do we really not need to do any management on this matter? I don't understand the meaning of this. Vegeta is still impulsive. He had no clue when he spoke, and of course this was not something Bai Ye should worry about. His focus is still on the crystals around Kamba. If we cannot help God Tier, then God Tier's final fate will be to be completely destroyed. Is this what you want to see? After Vegeta said these words, Bai Ye's expression also changed. He understood that everyone's purpose was not to deliberately question themselves. But they also want to solve the problem, not as painful as it is now. But opportunities are few and far between for them. Even without Bai Ye's consent, it would be impossible for them to take action. We can only continue to contain this powerful existence in front of us. It's really disgusting. Bai Ye gave me this opportunity to make a splash. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Zero Kuwei did not get Bai Ye's acquiescence. Then he rushed forward and fought with Haz.
Another one wants to die. I really don't understand. God Tier Officer Bai Ye, is there water in your head?
Haz's evil aura knocked Weiss away. At the same time, its gravity cube was loaded directly, controlling Weiss within it. He seemed to be harvesting all of Weiss' aura, but then Bai Ye felt something even more dangerous. My Rubik's Cube can harvest Weiss directly. Haz's ridicule did not make Bai Ye take action. On the contrary, Bai Ye is still using it, so how can he deal with Haz? Bai Ye, it's too late for you to let him retreat now. Why do you want your men to die? You were happy to see them die, weren't you? When Haz spoke, he no longer had any mercy at all. According to his judgment just now, Bai Ye is no longer an ordinary human being. On this occasion, there is almost no human being at all. If I say that I am still compassionate, I will be very compassionate. 614 change is now. I want humans to live in this world. Then this is a meaningless existence. Bai Ye, you have to be careful. There may be something very dangerous about this guy. I don't mean to lie to you, just tell the truth.
It was also the last time that King Quan saw clearly the power of Haz.
That kind of powerful gravity has been completely gathered, and it has become an existence that people cannot resist or dodge. 7. The power of darkness can only be suppressed in an instant. Then it means complete destruction, and few people can really live. Unless they will have more powerful power. Bai Ye was just here staring coldly at the situation in front of him. It was almost impossible for him to take action, and he could still only watch coldly. Nothing could be said. Bai Ye has already made a high probability judgment on these things. God Tier officer is on the verge of being promoted, if he can really be as forbearing as he said. Make yourself stronger as time goes by, and it will inevitably become a strong one. Advertisement, God Tier officer, now I can only pray in my heart that you win. After Bai Ye calmly conveyed his words to the God Tier officer, the latter seemed to understand something. The God Tier official wanted to reply to Bai Ye's words. But Haz's power has invaded his body. It was taunting him in a very bad way, making him a little unable to take care of it. You're not that strong, but you still pretend like this in front of me. I really don't understand what's the point of people like you persisting. The God Tier officer was very disgusted with Haz's words. Soon he thought of what Bai Ye said before. Hold on, as long as you can hold on, victory will definitely belong to you. But how could Hearts let him persevere so easily? Another rather ferocious aura hit Haz hard like this. This is resistance from God Tier officers. At the same time, the God Tier officer also cursed him in disgust. You are talking nonsense. I will stick to it. Bai Ye said it before, there will always be a chance if you stick to it. Advertisement, the God Tier officer's resistance makes Haz still a little surprised. Because in Hearts' view, the God Tier officer is already in his pocket. Does it make sense to say anything at this time? Bai Ye's power must be implemented. Are you kidding? It's not that simple.
With people like you, we have no chance. Everything in the end is death. Do you think I'm stupid?
The God Tier officer's disdain for Hearts cannot be alleviated. He despises these rubbish from the bottom of his heart. Bow down to me and become a puppet. How about I give you half of the world?
After Haz finished speaking, he continued to use his powerful power to invade the God Tier officer's head.
The God Tier officer also knows that he will inevitably collapse before long. 2.0.
Persistence is his only hope now, and a powerful atmosphere runs through it.
It made his heart become quiet in an instant. Faced with such a battle, God Tier officer has never been disappointed. He also understands that Bai Ye will definitely help him and let him face this battle thoroughly. But the God Tier officer's combat effectiveness began to become weaker and weaker. Advertisement 615 Grit your teeth and get through the difficulties.
Soon, its power will no longer be enough to support this battle.
Weiss, who was next to him, also escaped the trap that Haz was suspected of with the help of his powerful aura.
Although he was in a very safe area, he saw the God Tier officer being so humiliated.
She was also very desperate inside. The best example is to want to take action at this time, but don't know how to take action.
At the same time, he looked at Bai Ye. Bai Ye was still so silent. His expression was quite indifferent, as if this matter had nothing to do with 27 White Knights.
Bai Ye. Please save our master, don't let him suffer like this, okay? Weiss looked at Bai Ye with a very painful expression. He hoped that Bai Ye would take action to save the God Tier officer at this moment, but Bai Ye shook his head.
Without replying any words to Weiss, King Quan saw Weiss and wanted to rush forward to join the battle.
Feeling helpless, he just dragged Weiss back. At the same time, Weiss is warned that you must not interfere in this battle. Beerus also gave orders to Weiss at this time, hoping that he would quiet down at this time. Advertisement, quiet, don't rush. Weiss didn't give the order and I didn't give the order. What you do at this time will have a great impact on us. Beerus's order made Weiss finally calm down, but how could it be possible without taking action? The pain in my heart also reversed in an instant.
It made her feel sad inside. Facing a somewhat threatening situation, I can't do anything now.
This feeling made him feel very flustered. Weiss shed tears of sadness involuntarily, watching the God-tier officer suffer there.
She had never felt so sad inside. Could it be that I really can't do anything and can't do anything?
There is something more chaotic and sad in Weiss's heart. When it was about to spread, Bai Ye immediately said to use his power. Warn Weiss not to interfere in this matter. Now the God-tier officer is in the final ascending area.
If you let him get distracted at this time,
then it's very likely that he won't be able to win the battle at this time. Advertisement Bai Ye's words were indeed quite effective for Weiss. What else did Weiss think he should do? But now he calmed down and prayed in his heart. White Yoruichi will definitely be able to win a special existence that no one can imagine. At the same time, he also looked at the God-tier officer. The God-tier officer is persisting, although he doesn't know how long he can persist. But at least now he is no longer as scared as before. Has also noticed something wrong with the God-tier officer, why he became like this now. 707 He seemed to be influenced by something. If this continues, the result can be imagined. Boy, are you ready to rebel? Don't worry, I will accept you, and you will become my most powerful and sincere warrior. Has naively thought that he had completely taken the God-tier officer into his hands. But what he never expected was that what was waiting for him was a crazy backstab. That very violent force hit him in an instant. Has suddenly spit out blood, with a little uncertainty in his expression.
How is this possible? How did you do it? 616 The rapid growth of violence.
Regarding what happened next, Has had never been so happy. But he knew that the God-tier officer in front of him must have undergone some changes. Otherwise, why would you be so vicious in front of yourself? It was as if every action he took was completely seen through by him. This made Has feel a little scared in his heart. Absolutely impossible, you must have had Bai Ye's help. To become as powerful as you are now. Has's words were no longer the same as before. There is nothing so-called cold or extreme. Instead, it's madness. He was completely frightened by the God-tier officer's aura. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were watching the battle from the side, felt the changes in the God-tier officer. There was also an expression of excitement on his face. They knew that Bai Ye would definitely help the God-tier official. Instead of just putting the God-tier officer aside like this. If you ask me to say that we can know Bai Ye in this life, it is simply a blessing from God W. Advertisement, a truly strong man, a wolf who never cares about fame and interest rates. Vegeta was fighting Kamba on one side, while saying this very touching words. In Sun Wukong's view, this is not that threatening. It is almost the same as what Sun Wukong can judge now. It must be that the God-tier officer has made a breakthrough. You made a mistake, Vegeta, this was done by God-tier officer alone. According to my current judgment, he has completely turned into a werewolf in the true sense. Sun Wukong said these words very excitedly. His expression was no longer as painful as before. It was as if he had seen all hope. But Vegeta felt that the God-tier officer did not have such strength because he had fought against the God-tier officer before.
The God-tier officer is just half-assed. Sun Wukong, let me tell you, this is not that easy and simple. Based on my current judgment, the God-tier officer must have been funded by Bai Ye.
After Vegeta fired a set of 100 times Kaio Fist. Watching Sun Wukong feebly say such words, advertisement. Of course, the next second he was thrown into the battle again. At the same time, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his whole person entered a very crazy state. He also wanted to get Bai Ye's help, and he also wanted to show his face in front of Bai Ye. But Sun Wukong's next words completely made Vegeta feel calm in his heart. Didn't you notice the state of the God-tier officer just now? He has used his own methods, powerful means, to get rid of all the forces around him, and has entered the point where heaven and man are one.
Sun Wukong was very careful with his words. But it also tells the key to this matter.
Only at this moment did Vegeta finally come to his senses. It's true, if you say that, the situation, Lee's case, will really be as interesting as what you said. But I still feel that something is wrong. Sun Wukong, please explain it to me carefully. Sun Wukong never thought that Vegeta would be as eager to learn as he is now. However, he was not idle either. Instead, he spoke in detail about his sincere understanding of these matters. There is no intention of being sloppy at all. God-tier officer never thought that he would be at such a critical time. 617 looks like it's about to counterattack. The powerful force that directly broke through instantly filled his heart. The whole person entered a very excited state. No matter what, he didn't want to believe in himself, but he actually broke through the threat. Such a feeling has never made me feel so relaxed. The God-tier officer's extremely tough speech made hearts unable to adapt. Hazy, today I have to fight to the death with you. Just take a look and see who is more powerful, me or you. I was still thinking that Has would become like this one day. Similarly, the great 930 priest instantly displayed his own protective shield, covering himself. Its freedom and freedom can almost be called a ferocious existence. He was beaten so hard that he could hardly speak, which was very uncomfortable for him. It's too painful, you madman, are you using this method to torture people? Has panicked, but he still held on to his breath. But now the god-tier officials are at their peak, and the calendar is really too fishy. I tell you, I'm not afraid of you, you will only become more painful in front of me. Has had never been so angry. At the same time, he looked at Bai Ye with his peripheral vision. Advertisement in such a tense environment, the reason why he still looks at the day and night like this is very simple. Because he could clearly feel that Bai Ye was bound to take action next. Fortunately, Bai Ye didn't take action. He was just staring at him with a playful look, which filled Hatz's heart with thoughts of revenge. I'm not weak, but you don't want to sit on my head. I'll finish you off at the god-tier level in Bai Ye. Has said this with extreme anger. In an instant, he was knocked to the ground by Officer God-tier's fist. His face is full of sadness. Why is my resistance always so unsatisfactory? Why? I couldn't make any effective attack in this battle.
This was extremely sad for him. Has never been in such pain, and his face is full of threats.
King Quan finally sighed. The god-tier officer still pushed himself to the most critical point. Thinking of this, Quan Wong cast his admiring and adoring eyes on Bai Ye. Advertisement he knew that all this was created day and night now. The reason why Bai Ye did this. I just want these soldiers to break through and fight in the most dangerous and painful environment. As long as they break through a little, their strength will rise to the sky in a straight line. The usually calm god-tier officer was finally brought into the ultimate stage by this powerful aura. This feeling is something god-tier officials have never imagined existed. His heart was quite excited, and his whole person was always in the ocean of consciousness. The battle with Has was almost back and forth. Hearts is simply no match for the god-tier officer after just a few rounds of competition. Has took a lot of steps back, and his face was no longer as calm as before. Carmen, do you want to come over and play next? Let's deal with this guy together. Has couldn't admit his weakness. He could only say these words at this moment. I hope Carmen can come up and help me. Carmen also knew that Has couldn't bear it anymore, so he said such words. He wanted to support him, but Carmen would never step forward. 618 Reversal of situation, confident heart. He even showed an evil smile.
In his view, the fate of some people has already been determined. No matter what you do, it's useless. What, do you want me to help you? Sir, I'm sorry, I'm very tired from fighting with them.
If you really want me to take action, please kill Sun Wukong and this Vegeta first. Carmen was extremely shameless when she spoke. This also made Haz's heart full of irritability. I don't know why, but he felt a little weak. Looking at the god-tier officer's heart, he has even more crazy ideas. Why are things so strange all of a sudden? How could my fighting power be so weak? If this is really the case, then the only way is to enter the ultimate body. It was obvious that Bai Ye could also feel the changes in Has.
Haz's whole body seemed to be possessed by some kind of power.
His heart was also surrounded by darkness. If things continue to develop like this, some things will not go away. Advertisement, but he was still quite calm in his heart when faced with such a situation. It has never been so painful as it is now. And King Quan also immediately reminded Bai Ye to be more careful at this time. Otherwise, more threats will emerge. Everyone will be restrained, and the situation will be even more difficult at that time. Bai Ye, I must warn you. Haz's power has gradually become a dangerous power, and his body has also changed. Quan Wang's words did not cause Bai Ye to worry. On the contrary, Bai Ye was more relieved about the matter in front of him. Now the stronger the opponent, the better, and it would be even better to be able to surpass his control. Only in this way can everyone grow up under extreme battles. This is also the task assigned by Bai Ye to everyone. King Quan, don't be afraid, this is just the beginning.
Why are you so cowardly? There are still many exciting things that have not been carried out. You are making it difficult for me to handle this.
After Bai Ye finished speaking, he turned his attention to the battle situation. King Quan never expected that Bai Ye would take this matter so lightly. As if there were no problems. Advertisement this feeling made Quan Wong unable to relax. Zero, please give me flowers. He immediately gave Bai Ye another warning. Something more dangerous will happen soon. Sashiro Yoruichi must be careful. Bai Ye, what should I say that you are willing to listen to? Didn't you notice that Haz's hair has turned blonde? Quan Wang's panic was in complete contrast to Bai Ye's calmness. According to my judgment, he is about to explode with strength. I'm afraid that all of us will end up here. Quan Wang's words are so dangerous. At the same time, he was also desperate. He didn't know how all this would develop.
But inside he was completely exhausted. Faced with such a threat, Bai Ye is still silent.
This made him slightly uncomfortable, but he also believed that Bai Ye must have figured out how to solve the problem. However, there are also some difficulties here. Why do you say that? Because Quan Wong always feels that the god-tier officer will be knocked to the ground directly next. At that time, the situation will not be as simple and relaxed as it is now. Advertisement 619 The transformation of Super Has. More threats, more crazy things, will continue to develop at this moment. I am indeed no match for you. If things continue like this battle will be meaningless. God tier officer, let me let you experience the most powerful anger coming from my heart, okay? After Has finished speaking, his entire strength reached its peak in an instant. God tier official, Wu Sanchi, was just like before, extremely calm. But now the God tier official suddenly realized something. This kind of experience would be very unfriendly to him. If this continues, you will be under more pressure. Immediately, the God tier officer retreated more than 100 steps. Ultimate Hats, the seed of the universe. Haz's huge roar made Carmen, who was watching the excitement, fall into deep thought. He never thought that Haz would be forced to do this. He released his powerful crazy aura. What an impatient guy. Carmen said teasingly. This kind of behavior is definitely not something ordinary people can understand. Advertisement likewise, she was a little scared by her arrogance and rudeness just now. Haz will wait a while to deal with these people. Use such dangerous things to attack yourself. Super Haz, is he really combined with the seed of the universe? Bai Ye was a little doubtful, but this situation was already quite threatening to him.
At this stage, Bai Ye didn't want to say anything about it.
On the contrary, he was very excited, finally reaching the point he saw now.
Presumably something more exciting will happen soon.
What the result will be at that time will be even more difficult to say. This is indeed a very dangerous thing, and it is already very stressful for me.
Super Haz spoke easily. At the same time, quickly adapt to this powerful force.
But this doesn't mean that I will lose to you for this. I still have my own ideas, but I don't show them. While Super Haz said this, his whole person has completely transformed into a very strange and quite crazy existence. Advertisement. This feeling makes people feel very uncomfortable, but Bai Ye can see it. 0. Many situations are still under control, although Super Haz did not unleash all his power.
But at least he has defeated many people and things now.
The God tier official was a little scared. He didn't know if he could hold on. After all, what he has to face now is a super powerful existence that he has never faced before. If you are not careful, you may fall into the abyss and be unable to extricate yourself. But at this moment, the God tier officer still wants to persevere. I will rely on my method to persevere. The first wave of attacks made the God tier officer really unable to withstand it. But he still expressed his determination. Bai Ye, even though I understand that my fighting strength is not strong, I can never let 2.9 scream in front of me. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I will let him experience what despair means. I will make him my slave completely. God tier officer's words are indeed very threatening. But he also knew that he really couldn't control some things now. If this continues, he will most likely have to rely on Bai Ye. 620. It seems like the eve of victory. The God tier officer has not reacted until now. Why? Super Haz's attack power is so strong. This also gave him the idea of running away directly.
But Bai Ye was standing next to him and running. Where could he run?
Could it be that by hiding behind Bai Ye like a child, the matter will be completely resolved?
In addition, Kamba and Kamin were also staring at him with evil eyes.
At this moment, it can be said that we cannot move forward or retreat. We can only continue fighting with Super Haz like this.
Aren't you very powerful? In my opinion, your strength is nothing more than this.
Super Haz has already seen the uneasiness of the God tier officer. He decided to hurt the God tier 30 official by speaking at this time. There's nothing that really makes me crazy, you're just a weakling. Super Haz went from being angry at the beginning to feeling flustered now. It was indeed a tremendous spiritual transformation.
Prior to this, Super Haz was mistreated by God tier officers, which had directly distorted his mentality.
Advertisement. When using breath to attack the God tier officer, there's no room left. Just 2 words can describe it, crazy. But now the God tier officer suddenly becomes weak. Super Haz couldn't help but feel that this was a trap set by Bai Ye. He once again cast his angry gaze on Bai Ye. Is this your level, God tier officer? Come on, keep going. Bai Ye, on the other hand, also looked at him with an expression of interest. This makes Super Haz even more determined. Everything behind it is led by Bai Ye. You crazy person, I thought human beings were perfect and friendly beings. But in my opinion, you are the final evil. Super Haz was very sad when he spoke. Bai Ye, haven't you ever thought about how far the consequences of this will push you and me?
There is no change in the words spoken by Super Haz.
At the same time, he also looked at King Quan. In Super Haz's opinion, this happened precisely because of Quan Wang's instructions. Advertisement. It caused changes in the entire universe, and then attracted madmen like Bai Ye. This makes Super Haz feel miserable. Now it can be said that nothing I say works. The only and best solution is just let Quan Wang put an end to this fluctuation of the universe's timeline. Bai Ye, it seems that Super Haz turned the person who has an influence on the entire universe into me. Quan Wang knew that he had never been given up by Super Haz. He seemed ready to attack himself at any moment. This is a very dangerous thing for me, because I have no connection with the fluctuations of the entire universe.
After Quan Wang 440 said these words righteously, he stared at Bai Ye.
I hope Bai Ye can answer this matter with Super Hutch. But Bai Ye acted very calmly, and the answer at this juncture was completely meaningless. The best way is to knock him down. King Quan, have you seen Sun Wukong and Vegeta? They're the key points in this battle? Bai Ye's words reminded Quan Wong of many, many more. If Bai Ye takes action again and defeats Super Has and all his evil henchmen, there may be other variables in the entire universe, it's hard to say at that time. Advertisement 621. It turned out that I was overthinking it. Then I can't let Officer God Tier face such a dangerous thing alone, right? I always feel that the God Tier officer has been insisting and wants to win this battle. King Quan's concerns were indeed correct, but Bai Ye remained silent, he wouldn't say anything. But if his strength and speed can't keep up, there may be more threats.
King Quan is very aware of the situation at hand and the changes in the situation.
Otherwise, he would never say such dangerous words.
But Officer God Tier didn't think so. He was listening to Bai Ye communicating with King Quan.
Suddenly I felt that King Quan was deliberately belittling their strength. Bai Ye can also feel the changes in the God Tier officer's heart. God Tier officer, fight well and don't be distracted. Bai Ye's reminder allowed the God Tier officer to recover a lot for the time being. But when facing Super Hats, the combat effectiveness is still very weak. Quan Wong and I are just discussing how to defeat them all. If there is a change in your heart, you may also become one of the defeated ones. Bai Ye's words made the God Tier official enter a quite calm level. Advertisement at the same time, he also further stabilized his heart. Think accordingly about everything that follows. While thinking about it, I also had a back and forth with the super hard guy.
At this time, the God Tier officer also had a qualitative change in his heart.
He understood very well that Super Has was actually training himself, at least this was what Bai Ye meant. If you still can't understand Bai Ye's meaning, there are also bloody words. Then I will be no different than a coward or a weakling.
Son Goku and Vegeta were also behind Byakuya, who was very comfortable at this time. This is the meaning of White Knight. Because Kamba and Kamin are no longer their match.
In addition, the crystal behind Kamba is about to crack. More powerful guys will also appear directly. By then, Son Goku and Vegeta will surely be even more excited. As for them, they will also get more experience. Without my order, you two should not act rashly.
Advertisement. I put all my bets on you, because I believe you are the final savior.
The reason why Bai Ye spoke like this. I just hope that Son Goku and Vegeta can calm down a little bit. When solving a problem, find the right opportunity to rush forward and take it directly. But Vegeta is a very inefficient lamp. He felt that waiting all day long would throw them into disarray. Sir, we appreciate your kindness, but have you ever thought about keeping us waiting? It would be very bad. Beerus and Whis also looked at Vegeta with mature eyes at this time.
They knew exactly what Vegeta meant. Presumably Vegeta will take action directly next.
But Vegeta only said a few words, and there were thousands of wisecracks. Want to prove your existence and worth to others. Can two of us come in? Sir, we want to switch fights with Kamin and Kanba.
This is what Bai Ye wants to see most in his heart.
That's it. Bai Ye didn't say anything, but waved his hand to signal them to act quickly. Don't talk so much nonsense in front of yourself. 622 Dangerous Darkness. It should have started a long time ago, but I have always wanted to see which of you has the consciousness to do it yourself. Finally, you guys understand what I mean so well. While Bai Ye was talking, he was still looking at Super Hats, wary of his next move. Next, I hope you will use all your means to destroy those guys in the shortest possible time. Byakuya completely left the decision-making power to Beerus and Whis. Both of them were excited. Faced with the opportunity that finally comes, how can we continue to do the fuel-saving thing next? Just fight the enemy to the end and improve your strength by 457. The two turned into light cones and rushed forward, causing another earth-shattering battle. This seemed very exciting to Quan Wong. I don't know when this big training will end. But in his opinion, if the White Knight did not exist,
the entire world's cosmic rays must be destroyed.
I don't know why, but King Quan is still very friendly and wants to communicate with Bai Ye. But he never thought that Bai Ye would look at him and express his judgment. If you really want to kill Super Has and all the evil forces in the universe, let them come. Advertisement. Bai Ye's very determined eyes, daff. Let the king trust him completely without any scruples. Bai Ye, at the same time, he also signaled to the others that if they wanted to take action, they could just do whatever they wanted. Just don't do something too threateningly. This is what the king can accept now. There are a lot of troubles. The evil in those crystals day and night will no longer appear in this place. What Quan Wong said is very painful, but it is also a reality that must be faced. I'm afraid you know what if something is really dangerous. People and things in general are very difficult to tell. Quan Wong once again expressed his inner uneasiness. But it was nothing to Bai Ye. Super Has still looked frightened, and he had a very panicky thought. However, he didn't know how to say such words. Twisted rage gives Super Has status. He has completely transformed into a very dangerous, but extremely influential guy.
He wants to take action now, but the opportunities are much less.
But the rest is all hard work. Advertisement. The God Tier officer's combat qualities also returned to their original state at this time. And this battle is no longer as easy as before. In fact, it was also because the God Tier officer was facing this evil person. He began to use his secret spell. That's a very authoritative and dangerous atmosphere. If this continues, things will be very difficult to say.
There are many, many troubles, and all our hands will be under control.
I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable. Bai Ye, my power has actually lost my control. The God-tier officer was in great pain inside, but he also truly expressed his thoughts.
I don't know why I feel like this. This makes me feel very uncomfortable. Do you want to help me?
The God-tier officer suddenly spoke like this. This also means that he has become a very strange existence. Bai Ye also looked at the God-tier officer with a very serious expression.
He understood that this was what the God-tier officer was requesting from him.
At the same time, the keen Bai Ye immediately wanted to take action to carry out a unique rescue of the God of Heaven.
623 actively plunge into darkness. He hoped that the God-tier officer would no longer be as desperate as before.
King Quan, didn't I tell you too? You have to believe in your own strength. When fighting the enemy, you must face the opponent steadily. Bai Ye discovered something was wrong with the God-tier officer. This guy's Taoist heart actually started to swing accordingly.
This is a very ominous sign. But Bai Ye still chose to continue to encourage the God-tier officer. Instead of like now, if you continue to fight him with your ideas, you will only lose but not win.
Bai Ye's words also seemed to be instructing the current God-tier officer.
But the God-tier official himself didn't care about what Bai Ye said.
Because in his opinion, what he wants to do is his own business. Doesn't the purpose of Bai Ye's words mean that he wants to create some threats to himself? At the same time, there was also a thought of looking down on Bai Ye on his face. Super hats also captured the twisted mind of the God-tier officer. Start to have various influences on it. In his opinion, everything now is just something some people want to create deliberately. Everything is just an existence that makes people feel uncomfortable and dangerous. Advertisement. This is very normal and very natural. God-tier officer, think about what you gained from this battle. Well, didn't you get some kind of offense from them? When Super Has said these words, he did not leave any chance for the God-tier officer to change. He rushed forward with great speed, bind God-tier officials directly. Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who were watching the battle, took in a sharp breath. But the God-tier officer carried out very crazy suppression. Of course, this kind of suppression is impossible for ordinary people to feel. Remember, next you have to enter your own personal battle for thinking.
Bai Ye uses sound transmission quickly. The God-tier officer must be aware of the battle he will face later.
If you want to live, then you must stick to your bottom line and never be completely destroyed by some people, understand?
These are true words from Bai Ye. It also gave the God-tier officer, who was in great pain now, some understanding.
But the God-tier official felt that this was just an existence that made people feel sad. Have nothing to say. I will do what you arrange, don't worry about this, I will never let you bear the burden of thousands of dollars for this. Advertisement 0. Please give me flowers. The God-tier officer promised very well, but Bai Ye frowned. In Bai Ye's opinion, the priest was indeed telling the truth at this time. But it's hard to say whether there is any truth at all.
Bai Ye is not sure whether he is lying or not. Let me tell you, you are really a bit too pitiful right now, what are you doing?
0. Do you have to deal with Bai Ye and the others? Well, wouldn't it be just as good to hang out with me? Super Haz's invasion of God-tier officials reached its peak in an instant. But the God-tier officer himself had no defense at all, and simply allowed himself to be slaughtered.
This surprised Bai Ye. It turns out, the God-tier officer seems to have already made preparations to enjoy other evil powers.
It's just that such a wish has never been realized. Since the other party dares to use such aura to attack him, then why don't you dare to try the other party's evil power? This was a fact that Bai Ye couldn't believe at all. The God-tier officer actually showed signs of depravity. Even King Quan felt that this was really unbelievable. 624 still have to proceed step by step. Beerus and Whis didn't say anything else. They just watched every move of the God-tier officer with very silent and calm eyes. In their opinion, the God-tier official has actually entered a very crazy state. I really hope God-tier officer won't feel so uncomfortable.
This is what Beerus is thinking. Weiss, on the other hand, really hopes that the God-tier officer can break out of the shackles in front of him.
860 is using his breath quickly to protect the safety of everything in front of him. Although from another perspective, it doesn't completely solve the problem. But at least he hasn't shown the most crazy look of surrendering to the enemy.
This day is very close to him. Bai Ye, you also saw the appearance that God-tier officer showed in front of you just now, right?
He's scared of you, but he's very nice to me. Has can talk like this. It was enough to prove that he was 100% sure that he could take down the God-tier officer in one fell swoop. But this seemed impossible to Bai Ye, because the current God-tier officer is still in a coma. Advertisement, you kid is really interesting when you talk. Bai Ye must take on the responsibility of ridicule at this time. By the way, it can also delay hats. Maybe the God-tier officer will wake up at this time. Why don't you just say that the God-tier officer has become your slave? Why do you have to say these ridiculous things in front of me? Bai Ye's teasing made Has frown instantly. He knew that he had met a man who would not shed tears even when he saw the coffin. It is extremely difficult to win while fighting him. But Has didn't say anything more. He plans to continue corrupting the God-tier officials in his own way. Until the God-tier officer completely changes his mind and becomes his own slave. Kamba also wanted to join in at this time. He came to Bai Ye's side obscenely and waved his fist directly.
Using a 100-fold attack method, I wanted to surprise Bai Ye.
But it is a pity that he still did not succeed. Such an attack method is almost completely useless to Bai Ye.
The white knight flashes so fast. Advertisement. Just when Kamba's fist was about to touch him, he was directly dodged.
With this level of attack, it's really too much to hurt me. Kenba, why did you become like a thief and like to hide around others and attack? Bai Ye's angry words. In addition, he punched Kamba lightly. Kamba naturally wanted to escape quickly. He just felt that Byakuya's fist was a bit similar to the legendary 1000 times Kaio fist. Other than that, I just feel that my body is slightly itchy.
But he is an outsider after all. Only the strong ones who really pay attention to Bai Ye's punching method.
Only then did I know what kind of method Bai Ye had just used to punish Kenba.
The whole king was bewildered. But he was sure that 0.3 was definitely not Bai Ye's fastest speed.
After he noticed the kind of punch Bai Ye used just now.
The whole person actually didn't know how to describe it for a while.
Yes, he didn't know how to describe this crazy boxing technique. This was super strength that he had never seen in his life.
At the same time, he also showed an excited look to Bai Ye.
625, that's it. Are you still imitating others' sneak attacks? Vegeta and Sun Wukong also realized Bai Ye's attack just now.
What kind of damage might be done to Kamba? The two of them also talked about what just happened.
Bai Ye's attack power is simply unfathomable. I thought Bai Ye wouldn't do anything about this matter. Vegeta had never felt so uncomfortable. Mainly because after seeing Byakuya's punching speed, Vegeta was a little annoyed. It took me 1,000 years of cultivation to reach such a height. It's so damnable, when will I be able to have such speed, oh too?
Vegeta seemed a little annoyed. Next to him, Sun Wukong was still encouraging Vegeta.
I hope Vegeta doesn't get discouraged when doing things.
We have achieved our mission anyway. Son Goku reminded Vegeta at this time.
Don't put all the emphasis on other people's strengths. That won't solve the problem at all. In the face of anything, any threat, as long as we have the White Knight as our standard and benchmark. Then all the troubles won't be troubles. Don't worry about them, okay? Son Goku's words filled Vegeta with confidence again. Advertisement. He originally wanted to show off his talents and do something else. But he was still convinced by Sun Wukong. I hope Vegeta can stop. Brother, this battle is an experience for us, not a fight to the end.
Son Goku's words made Vegeta instantly realize his attitude and status in front of Byakuya.
Yes, Shiro Yoruichi has been asking them to obey before.
It's not like making some offensive preparations at will.
Why are you so eager to try it now? This is my problem, because I can't calm down inside.
Vegeta was even more excited when he looked at Bai Ye's handsome form.
If one day I can compete with Bai Yin, it's worth it on its own. Next to him, King Quan also felt that he could take action in this matter. Quan Wong hasn't finished speaking yet. Bai Ye waved his hand to signal King Quan not to speak. But it is obvious that Bai Ye and Quan Wong should not say any words. But the latter thought he could do something. Advertisement. Still want to communicate with Bai Ye in the form of his own thoughts. Can I also help you in this fight? There are essential differences between the king and Vegeta, but they also have essential similarities. That is, they all want to fight, and when they encounter a suitable battle, they want to fight the enemy to the end. But Bai Ye waved his hand to refuse. In his opinion, there is no need for the king to take action. King Quan, as long as you stay steady, you don't need to think about anything else. Bai Ye's words made Quan Wong temporarily quiet down. It's better to watch the battle honestly than anything else.
It's true not to risk your life. Besides, this is already a battle led by Bai Ye.
Has never been so scared. He could feel the vibrating power. It was spreading back and forth on Kamba's body. Wave after wave, it seems that Kamba will soon be completely shaken into pieces. You be asterisk 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 D. Are you okay? Has was also shocked. I thought that the punch just now would not bring anything to Kamba.
I didn't expect there would be such a long delay.
This shows how cruel Bai Ye is as a human being.
626 still worried to the extreme. I feel that your aura and stance are declining with the decline of time.
I can't comment on your current state, you can tell me yourself. Has looked at Kamba with great irritation. Kamba, on the other hand, is still in good condition. But it was extremely painful, he even wanted to laugh a little.
Why do so many people regard it as a weakling?
It was clear that in the battle just now, he almost succeeded in a sneak attack.
What do you know, Has? I just wanted to test that weakling's skills.
This is definitely a pain to endure. Kemba now has millions of unspeakable regrets in his heart. It really touched the eyebrows of others. Kemba can be regarded as having gained wisdom through every setback. He will never dare to be so close to Bai Ye next time. In my opinion, his level is just like that, a human being who only pretends to be crazy and acts stupid. When he said this, Kemba could even feel Bai Ye's ridicule. When these other brothers arrive, I want to see if he can hold on or give in. Kanbei is quite chic. He didn't fully express the feeling of Bai Ye's punch just now. Advertisement on the contrary, he acted determined to win. But in the next second, Kemba felt something was wrong with his body. How could this happen? I suddenly felt that my body's strength was becoming increasingly incompatible with my body. The body that was originally relatively stable suddenly began to shake further. Kemba is in unbearable pain. The whole body is like a wave. There are not only vitality bombs in it, but also a powerful Kaio fist. What the hell is this? Soon, his body completely lost its previous calm state. He knelt on one knee, his eyes and cheeks filled with despair and helplessness. At the same time he looked at Haz in a miserable state. And Haz is now engaged in a more protracted fighting battle with the God-tier officer. Can't help with anything. At this time, Haz also fell completely into silence. He expressed that he did not want to interfere with this guy's condition. It seems. You can only wait to die, Kamba. Kamin, originally wanted to do something, but their power was too strong. Carmen had a lot to say, but after sorting out the words, he still just said that sentence. I'm afraid that this move will be my last chance to show off. Advertisement Carmen is a very self-aware person. After he said these words, then he once again targeted Beerus and Whis.
As well as 4 people, Vegeta and Son Goku. This time he planned to show his superpower on these 4 people.
According to Carmine's calculation, the super transmission of those crystals will be completed soon. At that time, his brother and several other ruthless people will appear. That will definitely cause a bloody storm in this place. Kamba finally couldn't resist the judgment of this power on his body. In the next second, he completely fainted, but he woke up and rolled around again. It's time to get better, Kamba, are you ready? Bai Ye's teasing made Kemba feel uncomfortable all over. But I really can't withstand such a powerful force. King Quan and several other powerful men. Everyone can see the waves of energy beams on Kamba's body visible to the naked eye, running back and forth in his body. 627 Welcome a different kind of new life. This feeling also makes them extremely scared. What happened? How could it become like this? Bai Ye, I take the liberty to ask you, how did you do it? A single fist can knock such a powerful enemy off his body, and he is not even under his control. King Quan simply couldn't believe it. Why, can Bai Ye become so powerful? There was doubt in his words as he looked at Bai Ye. I also hope Bai Ye can tell him clearly, but it is obvious. Now Bai Ye did not say this to Quan Wang, but still focused his attention on the God-tier official. When will the God-tier officer be able to wake up and communicate with the king? Beerus and Whis also knew that they were not as powerful as Kamin. For the time being, he retreated to King Quan's side to rest. At the same time, Weiss also told Quan Wang his understanding of thunder.
I hope King Quan won't take it too seriously. Lord Quan Wang, I dare to say those 2 words. Bai Ye has already clearly seen the final cause and effect of this series of events.
Advertisement King Quan still agreed very much with what Weiss said. What if Bai Ye can't understand all this? He will never be like this now, let alone talk about doing something. There is indeed something strange in this feeling. I still can't worry about God-tier officer, otherwise how could I say such things to you? Weiss confided her feelings to King Quan. The latter naturally understood it extremely well, and immediately expressed his understanding.
It's just that the degree of change in some things is the same as what you and I thought, extremely different, big problems will arise.
King Quan, who said these words, looked a little more solemn than before. But he still firmly believes that all this can only be led by Bai Ye. Then problems and threats will never cause harm to them. Weiss saw that King Quan believed in him so much, Axie. My heart felt much more relaxed. At the same time, he continued to express his judgment on the next thing. After we have nothing to worry about, everything will become easier. After Weiss sighed, he still chose to believe Bai Ye. Advertisement, I also believe that we will definitely win.
The moment after Weiss said these words, the situation on the field has changed dramatically.
He clearly felt the power of the God-tier official, and it began to be a bit more active than before.
And people can feel the extremely special atmosphere, which is directly displayed.
They were all very excited, and everyone turned their attention to Priest Yin. The current God-tier officer can almost be regarded as having become completely powerful.
Nothing before him was so unsettling. I'm back, but my body is still in pain.
The God-tier officer spoke the words in a very peaceful manner.
When he opened his eyes, a powerful breath instantly hit the surrounding area.
Everyone can clearly feel it, because the priest seems to be facing any threat with the power of Peng Bai. Bai Ye is very satisfied with the state of the God-tier officer. This is exactly the same as what he himself can think of. God-tier officer, you did it perfectly, from now on you must grasp the ultimate thing in front of you. Bai Ye showed an unprecedented smile of excitement. 628 I was defeated by an army. The power of the God-tier officer shocked Hats. He originally thought that his mind-centered strategy could make the God-tier officer obey him. But now he finally sees that the God-tier official doesn't care about all this at all. Moreover, his strength has become more unrestrained and tough than before. This made Haz have doubts in his heart. I never thought I would end up in this situation. Bai Ye, are you a little too kind to your subordinates?
Haz's question received no reply from Bai Ye at all.
He was still looking at Kamba rolling on the ground with pitiful eyes. Why don't you let them take action? Why do you have to make them my enemy? Do you know what your behavior means? Haz's words were mixed with some resentment towards Bai Ye. But Bai Ye still stared at Has with a very calm attitude. What he wants to do is his business, and now I just need to calm down my inner doubts. Has, W. These words can be said to have killed Has, who almost fell into anger. Didn't you say that God-tier officer is yours? Why are you so desperate now? Tell me, okay? Advertisement never has hearts been in so much pain. As if being affected by Bai Ye's words, he suddenly seemed to understand something.
Then the whole person became very uncomfortable in an instant.
But he still knew that when he was engaged in some kind of battle with Bai Ye, he would never be restrained by Bai Ye no matter what. I will not fall into the anger you created for me. Has hurriedly adjusted his condition and said these words.
This time, Has planned to use some more vicious tricks.
But it was just at the moment when he had such an idea. The crystal that Kamba was protecting suddenly cracked. There were existences in two of the crystals that made him very excited. Sir, I'm sorry, we are a step late. It seems that you are affected here.
This voice made Carmen extremely excited. This was his brother Olian.
Brother, you are finally here. How interesting it is.
After Carmen said these words directly, she looked at her brother Olian with distress.
You know, there seem to be some existences on this planet that we cannot touch. Do you want to fight with me? 0. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. After Olian heard his sister's doting words, he turned around and looked at Carmen, laughing at the same time. He must persevere. Without him, this battle will be meaningless. Sister, look at the arrogant look on the human being I want to kill. 0. Olian pointed at Bai Ye and said what he wanted to say. It's like he's just like some other teacher I've met before, right? When Olian said such words, it showed an innocent look, as if to him.
Killing people is exciting. Of course, Min is willing to give his brother such an opportunity.
After Vegeta and Sun Wukong saw Olian's sudden appearance, most of the time I feel a little uncomfortable inside. But, then another voice also made them a little scared. Kenba, why are you lying on the ground rolling around? It made me laugh so hard. Seeing your pitiful appearance, I instantly felt that you were not a capable person. 629. Other evil members arrive. The ridicule from Ragus made Kamba feel miserable now. He originally wanted to burst out his inner anger. But it happened that he still chose to be quiet at this moment. I've been plotted against. Ragus, don't stand and talk without your back hurting.
Kamba knows that any battle is for him. Now it will cause huge trouble to his body.
If 410 is being honest, maybe it's still quite heavy. Kamba immediately thought about it and returned to Crystal. I was just a little tired, so I lay on the ground and sighed.
Olian, there's no need to mock people in this way, right?
At this time, he still wanted to continue to protect his feelings. Has was also determined at this time. There's another person, Ragus, who wants to join the battle.
Of course he cast doubtful eyes on Kamba. If he cannot return to normal, this battle will definitely have a great impact on them.
Advertisement, I'm very worried that your strength and level are not as good as I thought you could keep up with Ragus. There was a strong hint in Haz's words. After hearing these words, Kamba. He just smiled coldly, showing that he really didn't care.
Because to him, this battle and everything that happened before him was meaningless.
Even if you can easily solve certain situations by yourself, I will protect the crystal, Haz. I won't take action against Bai Ye and them.
Haz looked at Kamba with great satisfaction, and at the same time gave the initiative to Ragus.
Ragus looked at Bai Ye with interest, and at the same time, he had assembled glass-like attack objects in his hands. Bai Ye knew that Ragus was the last survivor of the Glass Li clan. If she wants to do something, most people won't be able to resist it.
Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who were also very knowledgeable about current affairs, hid behind King Quan.
This seems like it's going to be a weird fight, and King Quan vaguely felt that things were developing in the uncontrollable direction that he truly feared in his heart. At the same time, King Quan once again set his sights on Bai Ye.
Now, he has completely lost hope for all the things in front of him.
Advertisement, it seems that I cannot sustain this battle. I can clearly feel how pale I am when facing problems. You have to solve all the causes yourself. King Quan said this very helplessly. His attitude also changed. This time, he looked at Bai Ye completely compromisingly, showing a very uncomfortable look.
What is the main reason why Quan Wang gives himself this kind of responsibility-like existence?
Now he has no strength to face this battle. He himself was very afraid that he would lose completely.
That's why he asked himself to win this battle in this way.
4.1 In fact, for Bai Ye, these are very easy things to say. He doesn't care about this and won't be afraid of it.
He just felt that Ragus, who was the most difficult to deal with now, might become a problem.
Bai Ye, the rest depends on you. After King Quan said this, he was even more excited. And Bai Ye looked even more fearless. 630. Time to train the others. Is it difficult? I don't think, but this kind of difficulty is for Bai Ye. In fact, it is something that can be solved in 2 or 3 times. After thinking about it, Bai Ye once again told King Quan everything that was on his mind. I hope Quan Wang can understand his good intentions. King Quan, to put it harshly, if I intervene, the next key battle issues will be solved very quickly.
With Bai Ye's protection, Quan Wang no longer feels afraid. But I still say the same old thing, should the training of our own people be put aside?
I will not allow this to happen. After Bai Ye explained these things that might happen clearly and with good reason. King Quan also acted understandably. He understood that Bai Ye was very organized when he spoke. If you want to solve the problem, you must improve your manpower from the root cause. Okay, no matter what. Since you said this, I think it will be very simple to solve it. Advertisement, I hope you can handle it well. I will give you absolute time to prepare and deal with them. After King Quan finished speaking like this, his expression is also much more stable than before. He and Bai Ye were thinking exactly the same thing now. Ragus seemed to be very interested in Bai Ye. He could hear the communication between himself and the king, which was why Ragus was so excited. As for Olian, he also had some special feelings about what was happening in front of him that he couldn't even recognize. It's obvious that he feels very uncomfortable about what's happening in front of him, and seems to want to make everything clearer. Bai Ye, are we two going to fight next? Or should you send a few powerful beings to cause trouble for me? At least you should let my heart be quieter, so that it won't be as painful as it is now, right? After Ragus said these words, he summoned a powerful and crazy being at a very fast speed. To be precise, he should be a strong man similar to Gyula. At this time, Bai Ye also became interested. He really wanted to see what kind of person could be so arrogant and do such a thing in front of him. Advertisement. After having such thoughts, Byakuya looked at Vegeta next to him. At the same time, Byakuya gave Vegeta a chance at this time. Let him take advantage of the opportunity to show off his great strength. Sir, is this opportunity really given to me by you? Vegeta had never killed Lagos's creation before. The situation before him was nothing to him. HMPH, if it's true, don't worry, I will definitely make some people walk around in pain in front of me. And I can assure you that they definitely don't have any great strength. While Vegeta finished these words, there was an expression of excitement on his face. Lord Bai Ye, get out of here. After the extremely excited Vegeta said these words, the whole person's strength instantly increased many times. As if what happened next would be easy for him, but in fact, it was not that easy for Bai Ye. 631. Vegeta vs Metal Ragu. Soon, Bai Ye also felt the speed of development of another kind of power.
It was as if all this had been prepared by others.
Son Goku was very worried about Vegeta's bellicose mood. At the same time, he looked at Bai Ye, hoping that Bai Ye could give a reasonable explanation. But what I saw was Bai Ye's encouragement. Vegeta, you have to understand how threatening what you are going to do next is. Byakuya's words have given Vegeta the direction. He also told him how threatening this matter was. I don't have any intention of causing you any trouble, but I hope you don't fall into the trap set by others. This can be regarded as my last request to you. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta very seriously, in his heart. The God-tier officer ranks first, and Vegeta is the second strong man who needs to be improved.
Vegeta also knew very well that Shiro had great hopes for him. Sir, no one will take this opportunity away except me.
Ragus was very excited after seeing Vegeta's special performance. Advertisement. Finally, he waited for this day to meet someone who seemed to have some strength. But he was a little disappointed. This strong man was not as powerful as Bai Ye. I thought I met someone more powerful than Bai Ye. Ragus directly added fuel to the fire, and she was looking forward to the next battle. The powerful creations created by oneself cannot be used by anyone. I didn't expect it to be just like this. Is it meaningful to act so far-fetched if you don't have any skills? After Ragus finished speaking, he directly began to summon his glass crystal.
A monster that looked very powerful and dangerous was created in front of Bai Ye. To be precise, this person is Metal Gyula. How is this possible? Bai Ye, shouldn't you know what's going to happen next?
Should this kind of thing exist in this world? I don't understand. I hope you can give me a reasonable answer. King Quan said these words in horror. There was also a kind of pain on his face that many people could not accept for the time being. It felt like he didn't know whether what he was facing now was as straightforward as what others saw. Advertisement. But everything is under Bai Ye's control. King Quan, can you watch the show in peace? Your words will affect our own people.
Bai Ye once again indicated that he should be more stable.
After all, there are many things that I haven't told myself. Bai Ye hoped they wouldn't say anything casually. You seem to have recognized the wrong person. I can see your despair from your hearts. Don't you think he is your former good friend? Ragus was very excited to introduce his precious works to everyone.
His name is Metal Gyula, and he is a super powerful being transformed by Mi Qian Wanghao.
I guarantee you, you will absolutely love this. Ragus said these words very excitedly. She was already ready to fight, but Vegeta, who was anxious in his heart, didn't know how to take action. In other words, he still tried every means to show his ferocity as before. This has actually become a false proposition. It is a dangerous existence for everyone. 632. A seemingly bright battle even has smiled easily. Lagus, just give them a little shock, don't use too much force. Hearts' words seemed casual, but they hid a lot of uneasiness. He originally thought that his own fighting strength would develop in a controllable direction. But now it seems that many things are completely wrong.
Has saw that Ragus didn't pay attention to him. He couldn't help but feel angry inside.
But family scandals should not be made public, and now is not the time for internal criticism. Bai Ye, to be fair, I will never let my people attack you. I will get rid of your brother first and then punish you. Bai Ye was speechless and didn't know what Has was doing. Didn't he know what was going on now? 440. Not only Bai Ye, but also King Quan and the God-tier officer were also confused.
Bai Ye didn't express his position, so they could only wait.
I will not have any restrictions on you and your people. I think you should be more knowledgeable than me, so. Advertisement Has laughed very excitedly after saying these words. Faced with something like this that could change dramatically.
It didn't show any uneasiness like before. The God-tier official who still wanted to continue fighting with Has came directly, to Bai Ye's side after his body truly recovered.
Byakuya. Let Vegeta come on. This will be a real battle. I'm afraid that his strength is not as strong as I thought. Are you ready? Officer God-tier's concern is understandable. Bai Ye waved his hand to signal Officer God-tier to hold on.
But here, Metal Gula and Vegeta separated after 2 moves. Vegeta was indeed a little uncomfortable, but at least he could withstand it.
Bai Ye, even your men can't hold on anymore. What a pity. Has said this confidently. At the same time, he was also very excited and showed his thoughts on the next affairs. The first one to die is Vegeta, and then you and the king. Obviously, no one took what Has said seriously, they just thought it was fun. Advertisement, but Vegeta was also very positive about his actions. If he wants to truly show his ferocity, then he must find ways to deal with it.
Bai Ye, just don't worry. I have the best way to deal with this guy. You'll know later.
Vegeta felt that all the disasters in front of him were so simple, and Bai Ye had given him many opportunities for such things. Bai Ye also believes that Vegeta has this level. Similarly, some linguistic arrangements are also made for some things that may happen next. King Quan, just let Officer God-tier rest carefully. When faced with various dangers, I will naturally find ways to deal with them. Don't make him feel so painful. Everything is under our control, you know? After King Quan heard what Bai Ye said, he also knew what Bai Ye would do next. Although this has many solutions to my own ideas.
But if you think about it carefully, after reaching this point, many situations are almost the same.
There is no need to worry about this, and there is no need to feel the so-called fear. On this day, Vegeta didn't know how long he had been waiting. 633 I have to help my own people. He had already made preparations for the final battle. He even wanted to show his strength in front of Bai Ye in the shortest possible time. But at the same time, he also developed a skeptical attitude towards many things in front of him. He didn't know he was facing Metal Gula. Can you still have as strong a fighting ability as you do now? This feeling makes me have a lot of doubts in my heart. Bai Ye, I don't mean to be joking. After Bai Ye heard what Vegeta said, he instantly understood that he might have been influenced by Hats and Ragus. I'm just doubtful. I'm afraid that our strength won't meet your requirements, and it will have a lot of impact. After Vegeta told Bai Ye his current worries in this way. At this time, he began to think about how he should deal with those dangerous things next. And Bai Ye also gave Vegeta a lot of help. Don't worry, I will let you recover. Byakuya gave Vegeta some breath. It instantly restored his spirit to its best state. At the same time, it also allowed Vegeta to cheer up and face those threats without fear of anything. Advertisement, I'm so envious, if only I could have this kind of telepathic power. Beerus was extremely envious, but he also understood. As long as I have the opportunity to keep up with the training, I will also be very strong. Bai Ye gave Vegeta unlimited encouragement when Vegeta faced problems and dangers. It also showed his shocking thoughts. In this battle, he wanted to gain something in front of Bai Ye than in the human world. Now that it's like this, Bai Ye doesn't want to say that it affects him mentally. After letting Sun Wukong go aside alone, Bai Ye decided to leave this battle to them. Whether Metal Gula is strong or weak depends on whether Vegeta's strength can keep up with him. He felt that Bai Ye was really unkind to his own people. They can clearly become more powerful, but every minute they're made to wait more in this environment. What's the point? Many things never get a final solution. Eye-bombs shot from Metal Gula's eyes. 0, please give me flowers. Advertisement. Now Vegeta suddenly felt a lot of pressure. The most frightening dispute finally began. Vegeta kept dodging Metal Gula's attacks. But as time passes, his combat effectiveness becomes weaker and weaker. Under the control of my power, is this your level? Metal Gula has no self-thought at all. To put it bluntly, it is actually the incarnation of Ragus will.
Shouldn't you show a more powerful attitude to deal with me? Why do you need to retain such strength?
The words Metal Gula said made Vegeta really scared. He also sighed very much. If it weren't for Bai Ye's blessing just now, he would have been doomed long ago. But she also still looks tenacious. In his heart, he also carries the reality that many people cannot give him. Or it may be replaced by an unacceptable feeling. Vegeta retreated one after another, making the attack almost impossible. Sun Wukong was also watching the battle, but he felt really uncomfortable inside. 634 must believe unconditionally. Metal Gula even opened it up mercilessly. Let Vegeta retreat step by step. Garbage is garbage, even if someone is blessing it, it is nothing more than that. The teasing pattern made Vegeta feel very confused. Vegeta himself felt that he might not be able to win this battle. But the stubbornness in his heart still made him have a firm attitude towards the matter in front of him at this time. 980. No matter what kind of attack this guy makes, he will never admit defeat. You also try my counterattack. Vegeta flashed behind Metal Gura quite angrily. Instantly perform 100 times the Kaio fist, but this attack is almost useless against Metal Gula. Apart from this little trick, you don't have any real skills, right? What a miserable fellow, more wretched than I imagined. After the taunt, the fight between Metal Gula and Vegeta became even more threatening. Advertisement: when Metal Gula was fighting Vegeta, he had already discovered the existence of certain problems day and night. From another perspective, the fighting strength of these lunatics disturbed by the timeline is first rate.
They all seem to have some very pervert crazy ideas hidden in their hearts. This is enough to create a very bad experience for each of them.
But for Bai Ye, some things are actually far from reaching the point where people feel uncomfortable. As long as he can still control the situation now, there won't be any problems. Metal Gula's combat strength was obviously stronger than Bai Ye could imagine. The only thing Byakuya can do is to completely protect Vegeta when he really can't hold on.
Come on, continue to show your super strength, don't let me think you are a ridiculous person at this time.
To be honest, I can't feel your power right now. The only thing I can feel is the sadness in your heart. Metal Gula's teasing and attacks come one after another. Vegeta retreated one after another as if he had completely failed Byakuya's arrangement.
You are just a being who likes to shout loudly in front of me. I have nothing to worry about.
Vegeta knew that he would never be defeated by this guy's words. Advertisement: now it is time to cheer up and implement your true power. I just want to know what kind of method you will use to deal with me in the end. The moment Vegeta finished speaking these words, he clung to Metal Gura's side. At the same time, in the fastest and most ferocious way, it brought unimaginable pressure to the latter. You kid is finally going to take action, isn't it? Metal Gula faced Vegeta with this huge sense of change. There was a complete darkness in his heart. Beerus and Whis were watching the battle. I still have some regretful thoughts about what is happening in front of me now. But they knew this battle was unacceptable to them. 2.4. Vegeta seems to collapse at any time, depending on the person. King Quan did not make any statement after hearing what Beerus said. Bai Ye did not give them the order or opportunity to do anything. If they take some action, they will inevitably become very uncomfortable. Of course, Sun Wukong is actually the one who is most worried and afraid of this battle.
635 I have endured it for who knows how long. He could clearly feel Vegeta's uneasy expression when fighting Metal Gura.
Sir, it is a very good thing to wait, and we assure you that everything will be easy and simple. Weiss is still a big fan of White Knight. He could see the uneasiness in everyone's hearts, but at the same time, he also knew that what he said would be extremely important. Because Bai Ye is controlling the overall situation, we will definitely be able to see more exciting things coming out.
After King Quan listened to this series of words, his attitude became much more serious than before.
But in the end, he also felt that he shouldn't think so much now.
These things can be easily solved by Bai Ye, and talking so much is just a waste of time.
Why bother to communicate again? It is meaningless, and it will even be harder if you don't talk. The current King Quan should look at the problem in front of him like an observer. The fight between Metal Gula and Vegeta continues. Obviously, Metal Gula is superior, and Vegeta continues to cause trouble to influence Metal Gula. Make it seem as if it has fallen into passivity. Advertisement. It's as if all this battle has reached its limit at this time. It seems. You and I can only fight so far. Fighting with someone like you is so boring. The words Metal Gura said were completely directed at Vegeta. The latter's heart has already become very tough in the battle. He didn't care at all what Metal Gula said. The latter felt that this was an opportunity and would definitely continue to influence Vegeta. It was only then that I realized what a pathetic guy you are, my friend. Your strength seems to have failed to rise in such an environment, right? I can't feel any changes in you, I can only feel your misery. Metal Gula's words were obviously teasing Vegeta. He now has an absolute chance of victory in this situation, otherwise Gula would not have spoken like this. Although Vegeta was a little uncomfortable dealing with these battles.
You were once defeated by me, and now you still want to win me over in this way.
I'm telling you, it's impossible for me to turn you over.
After saying these words, Vegeta quickly burst out his powerful aura.
Advertisement: Vegeta, output your power quickly. This guy is an upgraded version of the timeline and is much stronger than you. This is what Vegeta has been waiting for. Just now at the beginning of the battle, Bai Ye had told him where the battle would develop.
It is precisely because of his hard work that he has waited for the fighting opportunity now.
Now that the opportunity has arrived, you must not miss it.
Vegeta burst out with his true aura, and 213 made the opponent unable to restrain himself while relaxing.
Metal Gula was so suppressed by his own power that he couldn't even lift his head. Sure enough, you kid has been hiding your power. Do you really think this is okay? Metal Gula said his words very angrily, retreating one after another. Byakuya is very satisfied with Vegeta's improvement. You are wrong, I have been accumulating anger from the beginning. Vegeta's words were full of anger. This time he must take away the Metal Gula in one wave and let this guy experience his determination. 636 Is this going to start an internal fight? Metal Gula's super fighting strength met Vegeta's anger. The battle between the two produced an extremely powerful shockwave. Has, who was almost hopeful in his heart, also underestimated Vegeta by 3 points at this time. It seems that Bai Ye has trained your subordinates very quickly. You can turn him into a being that can be compared with my subordinates in the shortest time. You really. There's a set, after Has said this with a smile. He turned his attention to Ragus in his knowledge. Ragus definitely did not release her absolute strength to increase the power of Metal Gula. That's why problems arise on your side, now you don't have to worry about their fate. Lagus, you can release the most powerful evil power of your glass tribe and crush it into pieces for me. This is my last request to you. Haz's anger was mixed with his calm way of speaking. Even Kenba couldn't help but shed a little sweat after listening to it. He understood very well that Haz was now completely in the most angry state. Advertisement: if he deliberately attacks, he can even kill Vegeta directly. At this time, in order to make Haz not be so angry, Kamba also expressed his own point of view.
Sir, please wait a moment. I always feel that the matter has not been completely resolved at this time. The reason why Ragus is so calm is because he wants the other party to show off his power before he takes action. Kamba thought that his words could calm Haz down. What he never expected was that Hats flew directly to him. Planned to attack him physically. Bai Ye was confused by this.
Aren't they our own people? Why? Our own people suddenly started attacking our own people? There's no need for you to say that nonsense in front of me. The angry Haz had completely pressed Kamba into his hands. When I don't ask you to speak, you must not speak, otherwise what you do is creating a threat to me, do you understand? Haz already had hundreds of small energy cubes in his hands. Advertisement: as long as his heart is willing, he can completely inject these Rubik's cubes into Kamba's body in an instant. Then, of course there is no need to say more about Kenba's fate. At this time, the sweat on Kenba's forehead flowed directly down his forehead. After thinking quickly, he immediately organized his own words to apologize to Hazi.
Backquote. Sir, you really don't mean anything by getting into such a big fight. What I just said is indeed wrong. I apologize to you for this. Quote.
Kamba's instant surrender made it clear to Haz that this kid was scared.
The enemy we have to face is at the front. If you want to kill me, you can do it at any time. After Khan Li Lai's boss said such words, he also had no way to completely bring his heart into a peaceful state.
He knew very well that if Hats said it was killing, then it would be even more difficult for him to say so later. If you talk nicely now, maybe you can get some help.
Brother Haz, it's a bit unfriendly to act like this. After all, our friends are still fighting over there.
If you let one of your own get hurt, do you think you would be able to step down? 637 Slow provocation is useful. Ragus' younger brother Ulian was quite relaxed and soft when he spoke. But there is a hint of madness in this relaxed softness. Furthermore, the evolved form Zamasu, who had been silent for a long time next to him, was already eager to try.
Because their relationship with Hattie is not particularly strong.
Bai Ye also noticed the pain in Haz's heart at this time.
It seemed that his men didn't particularly listen to him.
If you are not careful, a battle will inevitably break out between them. How to use their conflicts to provoke a truly dark battle. Bai Ye has now come up with an excellent plan. The weak are dominated by the strong and want to make the weak do more things, but the strong are unwilling. Hazy, your 997 destiny is really colorful. Bai Ye's words made Haz feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. He also admitted that he was actually not as powerful as Kemba and others. But his power is unique and he can burst out a strong aura in an instant, and anyone will be terminated by him. Bai Ye's words made him immediately aware of a real threat in his heart. Advertisement: it seemed that Bai Ye was ready to practice with him. I admit that you are a very capable person, however, what you said just now makes me feel a bit ridiculous.
Haz was very angry that Bai Ye actually poached someone in this way.
Bai Ye, don't you also want to launch some kind of attack on me? After Haz said these words with a half smile, he was ready for the next battle. No matter what fate will turn them into next, Hazdu wants to let Bai Ye experience it well, which comes from his own madness and power. King Quan persuaded Bai Ye at this time. No matter what, don't do anything, think about everyone and yourself. We cannot make any big moves and delays at this time. Bai Ye, you are our backbone, if you have a duel with Haz.
Could you just fall into their trap? IAIFC advise you to think carefully.
When King Quan said this, he immediately used his skills. Advertisement: I want to show Bai Ye the illusions and traps created by those guys in the dark. But he was directly rejected by Bai Ye, as proud as ever and as sincere as ever. It was enough to make Quan Wang unconditionally believe in any of Bai Ye's actions. Just be rest assured. If I give them 10 courages, they won't dare to shout like that in front of me. Bai Ye's calm words made Quan Wang not know what to say. King Quan, take care of your friends and your warriors. There was a bit of impatience in Bai Ye's words. After all, Quan Wang's combat strength is not as strong as his own. Now when I talk, I still want to control myself. What a joke. Quan Wang also truly experienced the superpower that Bai Ye burst out in an instant. The whole person was autistic in an instant. He never expected that Byakuya's power would be like a tsunami, and Hibami would be stronger than Ippo. This is not an ordinary time traveler. This is clearly the creator of the universe and the founder of the world.
After Beerus saw King Quan's uncomfortable look. 638 Turn your back on your enemy. He immediately asked if he needed any help.
But Beerus's words made the whole internet very funny at this time. Okay, I don't need anything to help. I won't humiliate myself. You have to keep an eye on those guys, I'm afraid those guys will sneak up on us. King Quan's words caused Beerus and others to miss their thoughts. And Weiss knew it too. Now the god-tier officer has entered the same front as him.
The people and things they have to face are completely beyond what they can understand now.
In other words, this battle has actually reached a point where they cannot resolve it. It is under such a kind of battle. Things reached an extreme point, and Has thought that Bai Ye would directly accept the invitation to fight. But he never thought that when Bai Ye looked at him with disdain, it was also arrogant. This made Has furious. He doesn't care about the big picture or anything like that. He just wants to destroy Bai Ye or be destroyed by Bai Ye. You be asterisk 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 D. I have always loved mankind the most. I want to protect mankind, but you are a traitor to mankind. Advertisement Has's words contained unprecedented sarcasm.
Now Has's whole person seems to have completely entered a state of madness.
Every minute he wanted to continue to prove it in his own fierce way. You are the absolute spokesperson of power. It's a pity that his kick hit the iron plate.
Bai Ye had no intention of caring about Has at all. Instead, he looked at Has with a mocking look. Has kept waving the weapons in his hands to attack Bai Ye.
Various small Rubik's cubes and powerful energy fields hit Bai Ye's body, which was indeed very uncomfortable. But what kind of ability can overturn it all? How could his level surpass Bai Ye's strength? You guy, can you please stop being such a prank in front of me? How many kilograms do you have? Do you really have no idea in your mind? At this point, you can't possibly ask me to give you some face. Bai Ye didn't take Has's absolute power seriously at all. Now Bai Ye doesn't pretend anymore, he just wants to give an order. Advertisement Has would be torn apart even if he died. 0, please give me flowers, I don't accept it. I will never admit defeat. Your power is not as strong as mine. But you can always pretend to be crazy and stupid in front of me. Is this your true strength? I don't believe it anymore. If I don't kill you today, I won't be a human being. Has's angry words were enough to prove the change in the power of his body. At the same time, the golden aura appeared again. It was a darkness that was simply impossible to deal with. Has now completely transformed into a real madman. Originally, the god-tier officer wanted to help Bai Ye avoid Kai Has's sneak attack. But he suddenly found that his actions were like asking an elder to give him guidance. Don't humiliate yourself. I'm really sorry, my thoughts just now were a bit inappropriate. Officer God-tier's words made Weiss nod at this time. It means that he understands his mother's thoughts, although there are some things that they cannot control. But they sincerely wished Bai Ye could kill Has in an instant. Break the cycle and resolve these things. Look at Vegeta again, after fighting Metal Gula to the limit. 639 It's time to end it directly. Vegeta has unknowingly entered the true Super Saiyan state. His power has been turned on to 100%. This time he wanted to decide the outcome with one punch, looking at the arrogant Metal Gula in front of him. Vegeta also attacked him with taunting words at this time. What a weak beast. Now it's my turn to tease you. Friend, although your strength is not as strong as I imagined. 363, but if you die, many people will be sad. Vegeta, who said these words, had gathered all his power into his fists. Metal Gula, on the other hand, still looked innocent. In his opinion, no words spoken now can shake his absolute opposition to Wan District. Even if the most powerful existence appears, it is impossible to win against him, because he is Ragus. Is it time for your innocent speech? Now I will use the strongest strength to completely end you? I hope you can understand that you are nothing more than a joke in front of me. After Metal Gula said these words, he immediately used the craziest and most ferocious form to give Vegeta a mysterious blow. But he never expected it. Advertisement Vegeta is no longer the being he was when he first started fighting. Vegeta uses a powerful aura, launched a fatal blow to Metal Gula from the side. Just one punch, it directly penetrated Metal Gula's ribs. You now know how powerful I am. I just wanted to give you some face, and I never wanted you to be shameless. After Vegeta said these words quite proudly, quickly released the Super Saiyan state. This punch consumed a lot of his strength, and he was very sleepy now. At the same time, he almost fainted, but Sun Wukong immediately helped him up. Brother, well done. You just showed the most powerful power to teach certain people a lesson. You should use this method. You are the best. Goku couldn't help but praise Vegeta. It did make Vegeta feel a little proud. Of course, Vegeta soon returned to his original calm state, so he didn't think so. Because something more dangerous is about to begin. Advertisement, thank you, brother, but what's going on here at Bai Ye? Why did Has suddenly get involved with Bai Ye? I see. Has a narrow escape from death this time. After Vegeta said these words very accurately, Bai Ye used his most ferocious punches to knock Has over. Originally, Hearts thought he could still resist, but now it seems that all of that is just a joke and resistance, and it doesn't exist at all. Hearts was like a bull that had been overturned. He fell to the ground and kept twitching. At the same time, the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth was enough to prove how huge that punch was. You madman, how could you knock me to the ground with one punch? Your strength can't hurt me at all. You must have used some kind of magic. Tell me, is there someone more ferocious behind you who is supporting your fight? Hearts has completely lost the power to fight back. At the same time, its aura gradually weakened. This is almost the same as Bai Ye's current judgment. Although this guy said that he was not beaten to death.
But now it has become a waste. He doesn't have any capital to shout in front of himself. 640 Who can stop Bai Ye? King Quan also stared coldly at the guy who fell to the ground and struggled back and forth.
Hearts has now become a complete joke in the eyes of everyone. Beerus and Whis also showed long-lost smiles. As far as they were concerned, this was Hearts' fate. Who asked him to challenge someone who he couldn't beat at all and shouldn't even dare to face directly? Okay, don't pretend in front of me, okay? You are rolling back and forth on the ground, and few people will sympathize with you, because we know your dirty tricks. Bai Ye looked at Hats rolling on the ground and said these words coldly. He also felt that doing it himself was not too heavy. He used less than 20% of his strength and was directly beaten to the ground by Has.
This is obviously not right. Has's subordinate Kamba also fell into silence at this time.
He felt that Hearts was deliberately making a show. Even Ultimate Zamasu next to him looked scared at this time. He was also unsure of the situation in front of him for a while. What on earth is going on? How could their big brother Has be knocked to the ground with just one punch? Advertisement at this moment, Metal Gyula was also crushed by Vegeta's punch.
Yes, Vegeta didn't show any favor to Metal Gyula. His rage is enough to burn the entire universe.
Ragus quickly stepped back hundreds of steps. He never thought that he would lose, and Ragus' mind was blank at this moment. But soon, he reacted and quickly used his breath to give Has some support.
Sir, this is the only thing I can do now, and you must hold on.
Don't be deceived by these guys' words or other methods, I believe you. Ragus is now in a very helpless situation, the reason why she said such words. It was because he felt that the strength of Bai Ye and others was bottomless and super powerful. In front of Bai Ye and others, his behavior was like a child playing house. Metal Gyula can be shattered by Vegeta's punch, then if it were placed in front of Bai Ye, wouldn't all the effort of snapping a finger be wasted? You bastards, leave everything to me, right? Do you really think I don't know how to deal with this kind of problem? Advertisement has reluctantly recovered from the pain. With the blessing of the power of Ragus Glass, there were some minor wounds on his body, which were quickly covered by glass. And Has showed an unprecedented proud look. This is exactly what he wants now. In this situation, nothing will harm him. Ha 900Z's strength has greatly increased. And Quan Wong once again felt the danger had appeared. But this time he wasn't so anxious. I even think this is a very fun thing. In the end, Bai Ye will definitely abuse Hats again. Let Has have no chance of living in this. For a moment, Quan Wong didn't know what to say. Lord Quan Wong, not only am I unable to say this kind of thing, I think you are the same as me. After the God-tier officer showed a proud smile, this also made Quan Wong very satisfied with this. It seems that everyone has already made their own judgment on the matter in front of them. White Knight is certain to win. 641 There's a big problem here. In what direction will the situation develop? Just seeing how Bai Ye responds is enough. But at this time, Has fell into a kind of self-blame. In Hats's perception, he was born with the other day.
There is no way a human like Bai Ye can defeat him. Why was he defeated by a human being? There was something in him that he couldn't figure out this feeling.
It's a pity that no one can give him a reasonable answer. Bai Ye, this time I have the support of my men. My power is so powerful that I can crush you directly. Do you have any last words you want to say? The reason why Hearts is so angry? It's because his heart is no longer as peaceful as before. He already had an unobstructed view. Gotta bring some craziness to this guy. But in Bai Ye's view, Has is just a joker after all. No real strength. No matter how crazy he is, he can't hold on for a few seconds. Seeing you talking to me like this here makes me feel a little painful. Advertisement Bai Ye suddenly felt pity for Has's behavior. What a poor little guy. I don't know how to describe the speech of a garbage person like you. I actually think you are quite pitiful. When Bai Ye spoke his words, that kind of pitiful expression made Has feel very frightened. Never felt this way. Has burst out with great power in an instant. This time he had to let Bai Ye understand clearly. Who is the real strong person in this world? You want to tease me and bully me in this way, Bai Ye? Has was furious. What this human said was too much.
I won't leave you any chance. Soon you will truly understand who is the strong one in this world.
After Has said these words, he immediately began to accumulate his strength at a rapid pace. Let the madness in your heart and the breath in front of you merge into one in the shortest time. This kind of very irritable but indescribable aura. In an instant, the White Knight was flooded. This shocked everyone onlookers.
Advertisement. Even Carmen felt that this matter was a bit unfavorable to them.
Has's anger will make everyone passive, but now she has no idea of taking action. Your men are looking at you like you're AR************. The angry Has suddenly felt uncomfortable after being so stimulated by Bai Ye. I also realized at this time that your power is not as strong as I thought. Why do you think you are still pretending to be in front of me? This time, when Bai Ye spoke, his attitude must be much angrier than before. However, the seriousness of the problem was not relieved at this time. But in a completely new way, he overcame Hearts again. Hearts have never been more humiliated than they are now. The reluctance in Nuo's heart overwhelmed him in an instant. He also showed an extreme look. This time, he must decide the outcome with Bai Ye. Only in this way can he directly display this problem. As expected, there are many things in it that excite me. Your powerful anger has exposed your weakness. You have only one way to die in front of me. After saying these words, .642 strange and mysterious sound.
Bai Ye's face no longer felt as relaxed as before.
He looked coldly at Has, who was still trying to toss in front of him. A decision has been issued to him. This time Bai Ye must make Has completely disorganized. But at the moment when I had this thought, I felt in my heart. A strange voice suddenly appeared again. This voice keeps suppressing itself. Don't let yourself do things in that way. Bai Ye, I'll be there soon. You have a fairer way to solve the problem.
Bai Ye was very curious. Who is it that wants to persuade themselves in this way?
Have that unique attitude. Bai Ye was not cruel at this moment. Instead, he is waiting for a guy who is very interesting to him to appear.
Bai Ye's sudden inaction. 053 filled Hatz's heart with doubts.
How do you say that Has in front of you is afraid of yourself? For a moment, Has's face actually showed a very proud look. He also knew that he had the victory in this battle. It is no longer something that ordinary people can understand. Has couldn't help but become even more excited. Advertisement. Hearts has never been so excited. He also knew it was possible. It was just a trap set by Bai Ye for him. You want to challenge my limits, my friend? I think this is a good thing. BDFF. Just let me see if you were that powerful. In order to save your men from telling you that you are letting go, are you ready now? Bai Ye said it in a very teasing way, staring at Has coldly. The latter instantly entered a very angry state. He knew that Bai Ye was deliberately targeting him. He had no intention of hiding it. At the same time, it quickly burst out a powerful breath.
With lightning speed, it can cover your ears. He hit Bai Ye's body hard with his fist. This punch didn't hurt Bai Ye at all. At this time, Bai Ye stopped pretending. The strength of the weak is always so ridiculous.
Treat livestock like hearts. You have to use the most brutal method to completely subdue him. Bai Ye had such thoughts, while allowing hearts to attack it.
Advertisement. He also showed a somewhat sad look.
It's not that Heart's offensive power isn't as good as before.
It's just that Bai Ye feels a little sorry for existence like Has.
You should work for yourself. He should be a dog he raised. Rather than talking about a very crazy and explosive character.
Hazy, in my opinion, your boxing skills have indeed improved very quickly. The latter was quite proud to hear this. One's own strength is never just something others talk about casually.
But I must remind you that this kind of advance will not cause any harm to me. A reminder of Bai Ye's kindness. Nothing for Hearts.
Even if you can influence me, I won't show a relaxed look at this time.
Hearts never thought about it. Bai Ye turned out to be so aggressive when he spoke. But he himself remains resilient, looking at Bai Ye's teasing and mocking eyes.
His heart was filled with anger. Has would never say that he bowed his head to Bai Ye and admitted his mistake and surrender. A naturally rebellious person like him, when facing anyone and anything, he will burst out with a powerful breath.
Looking at the spectator side. Advertisement 643. The pain of growing inferiority. Vegeta also adjusted his aura. He looked sadly at the situation before him. Bai Ye was so aggressive when he spoke. This also made Sun Wukong a little suspicious and curious. Vegeta seemed to have figured out something. In the end, he was so direct when he spoke. Bai Ye is really a werewolf I have never seen in my life. He deliberately used the method just now to anger Has and then pursue the victory. Sun Wukong can also be regarded as a revelation.
Tell what you know. This shocked Vegeta, but I also felt uncomfortable for my own recklessness.
Leave Has without any chance to resist. So a life and death battle begins like this. It's wonderful. Vegeta didn't know how to describe the silence of the White Knight. But he also clearly realized what a B*************** D Bai Ye was. This crazy rhythm, it's not something that ordinary people can do. This fight has become worthless and meaningless. What Bai Ye has done now is completely beyond anyone's imagination.
I knew that this level of madness was not something ordinary people could achieve.
Advertisement after Sun Wukong said these words very excitedly. Staring at Bai Ye with a lonely expression, he knew exactly why Bai Ye was so powerful.
The power of the White Knight. It has exceeded the scope of what he can judge now.
If things continue to change like this, it will only make Sun Wukong more and more unpredictable. Exactly what tomorrow will be like is hard to say. But that's exactly why. Sun Wukong had a very wonderful idea about what was happening in front of him. This battle has no meaning at all. The level of anger some people have has completely entered the saddest state. He had always thought that his fighting strength was quite strong. But after such a fight, there will be nothing left to say in the afternoon.
The sad aura makes me feel quite angry inside now.
Has once again used super powerful methods. He must overpower Bai Yorichi this time and put an end to Bai Ye directly. But this attitude and this method of fighting, none of them were of any use. Has's strength is actually getting weaker and weaker. Advertisement please give me flowers, even vulnerable in front of Bai Ye. You are such trash, you can only scream like this in front of me. Other than that, you don't have any real level. Why did you say you did this? Bai Ye's taunt filled Haz's heart with pressure. Hearts has never been so sad and angry. At the same time, he further showed an angry look.
He had to decide the outcome with Bai Ye. This time Haz suddenly roared.
He quickly absorbed Lagos's breath into his body.
The latter was surprised to see this coming from Hearts.
She immediately warned Haze with her verbal refusal.
If you dare to absorb your own breath again, it will definitely make him unable to eat and walk around.
What do you want to do, Haz? What you do makes people feel ridiculous. In my opinion, you have no strength at all, right? Ragus now has no way to get rid of Haz's power absorption. This is very threatening to her, but Haz is still extremely arrogant.
I don't even care about the latter's remarks. You still claim to be our boss, but you are bullying a weak woman like me. 644 Earth-shattering counterattack. What Haz did shocked everyone. Originally, everyone thought that Hats would not do such dangerous things. I really didn't expect that when this kid became so cruel, he wouldn't even give face to his own people.
This is really a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dominated the entire audience at this moment. King Quan was indeed a little scared, but with Bai Ye around, he still felt confident. 280. I'm afraid that the anger in our hearts will swallow him up completely. King Quan also said something incomprehensible at this time. In Bai Ye's view, this matter has nothing to do with King Quan himself. After all, it is a fight between enemies, which is a good thing. When Bai Ye was sure that there were no problems in the battle situation, he immediately corrected Quan Wang's thinking. At the same time, he also warned King Quan that if he always thinks about things in this direction,
then everyone will have to be severely punished. King Quan, this situation has nothing to do with us, it's their own problem. Bai Ye is very ignorant, so how can he speak for others?
Advertisement so he could only forcefully make King Quan realize his mistake. If you interfere abruptly, you will push us into a trap. Bai Ye's angry words made Quan Wang finally wake up.
God-tier officer and Weiss both expressed their support for Bai Ye's words. King Quan must not be allowed to be so impulsive. After all, Quan Wang is also a strong man who likes to act childish.
Sometimes the things they do are really strange and outrageous. Man perishes for wealth, and birds perish for food. Ragus, I must borrow your powerful aura. When Has said these words, like a true a-hole he'd given it up. Of course, everyone was at odds with Hats at this time. Especially Kamin, he felt that what Has did was completely insulting. There is no such friendly cooperative relationship among us as before.
Carmine's younger brother Orion also joins the fight. His purpose is very simple, no matter what, this guy must be destroyed directly.
He absolutely cannot be allowed to continue to be so crazy. Advertisement everyone didn't know what to do at this moment. Could it be that action has become meaningless? But everyone felt very uncomfortable in their hearts, because everyone understood it. This matter is not as simple as imagined. Bai Ye also seemed to see clearly the trap deliberately set by some of them in an instant.
He immediately signaled his men to stop and not move forward even half a step.
Let's see what other tricks they can play. Now I can clearly feel that they are deliberately folding.
They seem to want to use this method to draw us into the situation.
Bai Ye said these words very calmly, his expression had become very serious. He could clearly feel that this guy Has was deliberately teasing him. But if you look carefully at 1.7, you can't see why. The threat here is really too great, but there was one person who just wanted to step forward to test him, and this person was Vegeta. If things continue like this, I'm afraid all of us will suffer. His words were so decisive and resolute, with 645 nothing can stop you. From Bai Ye's point of view, after saying this kind of words, he is no different from a fool. Originally, there was still room for maneuver in the matter in front of me. But because of Vegeta's words, he immediately raised his fist.
Joined the fight between Has and others. It was obvious that his target was Hats, and Sun Wukong next to him was a little surprised.
Why is this guy behaving so strangely? Vegeta, what do you want to do? You be ************ D? Let's make this clear and we can negotiate together.
But he had to rush forward and show his so-called strength and influence.
Otherwise everyone will suffer. I'm really sorry, Bai Ye, I didn't expect Vegeta to be so impulsive. 13. Sun Wukong apologized to Bai Ye, but Bai Ye didn't take it to heart. I thought this battle was supposed to be under your control. But now I can clearly feel a huge threat, and I can't be sure whether it is true or not. After Sun Wukong finished speaking helplessly, advertisement. Seeing Bai Ye showing a truly miserable look, Bai Ye could naturally understand why Sun Wukong felt so uncomfortable. Originally, in his opinion, as long as he could listen to Bai Ye's words, all those problems are not a big deal, but some people just don't do that. He wanted to show his strength for this, which had a very bad impact on Bai Ye. Sun Wukong, this matter has nothing to do with you, I just want to see what kind of things Vegeta can come up with. Byakuya actually supports Vegeta a little bit. As long as you dare to think and venture, you will surely become bigger and stronger. King Quan, Lord God Tier, and Beerus Weiss, none of you can take action, do you understand? Bai Ye was so angry that he felt lightheaded. The words he just said almost shattered the galaxy barrier set by Quan Wang. This shocked the whole king. For the first time, he felt like he couldn't defeat something crazy. I don't know why, but King Quan is a little worried. Worried that Bai Ye will hurt them in this dangerous way later. Advertisement. He also sighed at this time and encouraged Bai Ye's behavior.
Don't worry, Bai Ye, I will listen to whatever you say.
I will not let him continue to expand the current situation. We all have to work together to find a solution.
The whole king must support Bai Ye. He understood very well that in this matter, the price and power Bai Ye had to pay were many times more than he knew.
If you can't even take Bai Ye's face into consideration, then future cooperation will only develop in a very dangerous direction. However, King Quan was worried about Vegeta's impulsive character.
If Vegeta had rushed forward in 897 and suffered some impact, his side would have suffered a loss.
Byakuya, you should also know my feelings for Vegeta. After all, he can be regarded as a warrior trained by your maverick. I am always a little worried about letting him come forward like this. Bai Ye had long expected that King Quan would say such words. But now Bai Ye does not focus on Quan Wang, but on the battle situation in front of him. Hearts still insisted on having a conflict with his own alliance's manpower. Especially Ragus now, her entire aura seems to have been absorbed. 646. Your thoughts are a bit redundant. The frail glass body emits an elusive light Madara. Bai Ye knew that it seemed that their internal fighting had reached a fever pitch. At this time, Bai Ye nodded to signal the king. You can let Beerus and Whis step forward to help Vegeta, but they must be within a safe range. King Quan, I think you should understand my inner thoughts if I let this battle continue like this. I think Vegeta will definitely die, so, Bai Ye didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Because Bai Ye understands very well that improving everyone's strength depends on this battle. Haz was having internal strife with his own people.
After they pass the competition, a stronger existence will inevitably be born. This strong man is even more powerful than the combined Zamasu.
At that time, let everyone go up and exercise one after another. It won't take long for everything to return to the range that Bai Ye can imagine. Sir, I understand your thoughts, but don't forget that the entire universe has been distorted. Even if they can become stronger, they will never be able to surpass some twisted dark men.
Advertisement. The reason why Weiss reminded Bai Ye like this.
It was because he could clearly feel the fluctuations of the breath. The galaxy here has suffered a very dangerous impact. The connection between the universe becomes clearer and clearer, and the place moves a little. Then, evil things from other universes will quickly sweep in this direction. By that time, everything will happen. Bai Ye naturally understood what he meant. But Bai Ye doesn't want to say anything more about this kind of thing now. It makes no sense, no one will be able to break through the galactic trap he set now. Unless that's a real werewolf and strong man. Don't worry, I will supervise all these things. You just need to protect Vegeta.
This battle is really getting more and more interesting.
Bai Ye's enigmatic words left no room for doubt. Previously, Quan Wang always thought that Bai Ye was just pretending to do something. He always likes to scare people in a seemingly powerful way. Advertisement. But Quan Wang is very clear about the current daily conservative behavior. Everything he said was within his control. Be careful, especially Weiss, don't be impulsive and protect Vegeta. It was worth watching the battle after King Quan said these words very helplessly.
Because he can also understand that Bai Ye will not leave any good impression in the following process.
At this moment given to some people, Vegeta has completely broken free from the constraints. There was only one word in his mind, and that was war. Looking at Haz, he has now become a completely angry madman.
After he absorbed half of Ragus's breath, he looked at Ragus with a very proud look, with a little ridicule in his heart.
The weak Lagusi was completely unable to support this battle anymore. He was obviously about to pass out. Kemba rushed forward here, and Lux helped him up. His expression was full of anger, and he couldn't understand why this being was called an adult. He would actually attack his own people. Such a situation is really too bad. Have you forgotten the promise we made at that time? We are all the most powerful existences on the prison planet? Advertisement 647. Haven't decided yet. Kemba was extremely angry, but he didn't know what to do. And you? Now you want to kill all the people in the core area yourself. Those trash in the chaotic area and civilian area are simply not able to cooperate with us in the fight. Haz looked at Kemba very angry. He felt that if it weren't for Kemba's obstruction, now Ragus has probably become a part of her body. But it happened to be at this time. Several other admirals also rushed forward to sanction their actions. This made Kemba very happy. It seemed that they had reached a consensus on dealing with Haz. I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Fortunately, my brother and I were already prepared to destroy you. You probably don't have any skills anymore, right? Orion has completely lost interest in the image of Haz 510.
I always thought that Haz should be considered a very reliable person.
But now he feels that this kid is the same as those evil trash. There is not much difference. You should be careful. I don't know where you learned the evil calendar. It's actually able to absorb my breath, making me unable to resist at this moment. Advertisement. After Ragus said these words very weakly, she was about to faint. Olian and his sister Carmen have reached a common cooperation, and the two have the same mind. At the same time, he rushed forward and quickly used his boxing skills to cause damage to Haz. You are too young. Even if you have strong power, you cannot divide my business opportunities well. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try. After Has said these words, his thoughts instantly turned into thousands of sharp pieces of glass. Powerful air bombs are replicated on each pane of glass. Orion and Carmen approached Hats like two shooting stars and began to attack him. This ordinary attack was mixed with unprecedented explosions, and a crazy power instantly enveloped Hats. But for Has, Yi Jingjing is just some weak damage. With the blessing of Ragas's glass breath, his body soon recovered. In less than half a second, the wound was restored to its original state. The strength is still a few points higher than before, which makes Has very curious about what kind of skills Ragas has. To be able to recover from injuries so quickly, I'm really glad. Fortunately, I absorbed Ragas's power. Advertisement Has was so excited that he set his sights on Olenkamen. I plan to eat them completely in the next process. Olian, Carmen, I have missed you and been with me for a long time, and I can spare your life. But if you insist on being shameless, then don't blame me for turning against me. When Has said the last sentence, he was completely excited. This is what a madman looks like. Bai Ye next to him could even see it.
In this chaotic and twisted timeline, Has is completely gone.
The so-called justice is not accurate to say that his righteous heart has been pleased by himself. Bai Ye, you also know what you have done, right? You are raising a more powerful monster, and the final result will definitely make us all suffer. King Quan was indeed a little uncomfortable, and there was also a lot of anger in his heart. That's all I can say. I don't know what to tell you. .648 Extreme environment creates pain. Quan Wang looked at Bai Ye helplessly after saying such words. His heart was also full of sadness, and he didn't know what the final outcome would be.
Because it's getting more and more outrageous, and it's even so extreme that he can't even express it.
However, Bai Ye felt that this was a deeper comfort to him. I hope he can stop taking these things to heart, because this is still relatively simple. King Quan's words revealed unprecedented loss and sadness. And Bai Ye also understood very well why King Quan spoke like this.
To put it bluntly, it was because his eyes were too superficial and he kept his so-called pain too much.
In Bai Ye's opinion, this existence has no meaning or use.
It would only add pressure to everyone, and then Bai Ye quickly corrected Quan Wang's thoughts. And tell him why he did this. You didn't understand my strategy from the beginning, the reason why I did this. Bai Ye cleared his throat, feeling a little helpless towards Quan Wang.
Advertisement. Why does this guy always feel that he is not strong enough? It's really a headache. The purpose is to restore all of them to their original calm state so that their strength can be improved. We will also be simple when facing problems, don't you understand?
Only then did King Quan suddenly realize. To be honest, he didn't have any understanding of Bai Ye's various behaviors.
He just felt that Bai Ye was in too crazy a state when he took action. The technique was too extreme, and other than that, he didn't feel anything else. I hope this is just an illusion. You know it too, Bai Ye. You and I will never complain or hide anything. I just suddenly felt really tired. I have never been in such pain. After Quan Wang spoke the sad words in his heart very seriously.
He raised his head and looked at Bai Ye with extreme eyes. He knew that in such an environment, everything he did had a necessary connection with Bai Ye. And Bai Ye's tolerance for himself now means that this matter will be solved day and night.
King Quan, I am here to enable you to better control the timeline of the entire universe.
Advertisement. Please give me flowers. I am just a passerby, and this world will be controlled by you. You must understand that I am helping you.
King Quan finally understood what Bai Ye meant. Before, he had always felt that Bai Ye was very evil when he acted. But now, in his heart, he only had respect for Bai Ye. I don't know why, but now Quan Wang still has the urge to cry.
He also understood that without Bai Ye's help and Bai Ye's breath, Gad would be able to survive.
I am nothing more than a wretch in this place. After Bai Ye confirmed the state of Quan Wang and his heart was now very peaceful.
He once again set his sights on the battle in front of him. Why did he say that?
Because Bai Ye could clearly feel that some evil people were still eager to try. Wanting to break the rules they had established, their actions had begun to cause disgusting thoughts in their hearts. Of course, this is all still under control. The so-called control is because has become a piece of trash that everyone attacks. Even the combined Zamasu, who had always endured humiliation and heavy burdens, became angry at this moment. Advertisement 649. If you don't care about others, you can only save yourself. Has no longer deserves to be the boss. He suddenly thought about his fighting strength. Compared with Has, he was simply weak. Has only needs to move his fingers slightly, and he can be completely destroyed in this world. Helpless, he had no choice but to turn his attention to Bai Ye. Combined Zamasu came to Byakuya's side at great speed.
He looked at Bai 063 Ye with a very serious look, showing an unprecedented fear.
He also understood that he should probably be respectful in front of Bai Ye.
Otherwise, I will have to bear a lot of pressure and sadness next.
Bai Ye, I admit that I have done too many evil things in front of you. I think you should also know the main purpose of me talking to you so friendly now, right? Combined Zamasu roared loudly, trying to attract Bai Ye's attention. It's a pity that Bai Ye doesn't have any extra thoughts about merging Zamasu.
It was just a nod of confirmation. That's right, at least their communication can continue now.
Advertisement, if you fart, let it go. Don't make my subordinates and friends feel so uncomfortable. Have you seen the state of King Quan? His strength can destroy you with one punch now. It was a cold voice that made combined Zamasu feel fearful as never before. Suddenly, he was alerted, and after some confusion, he merged with Zamasu. Communicated with Bai Ye in a very serious manner. I hope Bai Ye can give me a chance to help. Bai Ye, you know what's happening in front of you much better than I do. The threat we face now is huge. I don't know if I could win this. When the combined Zamasu spoke, something felt wrong. It was obvious that there was some confusion in his words.
Bai Ye knew the main purpose of his coming here this time.
It was praying that he could take action to kill Haz. Is your idea a bit too much? Let me kill Haz, so what are you going to do? Watch the fun there and then take advantage of it, right?
Byakuya's questioning made combined Zamasu feel so uncomfortable.
Advertisement combined Zamasu raised his head as if he was thinking about something. Finally, he made up his mind to make a transaction with Bai Ye. You also know my strength. I can also be called the Supreme Strongman.
I'm going to make you a deal, are you willing? Combined Zamasu thought he would make a deal with Bai Ye, if Bai Ye could agree to it.
He could get some benefits, but what he never expected was. Bai Ye didn't even think of looking at him. A weakling like you actually dares to propose a deal with me. I'm afraid you're tired of living. Fusion Zamasu, open your eyes and take a good look at you. If you want to beg me, then kneel down. Only in this way can I see your determination.
Bai Ye's words made the 1.9 king next to him even more thrilling. Combined Zamasu's anger level is rising rapidly. Even Sun Wukong couldn't bear it anymore. His aura and pressure were too great. But Bai Ye looked very indifferent. It was as if such a thing was simply easy for him.
King Quan didn't dare to think about it anymore, because he was thinking more and more about it. 650 admit everything with humiliation. The more he felt in his heart that Bai Ye was a great man.
This feeling caused him to fall into a confused state when thinking about some things.
Combined Zamasu also knew that Bai Ye was trying to make things difficult for him. But if you really want to get Bai Ye's help, then you must come up with some conditions. The combined Zamasu knelt directly in front of Byakuya without even thinking about it. He showed a very serious look. At the same time, he also had some more ideas about the matter in front of him. Bai 17 Ye, I've done what I need to do, just tell me what else I can do next. I still want your help now. If you're willing, can't I just beg you? After combined Zamasu cried and said these words. Bai Ye then turned around and looked at him with a very contemptuous look. I didn't expect that Fusion Zamasu would be so arrogant. To be able to be so humble in front of Bai Ye, this was beyond Quan Wang's expectation, and the cloud in Quan Wang's heart instantly dissipated. Of course, King Quan also knew that things would never be resolved so easily. Advertisement: a bigger battle may follow. Your attitude is beyond my imagination. Before, I always thought that you didn't know what it meant to bow to others. Tell me what you want to do. Do you want to see someone get killed completely?
Bai Ye's words contained strong hints and inducements. The combined Zamasu naturally nodded wildly, indicating that Bai Ye must take action.
If Bai Ye doesn't take action, Hats will devour everyone. At that time, his powerful power may kill everyone. Sir, my dear God, I don't have any thoughts or nonsense in front of you. Has turned into a chaos monster. Combined Zamasu said these words very sadly.
And Bai Ye was quite satisfied with his adjectives. That's right, Hearts has become a complete madman now.
This attribute of a madman has even overshadowed the scope of what he is thinking about, which is understandable. Then tell me, what do you want to do now? Do you want me to kill Has? Byakuya also opened the skylight and spoke frankly. Zamasu was stunned at first. Advertisement: then he nodded and said that it was indeed true, and he hoped that Bai Ye would take action like this. Because Bai Ye doing this is very friendly to them. Sir, it's true, we really need your help now. It would be great for us if you could give us such an opportunity. Of course, if you don't want to, we won't say anything. Combined Zamasu has really let go of his pride in that high 513 aura now.
Bai Ye was quite satisfied with this, at least she didn't have to do anything against him anymore.
Likewise, Bai Ye turned his attention to King Quan. He signaled King Quan to come and help at this time. Although King Quan was a little confused, he had no choice. Bai Ye actually spoke up. If he didn't come to help, he would be really sorry. Likewise, Quan Yu came to the side of the combined Moss at the fastest speed. King Quan, combined Zamasu's heart is very unstable. I need your power to make his heart quieter. Only in this way can our cooperation continue. Advertisement: 651 give him a chance and let him grow. The reason why Byakuya wants to calm down combined Zamasu is simple. Because he could clearly feel the anger in the heart of the combined Zamasu. It is colliding with his own final dignity and will. Once his anger destroys his will, then the combined Zamasu will inevitably gradually turn into a madman. At that time, everyone will have to follow suit. Combined Zamasu knows very well that he can get help from all kings. This means that his power has been supremely improved.
He closed his eyes without thinking, and Quan Wang also followed Bai Ye's words.
Clear the aura of combined Zamasu. Let it return to its original peaceful state. I feel that my aura has become stronger, and the darkness and anger in my heart seem to be consumed by something. Bai Ye, why are you doing this? Aren't you just trying to turn me into a puppet?
The extremely excited combined Zamasu looked at Byakuya with doubtful eyes.
He could clearly feel that the care in his heart was destroyed.
That's the kind of harm Hearts has done, their evidence.
Advertisement, don't you understand this? The main purpose of my doing this is to help you. Let your heart become calm, I can do things that others can't do.
After Bai Ye said these words, the color of the combined Zamasu has also become very confusing, after some special changes.
Combined Zamasu finally understood why Byakuya did what he did. At the same time, he was extremely excited, with a hint of excitement inside.
Okay, you kid, stop pretending to be pitiful in front of me.
Once this happens, we will form a contractual relationship, and you will be my subordinate and no longer serve Has. Bai Ye's serious words. The combined Zamasu also understood clearly in an instant. He has become Bai Ye's dog. Just like when I collaborated with Has, since you want to be a dog, you have to have the consciousness of a dog. But soon he became excited again. He knows very well that this kind of opportunity is not available to everyone. I can have such an opportunity. That means you will get a lot of benefits now. Advertisement, sir, thank you for your help, but I also know that this darkness is actually very uncomfortable for me. But, I still feel something's not right. Combining Zamasu has never felt so exciting. He knew very well that Bai Ye could give him such help. This also shows that I will be able to withstand anything I face next. In other words, he fell into Bai Ye's lap. Even a little piece of trash like Has couldn't hurt himself. Combined Zamasu, now you have a powerful force. You can fight him as much as you want, but you must remember to protect yourself. Why? Bai Ye was very strict when he said the words, protect yourself, due to Li Zhao.
Because Bai Ye can clearly feel the order, the eagerness in the combined Zamasu's heart, and his current desire for revenge.
These two ideas together are very threatening. It is very likely that he will completely destroy himself. Don't worry, sir, these are your words, I will definitely do it to the ultimate. I will let those who want to make threats against you.
The enemies standing in front of us will be completely torn to pieces, I guarantee you this. 652 It's really a last resort. The super strength of combined Zamasu has indeed been verified by Byakuya. But Bai Ye knew very well that even Zamasu's power could be enhanced to the strongest level.
I also received some guidance and blessing from my own side. But, he is still far behind compared to Hearts. The power of the evil man has always been lingering in a corner.
Bai Ye has already taken this to heart. You paid too much for this battle in Bai. I'm worried that you will overdo it in the future.
I plan to release an evil person. Yes, he is one of our men. Weiss's words were indeed quite sincere and candid. However, in Bai Ye's judgment, the current 010 universe and even the entire time node are full of arrogant changes. You can never just call anyone in. Otherwise, there will definitely be another bloody storm. Weiss's idea was immediately rejected by Bai Ye, and Bai Ye also warned Weiss. Without your own orders, you cannot act rashly. Advertisement.
Wes, do you really not understand how dangerous the current situation is?
Weiss naturally knew, but he still wanted to ask a question.
The timeline of the universe is already in chaos. If you just call some people over, even bigger changes may occur.
Whether I can bear it at that time is another matter.
Bai Ye said this not to tell Weiss how dangerous it was.
Of course Weiss also knew what Bai Ye meant. Bai Ye didn't want to join this battle.
Any enemy in front of you can be destroyed day and night with just a single finger.
But this will soon break the rules of this universe. At that time, all the timelines of the universe will be confused.
Sir, I am very grateful that you can make such a request to me.
But regarding the current matter, I still have to maintain my own attitude. Because I know, the fight never goes in a good direction. Beerus never thought that Weiss would be so decisive when speaking. Even King Quan thinks that Weiss is being so mean, isn't it a bit too much?
Advertisement. Of course, what Quan Wong said was quite serious.
He immediately signaled Weiss not to take things so extreme. This is definitely not what he wants to see now. Wes, in the face of this real threat, I acknowledge the strength and price you paid. Beerus looked at Weiss seriously and continued to express his thoughts. But have you ever thought about what would happen if you really summoned Golden Frieza? Sun Wukong was furious after hearing the 3 words Frieza. Yes, this guy was once his own enemy. I once experienced a hysterical and crazy battle with him. In the end, it took a lot of effort to completely destroy it. Wes, aren't you doing this a little too much? Do you want all of us to be satisfied in a place of injustice? I don't recommend that you do this. Because if you do this, many of us will suffer. Sun Wukong was a little anxious and said what he said. He thought Weiss would change. 653 This is a different existence. But, according to Weiss's inference and his current understanding of the entire battlefield, he couldn't just give up at this moment. I can wait temporarily, but in what direction this battle will develop, I am not sure. With Weiss' anxiety, the Mountain God tier officer realized there might be some contradiction in this. It's just that everyone hasn't figured out these problems and threats. That's why things are developing in an appalling direction now.
Look at the melee on their side. The fight between Hearts and Kamba can be described as back and forth.
Coupled with the addition of Vegeta, this battle seems to be very stable.
in order to quickly resolve the conspiracy and pain in Weiss's heart.
The God-tier officer quickly prayed to Bai Ye, "It's up to you to convince Weiss."
Let Wes open his heart instead of doing things in dangerous directions.
"Wes, what happened to make you feel so uncomfortable? Can you tell me what you need to say? We are all on the same journey, and we are a community of destiny." Officer God-tier's firm words did not affect the careless thoughts in Weiss's heart.
Advertisement. He raised his head, his eyes full of disdain.
At this time, Bai Ye also discovered something was wrong. Weiss has changed, and his change in concepts has caused him to fall into a somewhat dangerous situation. King Quan also saw this. It's a pity that the other people still focus their attention on the battle situation. They don't particularly care what happens in this place. After all, Bai Ye signaled to Weiss that he must communicate with him decisively.
Otherwise, he has the right to completely end Weiss next.
The reason why I can be so friendly with you.
It's not because there's anything involved between the two of us or anything.
But you have a very good impression in front of me. Bai Ye's words even more hoped that Weiss wouldn't have his own way. But the latter remained silent. Bai Ye knew that he absolutely couldn't stop. "Wes, if you push yourself down the road of no return, then I think in such a world, even if the most powerful person appears, there is no way he can save you."
Bai Ye's serious words made Weiss feel entangled in his heart.
Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Should Golden Frieza be summoned? He didn't dare to say more words to irritate everyone. But Weiss gave Shiro Yoruichi a meaningful signal.
"Sir, please forgive me for not obeying my orders. If Vegeta is defeated by Hats, then this time I have to summon Golden Frieza." Weiss's determination made Bai Ye feel a little helpless.
The power I needed from him was my transformation, and he became a supreme strongman. Without me, he would still be just a soldier. 11.
Weiss's words were so firm. This is enough to prove how direct he is on this matter.
After careful consideration, Bai Ye actually had the answer very early on. Weiss just wanted to show off his strength this time.
But according to later deductions, Weiss must have good intentions but bad intentions.
Golden Frieza no longer submits to its control. It is precisely because of the changes in this evil universe. Golden Frieza has mastered more of his Legion gates. 654. He is still safe. Use your own power to gradually upgrade your subordinates. The distortion has formed an indescribable situation now. I know. My words don't seem to have any effect on you, Wes, but you must think twice before you act, and my words will stop there. It is precisely because of deeper calculations. Bai Ye was also sure that Weiss had summoned those evil people from the 530. The battle that breaks out will inevitably bring this planet into another very powerful state.
Similarly, Sun Wukong will also experience his old enemy again.
This time, Sun Wukong's power will increase tenfold or even 100-fold. Of course, there is a 20% chance of being completely killed by Golden Frieza.
But erasure is simply impossible, because the biggest variable is Bai Ye.
This is so crazy. My admiration for you is getting deeper and deeper. Is it necessary to tell King Quan about Bai Ye? God-tier officer is actually a very anxious being all the time. But after Bai Ye revealed his thoughts to the God-tier officer. Advertisement. The God-tier officer was so frightened that he didn't know how to deal with this threatening situation that might happen next.
All he could do was look miserable and serious, and ask Bai Ye if there was any room for change in this matter.
Tell King Quan, this is something he must know. After the God-tier officer knew what Bai Ye meant. Just wanted to say something, but Bai Ye blocked his mouth. Only in this way will he know how correct our actions are. The enemy we face will eventually fall into our own hands. Bai Ye's firm words established it even more. This battle will be led by Bai Ye himself. The God-tier official was just slightly stunned, and then immediately contacted King Quan. He repeated what Bai Ye had just said to him. While listening, Quan Wong put all his focus on the battle between Vegeta and Hats. The strength of the two people really surprised the king. Vegeta's original fighting power. It has actually developed rapidly by 3 times and 5 times in this trial-like battle.
Advertisement. What's more important is that Vegeta seems to be getting stronger as he fights.
In the battle just now, he was indeed slightly injured.
But soon after being cured again, his strength doubled.
If it goes on like this, Vegeta will soon truly surpass Sun Wukong and become the most powerful being. If this is really Bai Ye's plan, I have no choice but to cooperate. Only he, the god from outside the realm, can solve all the darkness. King Quan's words were very decisive. God-tier officer believes in the king very much, now that it has reached this point. Then I don't need to talk anymore. I can only pray that Weiss won't mess up the rules when doing things. Beerus was also very angry at Weiss' behavior. After all, Weiss didn't have his own jurisdiction over all this, so he dared to make secret decisions casually. 0.5. Beerus, who became more and more uncomfortable as he thought about it, wanted to join in the battle. Bai Ye, however, signaled Beerus to hold still and must ask.
If you join this battle, Has may contact more evil people to come over. At that time, the situation will not be easy to handle.
Byakuya's decisive words made Beerus give up and join the battle. 655 Just take the opportunity to have S*X, he wanted to express himself. Beerus stared at Whis coldly, and in his heart he had already had the idea of completely destroying Lace. But he understood that it was not a good thing to take action at this time. The only thing to do now is to wait an unreasonable amount of time. Wait for a reasonable opportunity. Vegeta was as manic as ever, even reaching his limit at this moment.
And Has also showed a very sad look when facing the attacks of these people. I have never felt so uncomfortable as I do now. There was a huge sense of exhaustion on Has's face, and he felt a little painful in his heart.
Why don't even his subordinates understand him? Kemba, does this white eye really look like a despicable person in front of you? Kemba originally wanted to answer Has's words, but the kid soon started asking questions. Who am I doing this for? Is it for myself? I don't want you to get more. Don't I hope you can stand on top of the universe? At this time, Hearts had completely fallen into an extreme state.
What he said actually has nothing to do with you.
Advertisement. The main reason why he did this was to use this method to divert attention. Conceal the evil in your heart and make up some special lies. Stop farting. If you really want to take us seriously, why do you still attack Ragus? Tell me. Although Kenba was already scarred, but with the help of combined Zamasu and Vegeta.
For him, this battle was actually within control.
Now that has asked such words, so when you speak, you should be more fierce and just talk back. Faced with doubts from his own people, Hearts was helpless. But after some language organization, Hearts concocted a high-sounding excuse. This is all the result I created for us adults, for the fate of the Supreme Master. Have you forgotten who Mr. Florida is? Kamba was instantly stunned by Haz's words. He knew that it was a heavyweight existence, not to mention quite evil and the darkness caused by his men. It's not the kind of pain that ordinary people can come into contact with.
Advertisement. This is impossible. How can you have anything to do with him?
It's not without reason that Kemba said this. The uneasiness in his heart has completely covered him. He's definitely not a friendly presence, if you really want to call him here. Then I think we really won't save you any more face, and we will fight you like never before. Has knew that such words would not frighten Kemba at all. Don't look at your subordinates, they are all very honest now. But when they do things in secret, they are simply not human beings. The relationship 880 with myself has broken down, which means that our communication is no longer as simple as it was at first. Once something like this happens, there is no need to say more. It's not enough to scare us, although most of Ragus' aura was absorbed. But in this battle, Ragus had no intention of retreating. He suddenly restored his aura to its best state and faced the difficulty, fighting with Haz. It also brought some unprecedented pressure to Hearts. How is this possible? Your aura and power have been completely wiped out from my budget, and you are still so powerful now. Do you really think you can heaven-defying change your life?